Chapter 12 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. The Empire of Russia from the remotest periods to the present time by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 12. Ivan IV, His Minority. From 1533 to 1546. Vasily at the chase, attention to distinguished foreigners, the autocracy, splendor of the edifices, slavery, aristocracy, infancy of Ivan IV, regency of Helen, conspiracies and tumults, war with Sigismund of Poland, death of Helen, struggles of the nobles, appalling sufferings of Dmitri, incursions of the Tatars, successful conspiracy, Ivan IV at the chase, coronation of Ivan IV. Under Vasily, the Russian court attained a degree of splendor which had before been unknown. The Baron of Herbenstein thus describes the appearance of the monarch when engaging in the pleasures of the chase. As soon as we saw the monarch entering the field, we dismounted and advanced to meet him on foot. He was mounted upon a magnificent charger, gorgeously caparisoned. He wore upon his head a tall cap, embroidered with precious stones, and surmounted by gilded plumes which waved in the wind. A poniard and two knives were attached to his girdle. He had upon his right Alei, Tzar of Kazan, armed with a bow and arrows. At his left, two young princes, one of whom held an axe, and the other a number of arms. His suite consisted of more than 300 cavaliers. The chase was continued over the boundless plains for many days and often weeks. When night approached, the whole party, often consisting of thousands, dismounted and reared their village of tents. The tent of the emperor was ample, gorgeous, and furnished with all the appliances of luxury. Hounds were first introduced into these sports in Russia by Vasily. The evening hours were passed in festivity, with abundance of good cheer, and in narrating the adventures of the day. Whenever the emperor appeared in public, he was preceded by esquires chosen from among the young nobles, distinguished for their beauty, the delicacy of their features, and the perfect proportion of their forms. Clothed in robes of white satin and armed with small hatchets of silver, they marched before the emperor and appeared to strangers, say his contemporaries, like angels descended from the skies. Vasily was especially fond of magnificence in the audiences which he gave to foreign ambassadors. To impress them with an idea of the vast population and wealth of Russia, and of the glory and power of the sovereign, Vasily ordered, on the day of presentation, that all the ordinary avocations of life should cease, and the citizens, clothed in their richest dresses, were to crowd around the walls of the Kremlin. All the young nobles in the vicinity, with their retinues, were summoned, the troops were under arms, and the most distinguished officers, glittering in the panoply of war, rode to meet the envoys. Footnote: Francis Dacalo relates that when he was received by the emperor, 40,000 soldiers were under arms, in the richest uniform, extending from the Kremlin to the hotel of the ambassadors. In the hall of audience, crowded to its utmost capacity, there was silence as of the grave. The king sat upon his throne, his bonnet upon one side of him, his scepter upon the other. His nobles were seated round upon couches draped in purple and embroidered with pearls and gold. Following the example of Ivan III, Vasily was unwearied in his endeavors to induce foreigners of distinction, particularly artists, physicians, and men of science, to take up their residence in Russia. Any stranger distinguished for genius or capability of any kind who entered Russia found it not easy to leave the kingdom. A Greek physician of much celebrity from Constantinople visited Moscow. Vasily could not find it in his heart to relinquish so rich a prize, and detained him with golden bonds, which the unhappy man, mourning for his wife and children, in vain endeavored to break away. At last the Sultan was influenced to write in behalf of the Greek. "Permit," he wrote, "Mark to return to Constantinople to rejoin his family. He went to Russia only for a temporary visit." The emperor replied, "For a long time Mark has served me to his and my perfect satisfaction. He is now my lieutenant at Novgorod. Send to him his wife and children." The power of the sovereign was absolute. His will was the supreme law. The lives, the fortunes of the clergy, the laity, the lords, the citizens, were dependent upon his pleasure. The Russians regarded their monarch as the executor of the divine will. Their ordinary language was, "God and the prince decree it." The Russians generally defend his autocracy as the only true principle of government. The philosophic Karamzin writes, "Ivan III and Vasily knew how to establish permanently the nature of one government by constituting in autocracy the necessary attribute of empire, its sole constitution, and the only basis of safety, force, and prosperity. This limitless power of the prince is regarded as tyranny in the eye of strangers, because, in their inconsiderate judgment, they forget that tyranny is the abuse of autocracy, and that the same tyranny may exist in a republic when citizens or powerful magistrates oppress society. Autocracy does not signify the absence of laws, since law is everywhere where there is any duty to be performed. And the first duty of the princes, is it not to watch over the happiness of their people?" To the traveler, in the age of Vasily, Russia appeared like a vast desert compared with the other countries of Europe. The sparseness of the habitations, the extended plains, dense forests, and roads, rough and desolate, attested that Russia was still in the cradle of its civilization. But as one approached Moscow, the signs of animated life rapidly increased. Convoys crowded the grand route, which traversed vast prairies waving with grain and embellished with all the works of industry. In the midst of this plain rose the majestic domes and the glittering towers of Moscow. The convents, in massive piles, scattered around, resembled beautiful villages. The palace of the Kremlin alone was a city in itself. Around this, as the nucleus, but spreading over a wide extent, were the streets of the metropolis, the palaces of the nobles, the mansions of the wealthy citizens, and the shops of the artisans. The city in that day was indeed one of the magnificent distances, almost every dwelling being surrounded by a garden in luxurious cultivation. In the year 1520, the houses by count, which was ordered by the Grand Prince, amounted to 41,500. The metropolitan bishop, the grand dignitaries of the court, the princes and lords, occupied splendid mansions of wood reared by Grecian and Italian architects in the environs of the Kremlin. On wide and beautiful streets there were a large number of very magnificent churches, also built of wood. The bazaars, or shops, filled with the rich merchandise of Europe and of Asia, were collected in one quarter of the city, and were surrounded by a high stone wall as a protection against the armies, domestic or foreign, which were ever sweeping over the land. From the 11th to the 16th century, slavery may be said to have been universal in Russia. Absolutely every man but the monarch was a slave. The highest nobles and princes avowed themselves the slaves of the monarch. There was no law but the will of the sovereign. He could deprive any one of property and of life, and there was no power to call him to account but the poniard of the assassin or the sword of rebellion. In like manner, the peasant serfs were slaves of the nobles, with no privileges whatever, except such as the humanity or the selfishness of their lords might grant. But gradually custom, controlling public opinion, assumed almost the form of law. The kings established certain rules for the promotion of industry and the regulation of commerce. Merchants and scholars attained a degree of practical independence which was based on indulgence rather than any constitutional right, and, during the reign of Vasili, the law alone could doom the serf to death, and he began to be regarded as a man, as a citizen protected by the laws. From this time we begin to see the progress of humanity and of higher conceptions of social life. It is perhaps worthy of record that anciently the peasants or serfs were universally designated by the name smerdi, which simply means smelling offensively. Is the exhalation of an offensive odor the necessary property of a people imbruted by poverty and filth? In America, that unpleasant effluvium has generally been considered a peculiarity pertaining to the colored race. Philosophic observation may show that it is a disease, the result of uncleanliness, but, like other diseases, often transmitted from the guilty parent to the unoffending child. We have known white people who were exceedingly offensive in this respect, and colored people who were not so at all. The pride of illustrious birth was carried to the greatest extreme, and a noble would blush to enter into any friendly relations whatever with a plebeian. The nobles considered all business degrading excepting war, and spent the weary months, when not under arms, in indolence in their castles. The young women of the higher families were in a deplorable state of captivity. Etiquette did not allow them to mingle with society, or even to be seen except by their parents, and they had no employment except sewing or knitting, no mental culture, and no sources of amusement. It was not the custom of the young men to choose their wives, but the father of the maiden selected some eligible match for his daughter, and made propositions to the family of his contemplated son-in-law, stating the dowry he would confer upon the bride, and the parties were frequently married without ever having previously seen each other. The death of Vasili transmitted the crown to his only son, Ivan, an infant but 3 years of age. By the will of the dying monarch, the regency, during the minority of the child, was placed in the hands of the youthful mother, the Princess Helen. The brothers of Vasili and 20 nobles of distinction were appointed as counselors for the queen regent. 2 men, however, in concert with Helen, soon took the reins of government into their own hands. One of these was a sturdy, ambitious old noble, Michel Glinsky, an uncle of Helen. The other was a young and handsome prince, Ivan Telenev, who was suspected of tender liaisons with his royal mistress. The first act of the new government was to assemble all the higher clergy in the Church of the Assumption, where the metropolitan bishop gave his benediction to the child destined to reign over Russia, and who was there declared to be accountable to God only for his actions. At the same time, ambassadors were sent to all the courts of Europe to announce the death of Vasili and the accession of Ivan IV to the throne. But a week passed after these ceremonies ere the Prince Yuri, one of the brothers of Vasili, was arrested, charged with conspiracy to wrest the crown from his young nephew. He was thrown into prison, where he was left to perish by the slow torture of starvation. This severity excited great terror in Moscow. The Russians, ever strongly attached to their sovereigns, now found themselves under the reign of an oligarchy which they detested. Conspiracies and rumors of conspiracies agitated the court. Many were arrested upon suspicion alone, and cruelly chained were thrown into dungeons. Michel Glinsky, indignant of the shameful intimacy evidently existing between Helen and Telenev, ventured to remonstrate with the regent boldly and earnestly, assuring her that the eyes of the court were scrutinizing her conduct, and that such vice, disgraceful anywhere, was peculiarly hideous upon a throne where all looked for examples of virtue. The audacious noble though president of the council, was immediately arrested under the accusation of treason and was thrown into a dungeon, where, soon after, he was assassinated. A reign of terror now commenced, and imprisonment and death awaited all those who undertook in any way to thwart the plans of Hélène and Telennef. Andrei, the youngest of the brothers of Vasily, a man of feeble character, now alone remained of the royal princes at court. He was nominally the tutor of his nephew, the young Emperor Ivan IV., and though a prominent member of the council which Vasily had established, he had no influence in the government, which had been grasped so energetically and despotically by Hélène and her paramour Telennef. At length, Andrei, trembling for his own life, timidly raised the banners of revolt and gathered quite an army around him. But he had no energy to conduct a war. He was speedily taken and, loaded with chains, was thrown into a dungeon, where, after a few weeks of most cruel deprivations, he miserably perished. 30 of the lords implicated with him in the rebellion were hung upon the trees around Novgorod. Many others were put to torture and perished on the rack. Hélène, surrendering herself to the dominion of guilty love, developed the ferocity of a tigress. Sigismund, King of Poland, taking advantage of the general discontent of the Russians under the sway of Hélène, formed an alliance with a horde upon the lower waters of the Don, and invaded Russia, burning and destroying with mercilessness which demons could not have surpassed. Prince Telennef headed an army to repel him. The pen wearies in describing the horrors of these scenes. 100,000 Russians are now flying before 150,000 Polanders. Hundreds of miles of territory are ravaged. Cities and villages are stormed, plundered, burned. Women and children are cut down and trampled beneath the feet of cavalry, or escape shrieking into the forests, where they perish of exposure and starvation. But an army of recruits comes to the aid of the Russians, and now 150,000 Polanders are driven before 200,000 Russians. They sweep across the frontier like dust driven by the tornado. And now the cities and villages of Poland blaze. Her streams run red with blood. The Polish wives and daughters, in their turn, struggle, shriek, and die. From exhaustion, the warfare ceases. The two antagonists, moaning and bleeding, wait for a few years, but to recover sufficient strength to renew the strife, and then the brutal, demoniac butchery commences anew. Such is the history of man. In this brief but bloody war, the city of Starodub in Russia was besieged by an army of Poles and Tartars. The assault was urged with the most desperate energy and fearlessness. The defense was conducted with equal ferocity. Thousands fell on both sides in every mangled form of death. At last, the besiegers undermined the walls, and placing beneath hundreds of barrels of gunpowder, as with the burst of a volcano, uphove the massive bastions to the clouds. They fell in a storm of ruin upon the city, setting it on fire in many places. Through the flames and over the smoldering ruins, Poles and Tartars, blackened with smoke and smeared with blood, rushed into the city, and in a few hours 13,000 of the inhabitants were weltering in their gore. None were left alive. And this is but a specimen of the wars which raged for ages. The world now has but the faintest conception of the seas of blood and woe through which humanity has waded to attain even its present feeble recognition of fraternity. In this, as in every war with Poland, Russia was gaining, ever wresting from her rival the provinces of Lithuania and attaching them to the gigantic empire. In the year 1534, Helen commenced the enterprise of surrounding the whole of Moscow with a ditch and a wall capable of resisting the batterings of artillery. An Italian engineer named Petrok Malloy superintended these works. The foundation of the walls was laid with imposing religious ceremonies. The wall was crowned with 4 towers at the openings of the 4 gates. Helen was so conscious of the importance of augmenting the population of Russia that she offered land and freedom from taxes for a term of years to all who would migrate into her territory from Poland. Perhaps also she had a double object, wishing to weaken a rival power. Much counterfeit coin was found to be in circulation. The regent issued an edict that anyone found guilty of depreciating the current standard of coin should be punished with death, and his death was to be barbarously inflicted by first cutting off the hands of the culprit and then pouring melted lead through a tunnel down his throat. On the 3rd of April, 1538, Helen, in the prime of life, and with all her sins in full vigor and unrepented, retired to her bed at night, suddenly and seriously sick. Someone had succeeded in administering to her a dose of poison. She shrieked for a few hours in mortal agony, and soon after the hour of 12 was tolled, her spirit ascended to meet God in judgment. Being dead, she had no favors to confer, no terrors to execute, and her festering remains were the same day hurried ignominiously to the grave. Her paramour Telenev alone wept over her death. Russia rejoiced, and yet with trembling. Whose strong arm would now seize the helm of the tempest-torn ship of state, no one could tell. The young Prince Ivan IV was but 7 years of age at the death of his mother Helen. For several days there was ominous silence in Moscow, the stillness which preceded the storm. The death of a regent had come so suddenly, so unexpectedly, that none were prepared for it. A week passed away, during which time parties were forming and conspiracies ripening, while Telenev was desperately endeavoring to retain that power which he had so despotically wielded in conjunction with his royal mistress. The Prince Vasily Shuisky, who had occupied the first place in the council of Vasily, opened the drama. Having secured the cooperation of a large number of nobles, he declared himself the head of the government, arrested all the favorites of Helen, and threw Telenev, bound with chains, into a dungeon. There he was left to die of starvation, barbarity which, though in accordance with that brutal age, even all the similar excesses of Telenev could not justify. The beautiful sister of Telenev, Agrippine by name, was torn from the saloons her loveliness had embellished, and was imprisoned for life in a convent. The victims of the cruelty of Helen, who were still languishing in prison, were set at liberty. Shuisky was a widower, and in the 50th year of his age. He wished to strengthen his power by engaging the cooperation of the still formidable energies of the horde at Kazan, and accordingly married, quite hurriedly, the daughter of the Tzar of the horde. But the regal diadem proved to him but a crown of thorns. Conspiracy succeeded conspiracy, and Shuisky felt compelled to enlist all the terrors of the dungeon, the scaffold, and the block to maintain his place. 6 months only passed away ere he too was writhing upon the royal couch in the agonies of death, whether paralyzed by poison or smitten by hand of God, the day of judgment alone can reveal. Ivan Shuisky, the brother of the deceased usurper, now stepped into the dangerous post which death had so suddenly rendered vacant. He was a weak man, assuming the most pompous airs, quite unable to discriminate between imposing grandeur and ridiculous parade. he soon became both despised and detested. This state of things encouraged the two hordes of Kazan and Tauride to unite, and with an army of 100,000 men, they penetrated Russia almost unopposed, burning and plundering in all directions. Under these circumstances, the Metropolitan Bishop Joseph, a man of sincere piety and of very elevated character, and who enjoyed in the highest degree the confidence both of the aristocracy and the people, presented himself before the council, urged the incapacity of Ivan Shuisky to govern, and proposed that Ivan Belsky, a nobleman of great energy and moral worth, should be chosen regent. The proposal was carried by acclamation. So unanimous was the vote, so cordial was the adoption of the republican principle of election, that Ivan Shuisky was powerless and was merely dismissed. The new regent, sustained by the clergy and the aristocracy, governed the state with wisdom and moderation. All kinds of persecution ceased, and vigorous measures were adopted for the promotion of the public welfare. Old abuses were repressed, vicious governors deposed, and the rising flames of civil strife were quenched. Even the hitherto unheard of novelty of trial by jury was introduced. Jurors were chosen from among the most intelligent citizens. Though there was some bitter opposition among the corrupt nobles to these salutary reforms, the clergy, as a body, sustained them, and so did also even a majority of the lords. It was Christianity and the Church which introduced these humanizing measures. Among the innumerable tragedies of those days, let one be mentioned illustrative to the terrific wrongs to which all the exposed under a despotic government. There was a young prince, Dmitri, a child, grandson of Vasily the Blind, whose claims to the throne were feared. He was thrown into prison and there forgotten. For 49 years he had now remained in a damp and dismal dungeon. He had committed no crime. He was accused of no crime. He was only feared that restive nobles might use him as an instrument for the furtherance of their plans. All the years of youth and of manhood had passed in darkness and misery. No beam of the sun ever penetrated his tomb. All unheeded, the tides of life surged in the world above him, while his mind with his body was wasting away in the long agony. Oh, who can tell what days, what nights he spent of tideless, waveless, sailless, shoreless woe. Mercy now entered his cell, but it was too late even for that angel, visited to bring a gleam of joy. His friends were all dead. His name was forgotten on earth. He knew nothing of the world or of its days. His mind was enfeebled, and even the slender shock of knowledge which he had possessed as a child had vanished away. They broke off his chains and removed him from his dungeon to a comfortable chamber. The poor old man, dazzled by the light and bewildered by the change, lingered joylessly and without a smile for a few weeks, and died. Immortality alone offers a solution for these mysteries. After death cometh the judgment. The Christian Bishop Joseph and Ivan Belsky the regent, in cordial cooperation, endeavored in all things to promote prosperity and happiness. Again there was a coalition of the Tartars for the invasion of Russia. The three hordes, in Kazan, in the Tauride, and in the mouth of the Volga, united, and in an army 100,000 strong, with numerous cavalry and powerful artillery, commenced their march. The Russian troops were hastily collected upon the banks of the Oka, there to take their stand and dispute the passage of the stream. By order of the clergy, prayers were offered incessantly in the churches by the day and by night, that God would avert this terrible invasion, The young prince, Ivan IV., was now 10 years of age. The citizens of Moscow were moved to tears and to the deepest enthusiasm on hearing their young prince in the Church of the Assumption offer aloud and fervently the prayer, "O Heavenly Father, Thou who didst protect our ancestors against the cruel Tamerlane, take us also under Thy holy protection, us in childhood and orphanage. Our mind and our body are still feeble, and yet the nation looks to us for deliverance." Accompanied by the Metropolitan Joseph, he entered the council and said, "The enemy is approaching. Decide for me whether it be best that I should remain here or go to meet the foe." With one voice they exclaimed, "Prince, remain at Moscow." They then took a solemn oath to die, if necessary, for their prince. The citizens came forward in crowds and volunteered for the defense of the walls. The faubourgs were surrounded with palisades, and batteries of artillery were placed to sweep in all directions the approaches to the city. The enthusiasm was so astonishing that the Russian annalists ascribe it to a supernatural cause. On the 30th of July, 1541, the Tartar army appeared upon the southern banks of the Oka, crowning all the heights which bordered the stream. Immediately they made an attempt to force the passage, but the Russians, thoroughly prepared for the assault, repelled them with prodigious slaughter. Night put an end to the contest. The Russians were elated with their success, and waited eagerly for the morning to renew the strife. They even hoped to be able to cross the river and to sweep the camp of their foes. The fires of their bivouacs blazed all the night. Reinforcements were constantly arriving, and their songs of joy floated across the water and fell heavily upon the hearts of the dismayed Tartars. At midnight the Hun and the whole host, conscious of their peril, commenced a precipitate retreat, in the haste abandoning many guns and much of their baggage. The Russians pursued the foe, but were not able to overtake them, so rapidly did they retrace their steps. The news of the expulsion of the enemy spread rapidly through Russia. The conduct of the Grand Prince everywhere excited the most lively enthusiasm. He entered the church, and in an affecting prayer returned thanks to God for the deliverance. The people with unanimity exclaimed, "Grand Prince, your angelic prayers and your happy star have caused us to triumph." Awful, however, were the woes which fell upon those people who were on the line of march of the barbaric Tartars. Ivan Belsky, the regent, had now attained the highest degree of good fortune, and in his own conscience and in the general approbation of the people he found ample recompense of his deeds of humanity and his patriotic exertions. But envy, that poison of society, raised up against him enemies. Ivan Shuisky, who had been deposed by vote of the council, organized a conspiracy among the disaffected nobles, and on the night of the 3rd of January, 1542, 300 cavaliers surrounded the residences of the regent and of the metropolitan bishop, seized them and hurried them to prison, and in the prison finished their work by assassination of Ivan Belsky. Ivan Shuisky, sustained by the sabers of his partisans, reassumed the government. A new metropolitan bishop, Makar, was appointed to take the place of Joseph, who was deposed and imprisoned. The clergy, overawed, were silent. The reign of silence was again commenced, and all the posts of honor and influence were placed in the hands of partisans of Shuisky. The government, such as it was now in the hands of triumvirate consisting of Ivan, Andrei, and Feodor. Not a syllable of opposition would these men endure, and the dungeon and the assassin's poniard silenced all murmurs. The young prince, Ivan IV., was now 13 years of age. He was endowed by nature with a mind of extraordinary sagacity and force, but his education had been entirely neglected, and the scenes of perfidy and violence he was continually witnessing were developing a character which menaced Russia with many woes. The infamous Shuiskis sought to secure the friendship of the young prince by ministering in every possible way to his pleasures. They led him to the chase, encouraged whatever disposition he chanced to manifest, and endeavored to train him in a state of feebleness and ignorance which might promote their ambitious plans. The Kremlin became the scene of constant intrigues. Cabal succeeded cabal. The position of the triumvirate became, month after month, more perilous. The young prince gave decisive indications of discontent. It began to be whispered into his ears that it was time for him to assume the reins of government, and he was assured that all Russia was waiting, eager to obey his orders. The metropolitan bishop, either from a sense of justice or of policy, also espoused the cause of the youthful sovereign. It was evident that another party was rising into power. On the 29th of December, 1534, Ivan IV went with a large party of his lords to the chase. Instructed beforehand in the measures he was to adopt, he, quite unexpectedly to the triumvirate, summoned all his lords around him, and, assuming an imperious and threatening tone, declared that the triumvirate had abused his extreme youth, had trampled upon justice, and, as culprits, deserved to die. In his great clemency, however, he decided to spare the lives of two, executing only one as an example to the nation. The oldest of the three, Andrei Shuisky, was immediately seized and handed over to the conductors of the hounds. They set the dogs upon him, and he was speedily torn to pieces in the presence of the company, and his mangled remains were scattered over the plain. The partisans of Shuisky, terrified by this deed, were afraid to utter a murmur. The nobles generally were alarmed, but it was evident that though they had escaped the violence of the triumvirate, they had fallen into hands equally to be dreaded. Confiscations and other acts of rigor rapidly succeeded, and the young prince, still too youthful to govern by the decision of his own mind, was quite under the control of the Glinskys, through whose counsel he had shaken off the triumvirate of the Shuiskys. Ivan IV now made the tour of his kingdom, but with no other object than the promotion of his personal gratification. Most of his time was devoted to the excitements of the chase in the savage forests which spread over a large portion of his realms. He was always surrounded by a brilliant staff of nobles, and the sufferings of the people were all concealed from his view. The enormous expenses of his court were exacted from the people he visited, and his steps were followed by lamentations. In the year 1546, Ivan attained the 18th year of his age and made great preparations for his coronation. The imposing rites were to be performed at Moscow. On the 16th of January, the Grand Prince entered one of the saloons of his palaces, while the nobles, the princes, the officers of the court, all richly dressed, were assembled in the antechamber. The confessor of the Grand Prince, having received from Ivan IV a crucifix, placed it upon a plate of gold, with the crown and other regalia, and conveyed them to the Church of the Assumption, accompanied by the Grand Equerry, Glinsky, and other important personages of the court. Soon after, the Grand Prince also repaired to the church. He was preceded by an ecclesiastic holding of his hand a crucifix, and sprinkling to the right and to the left holy water upon the crowd. Ivan IV, surrounded by all the splendors of his court, entered the church, where he was encircled by the ecclesiastics, and received the benediction of the metropolitan bishop. A hymn was then sang by the accumulated choirs, which astounded the audience, after which mass was celebrated. In the midst of the cathedral, a platform was erected, which was ascended by 12 steps. Upon this platform there were two thrones of equal splendor, covered with cloth of gold, one for the monarch, the other for the metropolitan bishop. In front of the stage there was a desk richly decorated, upon which were placed the crown regalia. The monarch and the bishop took their seats. The bishop, rising, pronounced a benediction upon the monarch, placed the crown upon his head, the scepter in his hand, and then, with a loud voice, prayed that God would endow this new David with the influences of the Holy Spirit, establish his throne in the righteousness, and render him terrible to evildoers and a benefactor to those who should do well. The ceremonies were closed by an anthem by the choir. The young emperor then returned with his court to the Kremlin through streets carpeted with velvet and damask. As they walked along, the emperor's brother Yuri scattered among the crowd a handful of gold coin, which he took from a vase carried at his side by Michael Glinsky. The moment Ivan IV left the church, the people, till then motionless and silent, precipitated themselves upon the platform, and all the rich cloths which had decorated it were torn to shreds, each individual eager to possess a souvenir of the memorable day. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. The Empire of Russia from the remotest periods to the present time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 13. The Reign of Ivan IV. From 1546 to 1552. The title of Tzar, marriage of Ivan IV, virtues of his bride, depraved character of the young emperor, terrible conflagrations, insurrections, the rebuke, wonderful change in the character of Ivan IV, confessions of sin and measures of reform, Sylvester and Alexis Adashev, the code of laws, reforms in the church, encouragement to men of science and letters, the embassage of Schlitt, war with Kazan, disasters and disgrace, immense preparations for the chastisement of the horde, the march, repulse of the Tauridians, siege of Kazan, incidents of the siege. Though the monarchs of Russia in all their relations with foreign powers took the title of Tzar or Emperor, they also retained that of Grand Prince, which was consecrated by ancient usage. And now the envoys of Ivan IV were traversing Russia in all directions to find, among the maidens of noble blood, one whose beauty would render her worthy of the sovereign. The choice at last fell upon Anastasia, the daughter of a lady of illustrious rank, who was a widow. Language is exhausted by the Russian annalists in describing the perfections of her person, mind and heart. All conceivable social and moral excellences were in her united with the most brilliant intellectual gifts and the most exquisite loveliness. The marriage was performed by the bishop in the church of Notre Dame. "You are now," said the metropolitan in conclusion, "united forever by virtue of the mysteries of the gospel. Prostrate yourselves then before the Most High, and secure his favor in the practice of every virtue. But those virtues which should especially distinguish you are the love of truth and of benevolence. Prince, love and honor your spouse. Princess, truly Christian, be submissive to your husband, for as the Redeemer is the head of the church, so is man the head of the woman." For many days Moscow was surrendered to festivity and rejoicings. The emperor devoted his attention to the rich, the empress to the poor. Anastasia, since the death of her father, had lived remote from the capital in the most profound rural seclusion. Suddenly, and as by magic, she found herself transported to the scenes of the highest earthly grandeur, but still she maintained the same beautiful simplicity of character which she had developed in the saddened home of her widowed mother. Ivan IV. Was a man of ungovernable passions, and accustomed only to idleness, he devoted himself to the most gross and ignoble pleasures. Mercilessly he confiscated the estates of those who displeased him, and with caprice equal to his mercilessness, he conferred his possessions upon his favorites. He seemed to regard his arbitrary conduct as indicative of his independence and grandeur. The situation of Russia was perhaps never more deplorable than at the commencement of the reign of Ivan IV. The Glinskys were in high favor, and easily persuaded the young emperor to gratify all their desires. Laden with honors and riches, they turned a deaf ear to all the murmurs which despotism the most atrocious extorted from every portion of the empire. The inhabitants of Pskov, oppressed beyond endurance by an infamous governor, sent 70 of their most influential citizens to Moscow to present their grievances to the emperor. Ivan IV. Raved like a madman at what he called the insolence of his subject in complaining of their governor. Almost choking with rage, he ordered the 70 deputies to be put to death by the most cruel tortures. Anastasia wept in anguish over these scenes, and her prayers were incessantly ascending that God would change the heart of her husband. Her prayers were heard and answered. The same power which changed Saul of Tarsus into Paul the Apostle seemed to renew the soul of Ivan IV. History is full of these marvelous transformations, a mental phenomenon only to be explained by the scriptural doctrine of regeneration. In Ivan's case, as in that of thousands of others, afflictions were instruments made available by the Holy Spirit for the heart's renewal. Moscow was at this time a capital of vast extent and of great magnificence. As timber was abundant and easily worked, most of the buildings, even the churches and the palaces, were constructed of wood. Though almost every house was surrounded by a garden, these enclosures were necessarily not extensive, and the city was peculiarly exposed to the perils of conflagration. On the 12th of April, 1547, the cry of fire alarmed the inhabitants, and soon the flames were spreading with fury which baffled all human power. The storehouses of commerce, the magazines of the crown, the convent of Epiphany, and a large number of dwellings extending from the gate of Ilinsky to the Kremlin and the Moskva were consumed. The river alone arrested the destruction. A powder magazine took fire, and with a terrible explosion its towers were thrown into the air, taking with them a large section of the walls. The ruins fell like an avalanche into the river, completely filling up the channel, adding the destruction of a deluge to that of the fire. A week had hardly passed ere the cry of fire again was raised, and in a few hours the whole section of the city on the other side of Yauza was in ashes. This region was mostly occupied by mechanics and manufacturers. The destruction of the city was almost as entire and as signal a proof of the divine displeasure as that of Sodom and Gomorrah. Even the metropolitan bishop, who was in the church of the Assumption, pleading for divine interposition, was with great difficulty rescued. Smothered and in a state almost of insensibility, he was conveyed through billows of flame and smoke. 1,700 adults, besides uncounted children, perished in the fire. For many days the wretched inhabitants were seen wandering about in the fields and among the ruins, searching for their children, their friends, or any articles of furniture which might by chance have escaped the flames. Many became maniacs, and their cries arose in all directions like the howlings of wild beasts. The emperor and the nobles, to avoid the spectacle of so much misery, retired to the village of Vorobyov, a few miles from Moscow. The whole population of Moscow, being in a state of despair and reckless of consequences, were ripe for any conspiracy against an emperor and his favorites, whose iniquities in their judgment had brought down upon them the indignation of heaven. Several of the higher clergy, in cooperation with some of the princes and nobles, resolved to arouse the energies of the populace to effect a change in the government. The Glinskys were the advisers and instigators of the king. Against them the fury of the populace was easily directed. These doomed minions of despotism were pursued with fury energized by despair. Ivan IV. Was quite unable to protect them. The Glinskys, with their numerous partisans, had returned to Moscow to make arrangements for the rebuilding of the Kremlin, when the mob fell upon them, and they were nearly all slain. In the eye of the populace there was something so sacred in the person of their prince that no one thought of offering him any harm. Ivan IV., astounded by this outbreak, was trembling in his palace at Vorobyov, and his truly pious wife Anastasia was, with tears, pleading with heaven, when one of the clergy, an extraordinary man named Sylvester, endowed with the boldness of an ancient prophet, entered the presence of the emperor. He was venerable in years, and his gray locks fell in clusters upon his shoulders. The boy king was overawed by his appearance. One word from that capricious king would cause the head of Sylvester to fall from the block. But the intrepid Christian, with the solemnity of an ambassador from God, with pointed finger and eye sparkling with indignation, thus addressed him: God's avenging hand is suspended over the head of a God-forgetting, man-oppressing Tzar. Fire from heavens had consumed Moscow. The anger of the Most High has called up the people in revolt, and is spreading over the kingdom anarchy, fury and blood. Then, taking from his bosom a copy of the New Testament, he read to the king those divinely inspired precepts which are alike applicable to monarchs and peasants, and, in tones subdued by sadness, urged the king to follow these sacred lessons. The warning was heeded, and Ivan became a new creature. Whatever explanations philosophy may attempt of the sudden and marvelous change of the character of Ivan IV., the fact remains one of the marvels of history. He appears to have been immediately overwhelmed with a sense of his guilt. With tears he extended his hand to the courageous monitor, asked imploringly what he could do to avert the wrath and secure the favor of heaven, and placed himself at once under the guidance of his new found friend. Sylvester, a humble, world-renouncing Christian, sought nothing for himself and would accept neither riches nor honors, but he remained near the throne to strengthen the young monarch in his good resolutions. There was a young man, Alexis, connected with the court, who possessed a character of extraordinary nobleness and loveliness. He was of remarkable personal beauty, and his soul was pure and sensitive. Entirely devoted to the good of others, without the least apparent mixture of sordid motives, he engaged in the service of the Tzar, and became to him a friend of priceless value. Alexis, mingling freely with the people, was acquainted with all their wants and griefs, and he, cooperating with Sylvester, inspired the emperor with a heart to conceive and energy to execute all good things. From this conjunction is to be dated the commencement of the glory of the reign of Ivan IV. The first endeavor of the reformed monarch was to quell the tumult among the people. 3 days after the assassination of the Glinskys, a mob from Moscow rushed out to the village of Vorobyov, surrounded the palace, and demanded one of the aunts of the emperor and another of the nobles who had become obnoxious to them. The king immediately opened a fire upon mob and dispersed them. This decisive act restored order. Ivan IV. Immediately devoted all his energies to preparing dwellings for the houseless poor and in relieving their necessities. His whole soul seemed aroused to promote the happiness of his subjects, both temporal and spiritual, and all selfish considerations were apparently obliterated from his mind. In order to consolidate, by the aids of religion, the happy change effected in the government and in his own heart, the young sovereign shut himself up for several days in solitude, and in the exercises of self-examination, fasting and prayer, made the entire consecration of himself to his Maker. He then assembled the bishops in one of the churches, and, in their presence, with touching words and tearful eyes, made confessions of his faults, implored divine forgiveness, and then, with the calmness of a soul relieved of the burden of sin, received the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. With true nobility of soul, he wished his penitence to be as conspicuous as his sins had been. He resolved to humble himself before his Maker and in the presence of all Russia, that his subjects universally might understand the new principles which animated his heart, and the new desires which would enlist his energies. Every city in the empire received orders to send deputies to Moscow, chosen from all the ranks of society, to attend the matters of the utmost importance to the country. The Sabbath morning after their arrival, they were all assembled, an immense multitude, in one of the public squares of the city. The Tzar, accompanied by the clergy and the nobles, left the palace of the Kremlin to meet the deputies. The solemnity of the Sabbath hallowed the scene, and the people received their sovereign in profound silence. The metropolitan bishop first offered a prayer. Ivan IV, then standing on a platform, addressed the bishop in the following terms: Holy Father, your zeal for religion, your love for our country are well known to me. Aid me in my good intentions. I lost while an infant my parents, and the nobles who sought only their own aggrandizement neglected entirely my education, and have usurped in my name wealth and power. They have enriched themselves by injustice, and have crushed the poor without any one daring to check their ambition. I was, as it were, both deaf and dumb to my deplorable ignorance, for I heard not the lamentations of the poor, and my words solaced them not in their sorrows. Who can tell the tears which have been shed, the blood which has flowed? For all these things the judgment of God is to be feared. Bowing then on all sides to the people, the monarch, continuing, thus addressed them: O you my people, whom the All-Powerful has entrusted to my care, I invoke this day in my behalf both your religion and the love you have for me. It is impossible to repair past faults, but I will hereafter be your protector from oppression and all wrong. Forget those griefs which shall never be renewed. Lay aside every subject of discord, and let Christian love fraternize your hearts. From this day I will be your judge and your defender. Religious ceremonies, simple yet imposing, closed the scene. Alexis was appointed Minister of Justice, receiving special instructions to watch the empire with a vigilant eye, that the poor especially should be subject to no oppression. From that moment all the actions of the sovereign were guided by the counsels of Sylvester and Adashef. Ivan IV assembled around him a council of his wisest and best men, and ever presided in person over their meetings. With great energy he entered upon the work of establishing a code of laws which should be based upon love of justice and good order. In the year 1550 this important code was promulgated, which forms almost the basis of Russian civilization. On the 23rd of February, 1551, a large convention of the clergy, of the nobles, and of the principal citizens of the empire was assembled at the Kremlin, and the emperor presented to them, for their own consideration and approval, the code of laws which has been framed. The mind of Ivan IV expanded rapidly under these noble toils, and in a speech of great eloquence he urged them to examine these laws, to point out any defects, and to cooperate with him in every endeavor for the prosperity of Russia. After having thus settled the affairs of the state, the monarch turned his attention to those of the church, urging the clergy to devote themselves to the work of ecclesiastical reform, to add simplicity to the ceremonies of religion, to prepare books of piety for people, to train up a thoroughly instructed clergy for the pulpits, to establish rules of the decorous observance of divine worship, to abolish useless monasteries, to purify the convents of all immorality, and to insist that ecclesiastics of every grade should be patterns of piety for their flocks. The clergy eagerly engaged in this plan of reform, and vied with their Christian monarchs in their efforts for the public weal. Among the number of projects truly worthy of the Grand Prince, we must not neglect particular mention of his attempt to enrich Russia by encouraging the immigration from other lands of men distinguished in the arts and sciences. A distinguished German named Schlitt, being in Moscow in 1547, informed the Tzar of the rapid progress Germany was making in civilization and enlightenment. Ivan IV. Listened attentively, and after many interviews and protracted questionings, proposed that he should return to Germany as an envoy from Russia and invite in his name to Moscow artists, physicians, apothecaries, printers, mechanics, and also literary men skilled in the languages dead or living, and learned theologians. Schlitt accepted the mission and hastened to Augsburg, where the Emperor Charles V. was then presiding over a diet. Schlitt presented to him a letter from Ivan IV. Relative to this business. Charles was a little doubtful as to the expediency of allowing illustrious men from his empire to emigrate and thus add to the consideration and power of a rival kingdom. Nevertheless, after a long deliberation within assembled states, he consented to gratify the Tzar on consideration that he would engage by oath not to allow any of the artists or the literati to pass from Russia into Turkey, and that he would not employ their talents in any manner hurtful to the German Empire. Turkey was at the time assuming an attitude so formidable that it was deemed expedient to increase the power of Russia, as that kingdom might thus more effectually aid as a barrier against the Turks, while at the same time it was deemed a matter of the utmost moment that Turkey should receive no aid whatever from Christian civilization. Charles V. accordingly gave Schlitt a written commission to raise his corps of emigrants. He soon assembled 120 illustrious men at Lübeck, where they were to embark for Russia. But in the meantime the opposition had gained ground, and even Charles V. himself had become apprehensive that Russia, thus enlightened, might attain to formidable power. He accordingly had Schlitt arrested. The corps of immigrants, thus deprived of their leader and consequently disheartened, soon dispersed. Several months passed away before Ivan IV. Received intelligence of the sad fate of his envoy. Though the plan thus failed, nevertheless, quite a number of these German artists, notwithstanding the prohibition of the emperor, effected their escape from Germany, secretly entered Russia, and engaged in the service of the Tzar, where they were very efficient in contributing to Russian civilization. The barbarian horde at Kazan still continued to annoy Russia with very many incursions. Some were mere petty forays, others were extended invasions, but all were alike merciless and bloody. In February 1550, Ivan IV., then but 22 years of age, placed himself at the head of a large army to descend the Volga and punish the horde. The monarch was young and totally inexperienced in war. A series of terrible disasters from storms and floods thinned his ranks, and the monarch in great dejection returned to Moscow to replenish his forces. Again, early in December, he hastened to meet his army, which had been rendezvoused at Nizhny Novgorod on the Volga, about 300 miles west of Moscow. In the early spring they descended the river, and in great force encamped before the walls of Kazan. The walls were of wood. The Russians were 60,000 strong, and were aided with several batteries of artillery. The assault was immediately commenced, and for one whole day the battle raged with equal valor on the part of the assailants and the defendants. The next day a storm arose, the rain falling abundantly and freezing as it touched the ground. The encampment was flooded, and the assailants, unable to make any progress, were again compelled to beat a retreat. These reverses mortified the young Tzar, though he succeeded in effecting a treaty with the barbarians, which in some degree covered his disgrace. But the horde, entirely disorganized, paid no regard to treaties and continued their depredations. Again, in the year 1552, the Tzar prepared another expedition to check their ravages. He announced to the council, in a very solemn session, that the time had arrived when it was necessary at all hazards to check the pride of the horde. "God is my witness," said he, "that I do not seek vain glory, but I wish to secure the repose of my people. How shall I be able in the day of judgment to say to the Most High, Behold me and the subject thou hast entrusted to my care, if I do not shelter them from the eternal enemies of Russia, from these barbarians, from whom one can have neither peace nor truce?" The lords endeavored to persuade the emperor to remain at Moscow and to entrust the expedition to his experienced generals, but he declared that he would not expose his army to perils and fatigues which he was not also ready and willing to share. Though many were in favor of a winter's campaign, as Kezan was surrounded with streams and lakes which the ice would then bridge, yet Ivan decided upon the summer as more favorable for the transportation of his army down the rivers. By the latter part of May, the waters of the Volga and the Oka were covered with bateaux laden with artillery and with military stores, and the banks of those streams were crowded with troops upon the march. Nizhny Novgorod, where the Oka empties into the Volga, was as usual the appointed place of rendezvous. The 16th of June Ivan took leave of the Empress Anastasia. Her emotion at parting was so great that she fell fainting into the arms of her husband. From his palace Ivan proceeded to the Church of the Assumption, where the blessing of heaven was implored, and then, issuing orders that the bishops all over the empire should offer prayers daily for the success of the expedition, he mounted his horse, and, accompanied by the cavalry of his guard, took the route to Kolomna, a city on the Oka, about 100 miles south of Moscow. It will be remembered that the Tartar horde existed in several vast encampments. One of these encampments occupied Tauride, as the region north of the Crimea and including that peninsula was then called. These barbarians, thinking that the Russian army was now 500 miles west of Moscow at Kazan, and that empire was thus defenseless, with a vast army of invasion, were on the eager march for Moscow. Ivan and Kolomna heard joyfully of their approach, for he was prepared to meet them and to chastise them with merited severity. On the 22nd of July, the horde, unconscious of their danger, surrounded the walls of Tula, a city about 100 miles south of Kolomna. Ivan himself, heading a division of the army, fell fiercely upon them, and the Tartars were totally routed, losing artillery, camels, banners, and a large number of prisoners. They were pursued a long distance, as in wild rout they fled back to their own country. This brilliant success greatly elated the army. Ivan IV, sending his trophies to Moscow as an encouragement to the capital, again put his army in motion towards Kazan. The relation which existed between the sovereign and his pastor, the faithful metropolitan bishop, may be inferred from the following communications, which passed between them, equally worthy of them both. "May the soul of your majesty," wrote the metropolitan, "remain pure and chaste. Be humble in prosperity and courageous in adversity. The piety of a sovereign saves and blesses his empire." The Tzar replied, "Worthy pastor of the church, we thank you for your Christian instructions. We will engrave them in our heart. Continue to ask your wise counsels, and aid us also with your prayers. We advance against the enemy. May the Lord soon enable us to secure peace and repose to the Christians." On the 13th of August, with his assembled army, he reached Vyansk on the Volga, about 50 miles above Kazan. Here he encamped to concentrate and rest his troops after so long a march. Barges freighted with provisions, merchandise, and munitions of war were incessantly arriving from the vast regions watered by the Volga and the Oka. As by magic, an immense city spread out over the green plain. Tents glistened in the sun, banners waved, and horsemen and footmen, in all the gorgeous panoply of war, extended as far as the eye could reach. While resting here, Ivan IV sent an embassy to Kazan, saying that the Tzar sought their repentance and amendment, not their destruction; that if they would deliver up to the punishment of the authors of sedition, he would give satisfactory pledges of future friendliness, they might live in peace under the paternal government of the Tzar. To this message a contemptuous and defiant response was returned by the Tartar Khan. The answer was closed with these words: "We are anxiously awaiting your arrival, and are all ready to commence our festivities." That very day the Russian army, amounting to 150,000 men, arrived within sight of Kezan. A prairie 4 miles in width, carpeted with flowers, extended from Volga to the range of mountains at the base of which the city stood. The Tartars, abounding in wealth, by the aid of engineers and architects from all lands, had surrounded the city with massive walls defended with towers, ramparts, and bastions in the most formidable strength of military art as then known. Within the walls rose the minarets of innumerable mosques, and the turrets of palaces embellished with all the gorgeousness of Oriental wealth and taste. The horde, relying upon the strength of their fortification, remained behind their walls, where they prepared for a defense which they doubted not would be successful. 2 days were employed in disembarking the artillery and the munitions of war. While thus engaged, a deserter escaped from the city and announced to the Tzar that the fortress was abundantly supplied with artillery, provisions, and all means of defense, that the garrison consisted of 32,700 veteran soldiers, that a numerous corps of cavalry had been detached to scour the surrounding country and raise an army of cavalry and infantry to assail the besiegers in flank and rear, while the garrisons should be prepared to sally from their entrenchments. In the 23rd of August, at the dawn of day, the army, advancing from the river, approached the city. The moment the sun appeared in the horizon, at the sound of innumerable trumpets, the whole army arrested their steps, and the sacred standard was unfurled, presenting the effigy of Jesus Christ, our Savior, surmounted by a golden cross. Ivan IV and his staff alighted from their horses, and, beneath the shadow of the banner, with prayers and other exercises of devotion, received the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. The monarch then rode along the ranks, and, in an impassioned harangue, roused the soldiers to the noblest enthusiasm. Exalting the glory of those who might fall in the defense of religion, he assured them, in the name of Russia, that their wives and their children should never be forgotten, but that they should be the objects of his special care and should ever enjoy protection and abundance. In conclusion, he assured them that he was determined to sacrifice his own life, if necessary, to secure the triumph of the cross. These words were received with shouts of acclaim. The chaplain of Ivan, elevated to the view of the whole army, pronounced a solemn benediction upon the sovereign and upon all the troops, and then, bowing to the sacred standard, exclaimed, "O Lord, it is in thy name we now march against the infidels." With waving banners and pealing trumpets, the army was now conducted before the walls of the city. Everything there seemed abandoned and in profound silence and solitude. Not the slightest movement could be perceived. Not an individual appeared upon the walls. Many of the Russians began to rejoice, imagining that the Tzar of Kezan, struck with terror, had fled with his army into the forest. But the generals, more experienced, suspected a snare, and regarded the aspect of affairs as a motive for redoubled prudence. With great caution they made their dispositions for commencing the siege. As a division of 7,000 troops were crossing a bridge which they had thrown over a ditch near the walls, suddenly a violent uproar succeeded the profound silence which had reigned in the city. The air was filled with cries of rage. The massive gates rolled open upon their hinges, and 15,000 mounted Tartars, armed to the teeth, rushed upon the little band with a shock utterly resistless, and in a few moments the Russians were cut to pieces in the presence of the whole army. The victorious Tartars, having achieved this signal exploit, swept back again into the city, and the gates were closed. This event taught the Russians prudence. Anticipating a long siege, a city of tents was reared, with its streets and squares beyond the reach of the guns from the walls. 3 churches of canvas were constructed, where worship was daily held. Day after day the siege was conducted with the usual events witnessed around a beleaguered fortress. There were the thunderings of artillery, the explosions of mines, fierce and bloody sorties, the shrieks of the combatants, and the city ever burning by flames enkindled by red-hot shot thrown over the walls. The Russian batteries grew every day more and more formidable, and the ramparts crumbled beneath their blows. The Russian army was so numerous that the soldiers relieved themselves at the batteries, and the bombardment was continued day and night. At length a Tatar army was seen descending the distant mountains and hastening to the relief of the garrison. Ivan dispatched one half his army to meet them. The Tartars, after a sanguinary conflict, were cut to pieces. As the division returned, covered with dust and blood, and exulting in their great achievement, Ivan displayed the prisoners, the banners, and the spoils he had taken before the walls of the city. A herald was then sent to address these words to the besieged: "Ivan promises you life, liberty, and pardon for the past, if you will submit yourselves to him." The response returned was: "We had rather die by our own pure hands than perish by those of miserable Christians." The answer was followed by a storm of all the missiles of war. The monarch, wishing as far as possible to save the city from destruction and to avoid the effusion of blood, directed a German engineer to sink a mine under an important portion of the walls. The miners proceeded until they could hear the footsteps of the Kazanians over their heads. 11 tons of powder were placed in the vault. On the 5th of September the match was applied. The explosion was awful. Large portions of the wall, towers, buildings, rocks, the mutilated bodies of men, were thrown hundreds of feet into the air and fell upon the city, crushing the dwellings and the inhabitants. The besieged were seized with mortal terror, not knowing to what to attribute so dire a calamity. The Russians, who were prepared for the explosion, waving their swords, with loud outcries rushed in at the breach. But the Kazanians, soon recovering from their consternation, with their breasts and their artillery presented a new rampart and beat back the foe. Thus, day after day, the horrible carnage continued. Within the city and without the city, death held high carnival. There were famine and pestilence and misery in all imaginable forms within the walls. In the camp of the besiegers there were mutilation and death's agonies and despair. Army after army of Tartars came to the help of the besieged, but they were mown down mercilessly by Russian sabers and trampled beneath Russian hoofs. Ivan, morning and evening, with his generals, entered the church to implore the blessings of God upon his enterprise. In no other way could he rescue Russia from the invasion of these barbarians than by thus appealing to the energies of the sword. In the contemplation of such a tragedy, the mind struggles in bewilderment, and can only say, "Be still and know that I am God." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. The Empire of Russia from the remotest periods to the present time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 14. The Reign of Ivan IV. Continued. From 1552 to 1557. Siege of Kazan, artifices of war, the explosion of mines, the final assault, complete subjugation of Kazan, gratitude and liberality of the Tzar, return to Moscow, joy of the inhabitants, birth of an heir to the crown, insurrection in Kazan, the insurrection quelled, conquest of Astrakhan, the English expedition in search of a northeast passage to India, the establishment at Archangel, commercial relations between France and Russia, Russian embassy to England, extension of commerce. The Russians had now been a month before the walls of Kazan. 10,000 of the defenders had already been slain. The autumnal sun was rapidly declining, and the storms of winter were approaching. Secretly they now constructed, a mile and a half from the camp, an immense tower upon wheels, and rising higher than the walls of the city. Upon the platform of this tower they placed 16 cannon of the largest caliber, which were worked by the most skillful gunners. In the night this terrible machine was rolled up to the walls, and with the first dawn of the morning opened its fire upon the dwellings and the streets. The carnage was at first horrible, but the besieged at length took refuge in subterranean walks and covered ways, where they indomitably continued the conflict. The artillery placed upon the walls of Kazan was speedily dismounted by the batteries on the tower. A new series of mines beneath the walls were now constructed by the Russian engineers, which were to operate with destructive power hitherto unrecorded in the annals of war. On the 1st of October the Tzar announced to the army that the mines were ready to be fired, and wished them to prepare for the general assault. While one half of the troops continued the incessant bombardment, the other half were assembled in the churches to purify themselves for the conflict by confession, penitence, prayer, and the partaking of the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. The divisions then exchanged, that the whole army might prostrate itself before God. Ivan IV himself retired with his confessor, and passed several hours in earnest devotion. The night preceding the assault there was no repose in either camp. The Kazanians, who were anxiously awaiting events, had perceived an extraordinary movement among the Russians, as each battalion was guided to the spot whence it was to rush over the ruins immediately after the explosion. 48 tons of powder had been placed in the mines. The morning of the 2nd of October dawned serene and cloudless. The earliest light revealed the Russians and the Kazanians each at their posts. The moment the sun appeared above the horizon the explosion took place. First the earth trembled and rose and fell for many miles as if shaken by an earthquake. A smothered roar, swelling into pealing thunder, ensued, which appalled every mind. Immense volumes of smoke, thick and suffocating, instantaneously rolled over the city and the beleaguering camp, converting day into night. A horrible melange of timber, rocks, guns, and mutilated bodies of men, women, and children were hurled into the air through the storm cloud of war, and fell in hideous ruin alike upon the besiegers and the besieged. At the moment when the explosion took place, one of the bishops in the church was reading the words of our Savior, foretelling the peaceful reign of fraternity and of heavenly love. Henceforth there shall be but one flock and one shepherd. Strange contrast between the spirit of heaven and the woes of the fallen world. For a moment even the Russians, though all prepared for the explosion, were paralyzed by its direful effects. But instantly recovering, they raised the simultaneous shout, "God is with us!" and rushing over the debris of ruin and blood, penetrated the city. The Tartars met them with the fury of despair, appealing in their turn to Allah and Mohammed. Soon the Russian banner floated over tottering towers and blackened walls, though for many hours the battle raged with fierceness which human energies cannot exceed. Prince Vorotinsky, early in the afternoon, soiled with blood and blackened with smoke, rode from the ruins of the city into the presence of Ivan, and bowing said, "Sire, rejoice. Your bravery and your good fortune have secured the victory. Kazan is ours. The Khan is in your power. The people are slain or taken captive. Unspeakable riches have fallen into our hands." "Let God be glorified," cried Ivan, raising his eyes and his hands to heaven. Then, taking the sacred standard in his own hands, he entered the city, planted the banner in one of the principal squares, ordered a Te Deum there to be chanted, and then directed that upon that spot the foundation should be laid of the first Christian temple. All the booty Ivan surrendered to the army, saying, "The only riches I desire are the repose and the honor of Russia." Then, assembling his troops around him, he thus addressed them: "Valiant lords, generals, officers, all of you who in this solemn day have suffered for the glory of God, for religion, your country, and your emperor, you have acquired immortal glory. Never before did a people develop such bravery. Never before was so signal a victory gained. How can I suitably reward your glorious actions? And you who repose on the field of honor, noble children of Russia, you are already in the celestial realms, in the midst of Christian martyrs, and all resplendent with glory. This is the recompense with which God has rewarded you. But as of us, it is our duty to transmit your names to future ages, and the sacred list in which they shall be enrolled shall be placed in the temple of the Lord, that they may ever live in the memory of men. You who bathed in your blood still live to experience the effects of my love and my gratitude. All of you brave warriors now before me, listen attentively to my words, and repose perfect confidence in the promises I make to you this day, that I will cherish you and protect you to the end of my life." These were not idle words. Ivan personally visited the wounded, cheered them with his sympathy, and ever after watched over them with parental care. His brother-in-law Daniel was immediately sent an envoy to the empress and to the metropolitan bishop, to inform them of the victory. The day was closed by a festival, in a gorgeous tent, where all the principal officers and lords were invited to dine with the Tzar. A proclamation was addressed to all the tribes and nations of the conquered region. "Come," said the Russian Tzar, "without fear to me. The past is forgotten, for perfidy has received its reward. I shall require of you only the tribute which you have heretofore paid to the Tzars of Kazan." On the 3rd of October, the dead were buried and the whole city was cleansed. The next day Ivan, accompanied by his clergy, his council, and the chiefs of his army, made his triumphal entrance and laid on the designated spot the cornerstone of the cathedral church of the Visitation. He also made the tour of the city, bearing the sacred banner, and consecrating Kazan to the true God. The clergy sprinkled holy water upon the streets and upon the walls of the houses, imploring the benediction of heaven upon this new rampart of Christianity. They prayed that the inhabitants might be preserved from all maladies, that they might be strengthened to repel every enemy, and that the city might forever remain the glorious heritage of Russia. Having traversed the whole city and the designated places for the erection of churches, the Tzar gave orders for the immediate rebuilding of the fortifications, and then, accompanied by his court, he took possession of the palace of the Khan, over which now floated the banners of the cross. It was thus that one of the most considerable principalities of the descendants of Genghis Khan fell into the hands of Russia. Kazan was founded upon the ruins of ancient Bulgaria, and, situated upon the frontiers of Russia, had long filled the empire with terror. Ivan immediately established a new government for the city and the surrounding region, which was occupied by 5 different nations, powerful in numbers and redoubtable in war. An army of about 10,000 men was left to garrison the fortresses of the city. On the 11th of October the emperor prepared to return to Moscow. Many of the lords counseled that he should remain at Kazan until spring, that the more distant regions might be overawed by the presence of the army. But the monarch, impatient to see his spouse and to present himself in Moscow fresh from these fields of glory, rejected these sage counsels, and adopted the advice of those who also wished to repose beneath the laurels they had already acquired. Passing the night of the 11th of October on the banks of the Volga, he embarked on the morning of the 12th in a barge to ascend the stream, while the cavalry followed along upon the banks. The emperor passed one day at Svyazk and proceeded to Nizhny Novgorod. The whole city, men, women, and children, flocked to meet him. They could not find words strong enough to express their gratitude for their deliverance from the terrible incursions of the horde. They fell at their monarch's feet, bathed his hands with their tears, and implored heaven's blessing upon him. From Nizhny Novgorod the emperor took the land route through Balakna and Vladimir to Moscow. On the way he met a courier from the Empress Anastasia, announcing to him that she had given birth to a son whom she named Dmitri. The Tzar, in the tumult of his joy, leaped from his horse, passionately embraced Trakhaniot, the herald, and then falling upon his knees with his tears trickling down his cheeks, rendered thanks to God for the gift. Not knowing how upon the spot to recompense the herald for the blissful tidings, he took the royal cloak from his own shoulders and spread it over Trakhaniot, and passed into his hands the magnificent charger from whom the monarch had just alighted. He spent the night of the 28th of October in a small village but a few miles from Moscow, all things being prepared for his triumphant entrance into the capital the next day. With the earliest light in the morning he advanced toward the city. The crowd, even at that early hour, was so great that for a distance of 4 miles there was but a narrow passage left through the dense ranks of the people for the Tzar and his guard. The emperor advanced slowly, greeted by the acclaim of more than 1,000,000 of his people. With uncovered head he bowed to the right and to the left, while the multitude incessantly cried, "May heaven grant long life to our pious Tzar, conqueror of barbarians and savior of Christians." At the gate he was met by the metropolitan, the bishops, the lords, and the princes, ranged in order of procession under the sacred banner. Ivan IV. Dismounted and addressed them in touching words of congratulation. The response of the metropolitan was soulful, flooding the eyes of the monarch and exciting all who heard it to the highest enthusiasm. "As for us, O Tzar," he said in conclusion, "in testimony of our gratitude for your toils and your glorious exploits, we prostrate ourselves before you." At these words the metropolitan, the clergy, the dignitaries, and the people fell upon their knees before their sovereign, bowing their faces to the ground. There were sobbings and shoutings, cries of benedictions, and transports of joy. The monarch was now conducted to the Kremlin, which had been rebuilt, and attended mass in the Church of the Assumption. He then hastened to the palace to greet his spouse. The happy mother was in the chamber of convalescence with her beautiful boy at her side. For once at least there was joy in a palace. The enthusiasm which reigned in the capital and throughout all Russia was such as has never been surpassed. The people, trained to faith and devotion, crowded the churches, which were constantly open, addressing incessant thanksgiving to heaven. The preachers exhausted the powers of eloquence in describing the grandeur of the actions of their prince, his exertions, fatigues, bravery, the stratagems of war during the siege, the despairing ferocity of the Kazanians, and the final and glorious result. After several days passed in the bosom of his family, Ivan gave a grand festival in his palace on the 8th of November. The metropolitan, the bishops, the abbeys, the princes, and all the lords and warriors who had distinguished themselves during the siege of Kazan were invited. Never, say the annalists, had there before been seen at Moscow a fete so sumptuous, joy so intense, or liberality so princely. The fete continued for 3 days, during which the emperor did not cease to distribute, with a liberal hand, proofs of his munificence. His bounty has extended from the metropolitan bishop down to the humblest soldier, distinguished for his bravery or his wounds. The monarch, thus surrounded with glory, beloved by his people, the conqueror of a foreign empire and the pacificator of his own, distinguished for the nobleness of his personal character and the grandeur of his exploits, likewise as a legislator and humane as a man, was still but 22 years of age. His career thus far presents a phenomenon quite unparalleled in history. As soon as Anastasia was able to leave her couch, she accompanied the Tzar to the monastery of Troitsky, where his infant son Dmitri received the ordinance of baptism. It seems to be the doom of life that every calm should be succeeded by a storm, that days of sunshine should be followed by darkness and tempests. Early in the year 1553 tidings reached Moscow that the barbarians at Kazan were in bloody insurrection. The Russian troops had been worsted in many conflicts, very many of them were slain. The danger was imminent that the insurrection would prove successful, and that the Russians would be entirely exterminated from Kazan. The imprudence of the emperor in withdrawing before the conquest was consolidated was now apparent to all. To add to the consternation, the monarch himself was suddenly seized with an inflammatory fever. The progress of the malady was so rapid that almost immediately his life was despaired of. The mind of the Tzar was unclouded, and being informed of his danger, without any apparent agitation, he called for his secretary to draw up his last will and testament. The monarch nominated for his successor his infant son, Dmitri. To render the act more imposing, he requested the lords, who were assembled in an adjoining saloon, to take the oath of allegiance to his son. Immediately the spirit of revolt was manifested. Many of the lords dreaded the long minority of the infant prince, and the government of the regency which would probably ensue. The contest, loud and angry, reached the ears of the king, and he sent for the refractory lords to approach his bedside. Ivan, burning with fever, with hardly strength to speak, and expecting every hour to die, turned his eyes to them reproachfully and said, "Who then do you wish to choose for your Tzar? I am too feeble to speak long. Dmitri, though in his cradle, is none the less your legitimate sovereign. If you are deaf to the voice of conscience, you must answer for it before God." One of the nobles frankly responded, "Sire, we are all devoted to you and to your son, but we fear the regency of Yuriev, who will undoubtedly govern Russia in the name of an infant who has not yet attained his intellectual faculties. This is the true cause of our solicitude. To how many calamities we were not exposed during the government of the lords, before your majesty had attained the age of reason. It is necessary to avoid the recurrence of such woes." The monarch was now too feeble to speak, and the nobles withdrew from his chamber. Some took the oath to obey the will of the sovereign, others refused, and the bitter strife extended through the city and the kingdom. The dissentients rallied round Prince Vladimir, and the nation was threatened with civil war. The next day the Tzar had revived a little, and again assembled the lords in his chamber, and entreated them to take the oath of submission to his son and to Anastasia, the guardian of the infant prince. Overcome by the exertion, the monarch sank into a state of lethargy, and to all seemed to be dying. But being young, temperate and vigorous, it proved but the crisis of the disease. He awoke from his sleep calm and decidedly convalescent. Deeply wounded by the unexpected opposition which he had encountered, he yet manifested no spirit of revenge, though Anastasia, with woman's more sensitive nature, could never forget the opposition which had been manifested towards herself and her child. Ivan, during his sickness, had made a vow that in case of recovery he would visit in homage the monastery of St. Cyril, some 1,000 miles distant beyond the waves of the Volga. It is pleasant to record the remonstrance with Maxim, one of the clergy, made against the fulfillment of his wishes. "You are about," said he, "to undertake a dangerous journey with your spouse and your infant child. Can the fulfillment of a vow, which reason disapproves, be agreeable to God? It is useless to seek in desert that Heavenly Father who fills the universe with His presence. If you desire to testify to heaven the gratitude you feel, do good upon the throne. The conquest of Kazan, an event so propitious for Russia, has nevertheless caused the death of many Christians. The widows, the mothers, the orphans of warriors who fell upon the field of honor are overwhelmed with affliction. Endeavor to comfort them and to dry their tears by your beneficence. These are the deeds pleasing to God and worthy of a Tzar. Nevertheless, the monarch persisted in his plan and entered upon the long journey. He buried his child by the way, and returned overwhelmed with grief. But he encountered a greater calamity than the death of the young prince in bad advice, which he received from Vassian, the aged and venerable prince of Kolomna. "Sire," had the unwise ecclesiastic, "if you wish to become a monarch truly absolute, ask advice of no one, and deem no one wiser than yourself. Establish it as an irrevocable principle never to receive the counsels of others, but, on the contrary, give counsel to them. Command, but never obey. Then you will be a true sovereign, terrible to the lords. Remember that the counselors of the wisest princes always in the end dominate over them." The subtle poison which this disclosure distilled penetrated the soul of Ivan. He seized the hand of Vassian, pressed it to his lips, and said, "My father himself could not have given me advice more salutary." Bitterly was the prince deceived. Experience has proved that in the counsel of the wise and virtuous there is safety. There was no sudden change in the character of Ivan. He still continued for some years to manifest the most sincere esteem for the opinions of Sylvester and Adashev. But the poison of bad principles was gradually diffusing itself through his heart. A year had not passed away ere Ivan was consoled by the birth of another son. In the meantime, he devoted himself with ardor to measures for the restoration of tranquillity in Kazan. A numerous army was assembled at Nizhny Novgorod, with orders to commence the campaign for the reconquest of the country as soon as the cold of winter should bridge the lakes and streams. The Tartars had made very vigorous efforts to repel their foes by summoning every fighting man to the field, and by the construction of fortresses and throwing up of redoubts. In November of 1553, the storm of battle was recommenced on fields of ice and amidst smothering tempests of snow. For more than a month there was not a day without a conflict. In these incessant engagements the Tartars lost 10,000 men slain and 6,000 prisoners. 1,600 of the most distinguished of these prisoners, princes, nobles and chieftains, who had been the most conspicuous in the rebellion, were put to death. Nevertheless, these severities did not stifle the insurrection. The Tartars, in banditti bands, even crossing the Volga, pillaging, massacring and burning with savage cruelty. For 5 years the war raged in Kazan with every accompaniment of ferocity and misery. The country was devastated and almost depopulated. Hardly a chief of note was left alive. The horrors of war then ceased. The Russians took possession of the country, filled it with their own emigrants, reared churches, established Christianity, and spread over the community the protection of Russian law. Most of the Kazanians who remained embraced Christianity, and from that time Kazan, the ancient Bulgaria, has remained an integral portion of the Russian Empire. Soon after, a new conquest, more easy but not less glorious, was added to that of Kazan. The city and province of Astrakhan, situated at the mouth of the Volga as it enters the Caspian, had existed from the remotest antiquity, enjoying wealth and renown even before the foundation of the Russian Empire. In the 3rd century of the Christian era, it was celebrated for its commerce, and it became one of the favorite capitals of the all-conquering Tartars. Russia, being now in the possession of all the upper waters of the Volga, decided to extend their dominions down the river to the Caspian. It was not difficult to find ample causes of complaint against pagan and barbaric hordes, whose only profession was robbery and war. Early in the spring of 1554, a numerous and choice army descended the Volga in bateaux to the delta on which Astrakhan is built. The low lands, intersected by the branching stream, is composed of innumerable islands. The inhabitants of the city, abandoning the capital entirely, took refuge among these islands, where they enjoyed great advantages in repelling assailants. The Russians took possession of the city, prosecuted the war vigorously through the summer, and the Tzar, on the 20th of October, which was his birthday, received the gratifying intelligence that every foe was quelled and that the Russian government was firmly established on the shores of the Caspian. Well might Russia now be proud of its territorial greatness. The opening of these new realms encouraged commerce, promoted wealth, and developed to an extraordinary degree the resources of the empire. England was at that time far beyond the bounds of the political horizon of Russia. In fact, the Russians hardly knew that there was such a nation. Great Britain was not at that time a maritime power of the first order. Spain, Portugal, Venice, and Genoa were then the great monarchs of the ocean. England was just beginning to become the dangerous rival of those states whom she was already so infinitely surpassed in maritime greatness. She had then formed the project of opening a shorter route to the Indies through the North Sea, and in 1553, during the reign of Edward VI, had dispatched an expedition of 3 vessels under Hugh Willoughby in search of a northeast passage. These vessels, separated by a tempest, were unable to reunite, and 2 of them were wrecked upon the icy coast of Russian Lapland in the extreme latitude of 80 degrees north. Willoughby and his companions perished. Some Lapland fishermen found their remains in the winter of the year 1554. Willoughby was seated in a cabin constructed upon the shore, with his journal before him, with which he appeared to have been occupied until the moment of his death. The other ship, commanded by Captain Chancellor, was more fortunate. He penetrated the White Sea, and, on the 24th of August, landed in the Bay of Dwina, at the Russian monastery of St. Nicholas, where now stands the city of Archangel. The English informed the inhabitants, who were astonished at the apparition of such a ship in their waters, that they were bearers of a letter to the Tzar from the King of England, who desired to establish commercial relations with the great and hitherto almost unknown Northern Empire. The commandant of the country furnished the mariners with provisions, and immediately dispatched a courier to Ivan at Moscow, which was some 600 miles south of the Bay of Dwina. Ivan IV wisely judged that this circumstance might prove favorable to Russian commerce, and immediately sent a courier to invite Chancellor to come to Moscow, at the same time making arrangements for him to accomplish the journey with speed and comfort. Chancellor, with some of his officers, accepted the invitation. Arriving at Moscow, the English were struck with astonishment in view of the magnificence of the court, the polished address and the dignified manners of the nobles, the rich costume of the courtiers, and particularly with the jeweled and golden brilliance of the throne, upon which was seated a young monarch decorated in the most dazzling style of regal splendor, and in whose presence all observed the most respectful silence. Chancellor presented to Ivan IV the letter of Edward VI. It was a noble letter, worthy of England's monarch, and, being translated into many languages, was addressed generally to all the sovereigns of the East and the North. The letter was dated London, in the year 5517 of the creation, and of our reign the 17th. The English were honorably received, and were invited to dine with the Tzar in the royal palace, which furnished them with a new occasion of astonishment from the sumptuousness which surrounded the sovereign. The guests, more than 100 in number, were served on plates of gold. The goblets were of the same metal. The servants, 150 in number, were also in livery richly decorated with gold lace. The Tzar wrote to Edward that he desired to form with him an alliance of friendship conformable to the precepts of the Christian religion and of every wise government, that he was anxious to do anything in his power which should be agreeable to the King of England, and that the English ambassadors and merchants who might come to Russia should be protected, treated as friends, and should enjoy perfect security. When Chancellor returned to England, Edward VI was already in the tomb, and Mary, Bloody Mary, the child of brutal Henry VIII, was on the throne. The letter of Ivan IV caused intense excitement throughout England. Every one spoke of Russia as of a country newly discovered, and all were eager to obtain information respecting its history and its geography. An association of merchants was immediately formed to open avenues of commerce with this new world. Another expedition of 2 ships was fitted out, commanded by Chancellor, to conclude a treaty of commerce with the Tzar. Mary and her husband, Philip of Spain, who was son of the Emperor Charles V, wrote a letter to the Russian monarch full of the most gracious expressions. Chancellor and his companions were received with the same cordial hospitality as before. Ivan gave them a seat at his own table, loaded them with favors, and gave to the Queen of England the title of "My dearly beloved sister." A commission of Russian merchants was appointed to confer with the English to form a commercial treaty. It was decided that the principal place for the exchange of merchandise should be at Kolmogar, on the Bay of Dwina, nearly opposite the convent of St. Nicholas, that each party should be free to name its own prices, but that every kind of fraud should be judged after the criminal code of Russia. Ivan then delivered to the English a diploma, granting them permission to traffic freely in all the cities of Russia without molestation and without paying any tribute or tax. They were free to establish themselves wherever they pleased, to purchase houses and shops, and to engage servants and mechanics in their employ, and to exact from them oaths of fidelity. It was also agreed that a man should be responsible for his own conduct only, and not for that of his agents, and that though the sovereign might punish the criminal with the loss of liberty and even of life, yet under no circumstances should he touch his property, that should always pass to his natural heirs. The port of St. Nicholas, which for ages had been silent and solitary in these northern waters, where the English had found but a poor and gloomy monastery, the tomb, as it were, of hooded monks, soon became a busy place of traffic. The English constructed there a large and beautiful mansion for the accommodation of their merchants, and streets were formed, lined with spacious storehouses. The principal merchandise which the English then imported into Russia consisted of cloths and sugar. The merchants offered 12 guineas for what was then called a half piece of cloth, and 4 shillings a pound for sugar. In 1556, Chancellor embarked for England with 4 ships, richly laden with the gold and produce of Russia, accompanied by Joseph Nepeia, an ambassador to the Queen of England. Fortune, which until then had smiled upon this hardy mariner, now turned adverse. Tempests dispersed his ships, and one only reached London. Chancellor himself perished in the waters upon the coast of Scotland. The ships dashed upon the rocks, and the Russian ambassador Nepeia barely escaped with his life. Arriving at London, he was overwhelmed with caresses and presents. The most distinguished dignitaries of the state and 140 merchants, accompanied by a great number of attendants, all richly clad and mounted upon superb horses, rode out to meet him. They presented to him a horse magnificently caparisoned, and thus escorted, the first Russian ambassador made his entrance into the capital of Great Britain. The inhabitants of London crowded the streets to catch a sight of the illustrious Russian, and thousands of voices greeted him with the heartiest acclaim. A magnificent mansion was assigned for his residence, which was furnished in the highest style of splendor. He was invited to innumerable festivals, and the court were eager to exhibit to him everything worthy of notice in the city of London. He was conducted to the Cathedral of St. Paul, to Westminster Abbey, to the Tower, and to all parks and palaces. The queen received Nepeia with the most marked consideration. At one of the most gorgeous festivals he was seated by her side, the observed of all observers. The ambassador could only regret that the rich presents of furs and Russian fabrics, which the Tzar had sent by his hand to Mary, were all engulfed upon the coast of Scotland. The queen sent to the Tzar the most beautiful fabrics of the English looms, and the most exquisitely constructed weapons of war, such as sabers, guns, and pistols, and a living lion and lioness, animals which never before had been seen within the bounds of the Russian Empire. In September of 1557, Nepeia embarked for Russia, taking with him several English artisans, miners, and physicians. Ivan was anxious to lose no opportunity to gain from foreign lands everything which could contribute to Russian civilization. The letter which Mary and Philip returned to Moscow was flatteringly addressed to the august Emperor Ivan IV. When the Tzar learned all the honors and the testimonials of affection with which his ambassador had been greeted in London, he considered the English as the most precious of all the friends of Russia. He ordered mansions to be prepared for the accommodations of their merchants in all the commercial cities of the empire, and he treated them in other respects with such marked tokens of regard that all the letters which they wrote to London were filled with expressions of gratitude towards the Russian sovereign. In the year 1557, an English commercial fleet entered the Baltic Sea and proceeded to the mouth of Dwina to establish there an entrepot of English merchandise. The commander-in-chief of the squadron visited Moscow, where he was received with the greatest cordiality, and thence passed down the Volga to Astrakhan, that he might there establish commercial relations with Persia. The Tzar, reposing entire confidence in the London merchants, entered into their views and promised to grant them every facility for the transportation of English merchandise, even to the remotest sections of the empire. This commercial alliance with Great Britain, founded upon reciprocal advantages, without any commingling of political jealousies, was impressed with a certain character of magnanimity and fraternity, which greatly augmented the renown of the reign of Ivan IV, and which was a signal proof of the sagacity of his administration. How beautiful are the records of peace when contrasted with the hideous annals of war! The merchants of the other nations of southern and western Europe were not slow to profit by the discovery that the English had made. Ships from Holland, freighted with the goods of that ingenious and industrious people, were soon coasting along the bays of the great empire, and penetrating her rivers engaged in traffic which neither Russia or England seemed disposed to disturb. While the Tzar was engaged in those objects which we have thus rapidly traced, other questions of immense magnitude engrossed his mind. The Tartar horde in Tauride, terrified by the destruction of the horde in Kazan, were ravaging southern Russia with continual invasions which the Tzar found it difficult to repress. Poland was also hostile, ever watching for an opportunity to strike a deadly blow, and Sweden, under Gustavus Vasa, was in open war with the empire. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. The Empire of Russia from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 15. The Abdication of Ivan IV, from 1557 to 1582. Terror of the Horde in Tauride. War with Gustavus Vasa of Sweden. Political punctilios. The Kingdom of Livonia next to Sweden. Death of Anastasia. Conspiracy against Ivan. His abdication. His resumption of the crown. Invasion of Russia by the Tatars and Turks. Heroism of Serebrinov. Utter discomfiture of the Tatars. Relations between Queen Elizabeth of England and Russia. Intrepid embassage. New war with Poland. Disasters of Russia. The Emperor kills his own son. Anguish of Ivan IV. The entire subjugation of the Tatars in Kazan terrified the horde in Tauride, lest their turn to be overwhelmed should next come. Devlet Girey, the Khan of this horde, was a man of great ability and ferocity. Ivan IV was urged by his counselors immediately to advance to the conquest of the Crimea. The achievement could then doubtless have been easily accomplished. But it was a journey of nearly 1,000 miles from Moscow to Tauride. The route was very imperfectly known. Much of the intervening region was an inhospitable wilderness. The Sultan of Turkey was the sovereign master of the horde, and Ivan feared that all the terrible energies of Turkey would be roused against him. There was, moreover, another enemy nearer at home, whom Ivan had greater cause to fear. Gustavus Vasa, the King of Sweden, had for some time contemplated with alarm the rapidly increasing power of Russia. He accordingly formed a coalition with the kings of Poland and Livonia, and with the powerful dukes of Prussia and of Denmark, for those two states were then but dukedoms, to oppose the ambition of the Tzar. An occasion for hostilities was found in a dispute respecting the boundaries between Russia and Sweden. The terrible tragedy of war was inducted by a prologue of burning villages, trampled harvests, and massacred peasants upon the frontiers. Sieges, bombardments, and fierce battles ensued with the alternations of success. From one triumphal march of invasion into Sweden, the Russians returned so laden with prisoners that, as their annalists record, a man was sold for $1 and a girl for 5 shillings. At length, as usual, both parties became weary of toil and blood, and were anxious for a respite. Gustavus proposed terms of reconciliation. Ivan IV accepted the overtures, though he returned a reproachful and indignant answer. "Your people," he wrote, "have exhausted their ferocity upon our territories. Not only have they burnt our cities and massacred our subjects, but they have even profaned our churches, purloined our images, and destroyed our bells. The inhabitants of Novgorod implored the aid of our grand army. My soldiers burnt with impatience to carry the war to Stockholm, but I restrained them, so anxious was I to avoid the effusion of human blood. All the misery resulting from this war is to be attributed to your pride. Admitting that you were ignorant of the grandeur of Novgorod, you might have learned the facts from your own merchants. They could have told you that even the suburbs of Novgorod are superior to the whole of your capital of Stockholm. Lay aside this pride and give up your quarrelsome disposition. We are willing to live in peace with you." Sweden was not in a condition to resent this rebuke. In February 1557, the ambassadors of Gustavus, consisting of 4 of the most illustrious men in the empire, clergy and nobles, accompanied by a brilliant suite, arrived in Moscow. They were not received as friends, but as distinguished prisoners who were to be treated with consideration, and whose wants were to be abundantly supplied. The Tzar refused to have any direct intercourse with them, and would only treat through the dignitaries of his court. A truce was concluded for 40 years. The Tzar, to impress the ambassadors with his wealth and grandeur, entertained them sumptuously, and they were served from vessels of gold. Though peace was thus made with Sweden, a foolish quarrel for some time prevented the conclusion of a treaty with Poland. Ivan IV demanded that Augustus, King of Poland, should recognize him as Emperor of Russia. Augustus replied that there were but two emperors in the world, the Emperor of Germany and the Sultan of Turkey. Ivan sent, through his ambassadors to Augustus, the letter of Pope Clement and of Emperor Maximilian, of the Sultan, of the kings of Spain, Sweden, and Denmark, and the recent dispatch of the King of England, all of whom recognized his title of Tzar or Emperor. Still the Polish king would not allow Ivan the title, which seemed to place the Russian throne on an eminence above that of Poland. Unfriendly relations consequently continued, with jealousies and border strifes, though there was no vigorous outbreak of war. Ivan IV. Now succeeded in attaching Livonia to the great and growing empire. It came in first as tributary, purchasing by an annual contribution peace with Russia and protection. Though there were many subsequent conflicts with Livonia, the territory subsequently became an integral portion of the empire. Russia had now become so great that her growth was yearly manifest as surrounding regions were absorbed by her superior civilization and her armies. The unenlightened states which surrounded her were ever provoking hostilities, invasion, and becoming absorbed. In the year 1558, the Tartars of Tauride, having assembled an army of 100,000 horsemen, a combination of Tartars and Turks, suddenly entered Russia, and sweeping resistlessly on, a war tempest of utter desolation, reached within 200 miles of Moscow. There they learned that Ivan himself, with an army more numerous than their own, was on the march to meet them. Turning, they retreated more rapidly than they advanced. Notwithstanding their retreat, Ivan resolved to pursue them to their own haunts. A large number of bateaux was constructed and launched upon the Don and also upon the Dnieper. The army, in these two divisions, descended these streams, one to the Sea of Azov, the other to the mouth of the Dnieper. Thence, invading Tauride both by the east and the west, they drove the terrified inhabitants, taken entirely by surprise, like sheep before them. The tents of these nomads they committed to the flames. The flocks and herds were seized, with a great amount of booty, and many Russian captives were liberated. The Tartars fled to fastnesses whence they could not be pursued. Some Turks being taken with a horde, Ivan sent them with rich presents to the Sultan, stating that he did not make war against Turkey, only against the robbers of Tauride. The Russian troops returned from this triumphant expedition by ascending the waters of the Dnieper. All Russia was filled with rejoicing, while the churches resounded with Te Deums. And now domestic griefs came to darken the palace of Ivan. For 13 years he had enjoyed all the happiness which conjugal love can confer. Anastasia was still in the brilliance of youth and beauty, when she was attacked by a dangerous sickness. As she was lying upon her couch, helpless and burning with fever, the cry of fire was heard. The day was excessively hot. The windows of the palace, all open, and drought of several weeks made everything dry as tinder. The conflagration commenced in an adjoining street, and in a moment volumes of flame and smoke were swept by the wind, enveloping the Kremlin and showering upon it and into it innumerable flakes of fire. The queen was thrown into a paroxysm of terror. The attendants hastily placed her upon a litter and bore her, almost suffocated, through the blazing streets out of the city to the village of Kolomensk. The emperor then returned to assist in arresting the conflagration. He exposed himself like a common laborer, inspiring others with intrepidity by mounting ladders, carrying water, and opposing the flames in the most dangerous positions. The conflagration proved awful in its ravages, many of the inhabitants perishing in the flames. This calamitous event was more than the feeble frame of Anastasia could endure. She rapidly failed, and on the 7th of August, 1560, she expired. The grief of Ivan was heartrending, and never was national affliction manifested in a more sincere and touching manner. Not only the whole court, but almost the entire city of Moscow, followed the remains of Anastasia to their interment. Many, in the bitterness of their grief, sobbed aloud. The most inconsolable were the poor and friendless, calling Anastasia by the name of mother. The anguish of Ivan for a time quite unmanned him, and he wept like a child. The loss of Anastasia did indeed prove to Ivan the greatest of earthly calamities. She had been his guardian angel, his guide to virtue. Having lost his guide, he fell into many errors from which Anastasia would have preserved him. In the course of a few months, either the tears of Ivan were dried up, or political considerations seemed to render it necessary for him to seek another wife. Notwithstanding the long hereditary hostility which had existed between Russia and Poland, perhaps in consequence of it, Ivan made proposals for a Polish princess, Catharine, sister of Sigismund Augustus the king. The Poles demanded, as an essential item in the marriage contract, that the children of Catharine should take the precedence of those of Anastasia as heirs to the throne. This iniquitous demand the Tzar rejected with the scorn it merited. The revenge in which the Poles indulged was characteristic of the rudeness of the times. The court of Augustus sent a white mare, beautifully caparisoned, to Ivan with the message that such a wife he would find to be in accordance with his character and wants. The outrageous insult incensed Ivan to the highest degree, and he vowed that the Poles should feel the weight of his displeasure. Catharine, in the meantime, was married to the Duke of Finland, who was brother to the King of Sweden, and whose sister was married to the King of Denmark. Thus the three kingdoms of Poland, Sweden, and Denmark, and the Duchy of Finland, were strongly allied by matrimonial ties, and were ready to combine against the Russian emperor. Ivan IV. Nursed his vengeance, waiting for an opportunity to strike a blow which should be felt. Elizabeth was now Queen of England, and her ambassador at the court of Russia was in high favor with the emperor. Probably through his influence, Ivan showed great favor to the Lutheran clergy, who were gradually gaining followers in the empire. He frequently admitted them to court, and even listened to their arguments in favor of the reformed religion. The higher clergy and the lords were much incensed by this liberality, which, in their view, endangered the ancient usages, both civil and religious, of the realm, and very formidable conspiracy was organized against the Tzar. Ivan IV. was apprised of the conspiracy, and, with singular boldness and magnanimity, immediately assembled his leading nobles and higher clergy in the great audience chamber of the Kremlin. He presented himself before them in the glittering robes and with all the insignia of royalty. Divesting himself of them all, he said to his astonished auditors: "You have deemed me unworthy any longer to occupy the throne. I here and now give in my abdication, and request you to nominate some person whom you may consider worthy to be your sovereign." Without permitting any reply, he dismissed them, and the next day convened all the clergy of the Moscow in the church of St. Mary. A high mass was celebrated by the metropolitan, in which the monarch assisted, and he then took an affecting leave of them all in a solemn renunciation of all claims to the crown. Accompanied by his two sons, he retired to the strong yet secluded castle of Kaluzhins, situated about 5 miles from Moscow. Here he remained several days, waiting, and he generally disposed for a delegation to call, imploring him again to resume the crown. In this expectation he was not disappointed. The lords were unprepared for such decisive action. In their councils there was nothing but confusion. Anarchy was rapidly commencing its reign, which would be followed inevitably by civil war. The partisans of the emperor in the provinces were very numerous, and could be rallied by a word from him, and no one imagined that the emperor had any idea of retiring so peacefully. It was not doubted that he would soon appear at the head of an army, and punish relentlessly the disaffected, who would all then be revealed. The citizens, the nobles, and the clergy met together and appointed a numerous deputation to call, upon the emperor and implore him again to resume the reins of power. "Your faithful subjects, sire," exclaimed the petitioners, "are deeply afflicted. The state is exposed to fearful peril from dissension within and enemies without. We do, therefore, most earnestly entreat your majesty, as a faithful shepherd, still to watch over his flock. We do entreat you to return to your throne, to continue your favor to the deserving, and not to forsake your faithful subject in consequence of the errors of a few." Ivan listened with much apparent indifference to this pathetic address, and either really felt, or affected, great reluctance again to resume the cares of royalty. He requested a day's time to consider their proposal. The next morning the nobles were again convened, and Ivan acquainted them with his decision. Rebuking them with severity for their ingratitude, reproaching them with the danger to which his life had been exposed through their conspiracy, he declared that he could not again assume the cares and the perils of the crown. Still his refusal was not so decisive as to exclude all room for further entreaties. They renewed their supplications with tears, for Russia was indeed exposed to all the horrors of civil war, should Ivan persist in his resolve, and it was certain that the empire thus distracted would at once be invaded by both Poles and Turks. Thus importuned, Ivan at last consented to return to the Kremlin. He resolved, however, to make an example of those who had conspired against him, which should warn loudly against the renewal of similar attempts. The principal movers of the plot were executed. Ivan then surrounded himself with a bodyguard of 200 men carefully selected from the distant provinces, and who were in no way under the influence of any of the lords. This bodyguard, composed of low-born, uneducated men, incapable of being roused by any high enthusiasm, subsequently proved quite a nuisance. Ivan IV. Had but just resumed his seat upon the throne, when couriers from the southern provinces brought the alarming intelligence that an immense army of combined Tatars and Turks had invaded the empire and were on the rapid march, burning and destroying all before them. Selim, the son and successor of Soliman the Magnificent, entered into an alliance with several oriental princes who were to send him succors by the way of the Caspian Sea, and raised an army of 300,000 men. These troops were embarked at Constantinople, and crossing the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, entered Tauride. Here they were joined by a reinforcement of Crimean Tatars, consisting of 40,000 well-armed and veteran fighters. With this force the Sultan marched directly across the country to the Russian city and province of Astrakhan at the mouth of the Volga. But a heroic man, Zerebrinov, was in command of the fortresses in this remote province of the Russian Empire. He immediately assembled all his available troops, and, advancing to meet the foe, selected his own ground for the battle in a narrow defile, where the vast masses of the enemy would only encumber each other. Falling upon the invaders unexpectedly from ambuscades, he routed the Turks with great carnage. They were compelled to retreat, having lost nearly all their baggage and heavy artillery. The triumphant Russians pursued them all the way back to the city of Azov, cannonading them with the artillery and the ammunition they had wrested from their foes. Here the Turks attempted to make a final stand, but a chance shot from one of the guns penetrated the immense powder magazine, and an explosion so terrific ensued that 2/3 of the city were entirely demolished. The Turks, in consternation, now made a rush for their ships, but Zerebrinov, with coolness and sagacity which no horrors could disturb, had already planned his batteries to sweep them with a storm of bullets and balls. The cannonade was instantly commenced. The missiles of death fell like hailstones into the crowded boats and upon the crowded decks. Many of the ships were sunk, others disabled, and but a few, torn and riddled, succeeded in escaping to sea, where the most of them also perished beneath the waves of the stormy Euxine. Such was the utter desolation of this one brief war tempest, which lasted but a few weeks. Queen Elizabeth, anxious to maintain friendly relations with an empire so vast and opening before her subjects such a field of profitable commerce, having been informed of the conspiracy against Ivan IV., of his abdication, and of his resumption of the crown, sent to him an ambassador with expressions of her kindest wishes, and assured him that, should he ever be reduced to the disagreeable necessity of leaving his empire, he would find a safe retreat in England, where he would be received and provided for in a manner suitable to his dignity, where he could enjoy the free exercise of his religion, and be permitted to depart whenever he should wish. The tolerant spirit manifested by Ivan IV. Towards the Lutherans continued to disturb the ecclesiastics, and the clergy and nobles of the province of Novgorod, headed by an archbishop, formed a plot of dissevering Novgorod from the empire and attaching it to the kingdom of Poland. This conspiracy assumed a very formidable attitude, and one of the brothers of the Tzar was involved in it. Ivan immediately sent an army of 15,000 men to quell the revolt. We have no account of this transaction but from the pens of those who were envenomed by their animosity to the religious toleration of Ivan. We must consequently receive these narratives with some allowance. The army, according to their account, ravaged the whole province, took the city by storm, and cut down in indiscriminate slaughter 25,000 men, women and children. The brother of Ivan IV. Was seized and thrown into prison, where he miserably perished. The archbishop was stripped of his canonical robes, clad in the dress of a harlequin, paraded through the streets on a gray mare, an object of derision to the people, and then was imprisoned for life. Such cruelty does not seem at all in accordance with the character of Ivan, while the grossest exaggeration is in accordance with the character of all civil and religious partisans. War with Poland seems to have been the chronic state of Russia. Whenever either party could get a chance to strike the other a blow, the blow was assured to be given, and they were alike unscrupulous whether it were a saber blow in the face or a dagger thrust in the back. In the year 1571 a Russian army pursued a discomfited band of Livonian insurgents across the frontier into Poland. The Poles eagerly joined the insurgents and sent envoys to invite the Crimean Tatars to invade Russia from Tauride, while Poland and Livonia should assail the empire from the west. The Tatars were always ready for war at a moment's notice. 70,000 men were immediately on the march. They rapidly traversed the southern provinces, trampling down all opposition until they reached the Oka. Here they encountered a few Russian troops who attempted to dispute the passage of the stream. They were, however, speedily overpowered by the Tatars, and were compelled to retreat. Pressing on, they arrived within 60 miles of the city, when they found the Russians again concentrated, but now in large numbers, to oppose their progress. A fierce battle was fought. Again the Russians were overpowered, and the Tatars, trampling them beneath their horses' hoofs, with yells of triumph, pressed on towards the metropolis. The whole city was in consternation, for it had no means of effectual resistance. Ivan IV., in his terror, packed up his most valuable effects, and, with the royal family, fled to a strong fortress far away in the north. From the battlements of the city, the banners of these terrible barbarians were soon seen on the approach. With bugle blasts and savage shouts, they rushed at the gates, swept the streets with their sabers, pillaged houses and churches, and set the city on fire in all directions. The city was at that time, according to the testimony of the contemporary annalists, 40 miles in circumference. The weltering flames rose and fell as the crater of a volcano, and in 6 hours the city was in ashes. Thousands perished in the flames. The fire, communicating with a powder magazine, produced an explosion which uphove the buildings like an earthquake, and prostrated more than a third of a mile of the city walls. According to the most reliable testimony, There perished in Moscow by fire and sword, from this one raid of the Tartars, more than 150,000 of its inhabitants. The Tartars, tottering beneath the burden of their spoil, and dragging after them many thousand prisoners of distinction, slowly, proudly, defiantly retired. With barbaric genius they sent to the Tzar a naked scimitar, accompanied by the following message: "This is a token left to your majesty by an enemy whose revenge is still unsatiated, and who will soon return again to complete the work which he has but just begun." Such is war. It is but a succession of miseries. 150,000 Tartars perished but a few months before in the waves of Euxine. Now 150,000 Russians perish in their turn amidst the flames of Moscow. When we contemplate the wars which have incessantly ravaged this globe, the history of man seems to be but the record of the strifes of demons, with occasional gleams of angel magnanimity. After the retreat of the Tartars, Ivan IV. Convened a council of war, punished with death those officers who had fled before the enemy as he himself had done, and, rendered pliant by accumulated misfortune, he presented such overtures to the King of Poland as to obtain the promise of a truce for 3 years. Soon after this, Sigismund, King of Poland, died. The crown was elective, and the nobles, who met to choose a new monarch, by a considerable majority invited Maximilian II., Emperor of Germany, to assume the scepter. They assigned as a reason for this choice, which surprised Europe, the religious liberality of the emperor, who, as they justly remarked, had conciliated the contending factions of the Christian world, and had acquired more glory by his pacific policy than other princes had acquired in the exploits of war. A minority of the nobles were displeased with this choice, and refusing to accede to the vote of the majority, proceeded to another election, and chose Stephen Batory, a warrior chief of Transylvania, as their sovereign. The two parties now rallied around their rival candidates and prepared for war. Ivan IV. Could not allow so favorable an opportunity to interfere in the politics of Poland to escape him. He immediately sent ambassadors to Maximilian, offering to assist him with all the power of the Russian armies against Stephen Batory. Maximilian gratefully acknowledged the generosity of the Tzar, and promised to return the favor whenever an opportunity should be presented. At the same time, Stephen Batory, who was already been crowned King of Poland, sent an ambassador to Moscow to inform Ivan of his election and coronation, and to propose friendly relations with Russia. Ivan answered frankly that a treaty already existed between him and the Emperor Maximilian, but that, since he wished to live on friendly terms with Poland, whoever her monarch might be, he would send ambassadors to examine into the claims of the rival candidates for the crown. Thus, adroitly, he endeavored to obtain for himself the position of umpire between Maximilian and Stephen Batory. The death of the Emperor Maximilian on the 12th of October, 1576, settled this strife, and Stephen attained the undisputed sovereignty of Poland. Almost the first measure of the new sovereign, in accordance with hereditary usage, was war against Russia. His object was to regain those territories which the Tzar had heretofore wrested from the Poles. Apparently trivial incidents reveal the rude and fierce characters of the times. Stephen chivalrously sent first an ambassador, Vasil Lapotinsky, to the court of Ivan to demand the restitution of the provinces. Lapotinsky was accompanied by a numerous train of nobles, magnificently mounted and armed to the teeth. As the glittering cavalcade, protected by its flag of truce, swept along through the cities of Russia towards Moscow, and it became known that they were the bearers of an imperious message demanding the surrender of portions of the Russian Empire, the populace were with difficulty restrained from falling upon them. Through 1,000 dangers they reached Moscow. When there, Lapotinsky declared that he came not as a suppliant, but to present a claim which his master was prepared to enforce, if necessary, with a sword, and that in accordance with the character of his mission, he was directed in his audience with Ivan to present the letter with one hand, while he held his unsheathed saber in the other. The officers of the imperial household assured him that such bravado would inevitably cost him his life. The Tzar, Lapotinsky replied, can easily take my life, and he may do so if he please, but nothing shall prevent me from performing the duty with which I am entrusted with the utmost exactitude. The audience day arrived. Lapotinsky was conducted to the Kremlin. The Tzar, in his imperial robes, glittering with diamonds and pearls, received him in a magnificent hall. The haughty ambassador, with great dignity and in respectful terms, yet bold and decisive, demanded reparation for the injuries which Russia had inflicted upon Poland. His gleaming saber was carelessly held in one hand, and the letter to the Tzar from the King of Poland in the other. Having finished his brief speech, he received a scimitar from one of his suite, and, advancing firmly, yet very respectfully, to the monarch, presented them both, saying, "Here is peace, and here is war. It is for your majesty to choose between them." Ivan IV. was capable of appreciating the nobility of such a character. The intrepidity of the ambassador, which was defiled with no comminglings of insolence, excited his admiration. The emperor, with a smile, took the letter, which was written on parchment in the Russian language and sealed with a seal of gold. Slowly and carefully he read it, and then, addressing the ambassador, said, "Such menaces will not induce Russia to surrender her dominions to Poland. We who have vanquished the Poles on so many fields of battle, who have conquered the Tatars of Kazan and Astrakhan, and who have triumphed over the forces of the Ottoman Empire, will soon cause the King of Poland to repent his rashness." He then dismissed the ambassador, ordering him to be treated with the respect due to his high station. War being thus formally declared, both parties prepared to prosecute it with the utmost vigor. The Tzar immediately commenced raising a large army, reinforced his garrisons, and sent a secret envoy to Tauride to excite the Crimean Tatars to invade Poland on the southeast, while Russia should make an assault from the north. The Poles opened the campaign by crossing the frontiers with a large army, seizing several minor cities, and laying siege to the important fortress of Polotsk. After a long siege, which constituted one of those terrific tragedies of blood and woe with which the pages of history are filled, but which no pen can describe and no imagination can conceive, the city, a pile of gory and smoldering ruins, fell into the hands of the Poles. Battle after battle, siege after siege ensued, in nearly all of which the Poles were successful. They were guided by their monarch in person, a veteran warrior who possessed extraordinary military skill. The blasts of winter drove both parties from the field, but in the earliest spring the campaign was opened again with redoubled energy. Again the Poles, who had obtained strong reinforcements of troops from Germany and Hungary, were signally successful. Though the fighting was constant and arduous, the whole campaign was but a series of conquests on the part of Stephen, and when the snows of another winter whitened the fields, the Polish banners were waving over large portions of the Russian territory. The details of these scenes are revolting. Fire, blood, and the brutal passions of demoniac men were combined in deeds of horror, the recital of which makes the ears to tingle. Before the buds of another spring had opened into leaf, the contending armies were again upon the march. Poland had now succeeded in enlisting Sweden in her cause, and Russia began to be quite seriously imperiled. Riga, on the Dwina, soon fell into the hands of the Poles, and their banners were resistlessly on the advance. Ivan IV., much dejected, proposed terms of peace. Stephen refused to treat unless Russia would surrender the whole of Livonia, a province nearly 3 times as large as the state of Massachusetts, to Poland. The Tzar was compelled essentially to yield to these hard terms. The treaty of peace was signed on the 15th of January, 1582. Ivan IV. surrendered to Poland all of Livonia, which bordered on Poland, which contained 34 towns and castles, together with several other important fortresses on the frontiers. A truce was concluded for 10 years, should both parties live so long. But should either die, the survivor was at liberty immediately to attack the territory of the deceased. No mention whatever was made of Sweden in this treaty. This neglect gave such offense to the Swedish court that in petty revenge they sent an Italian cook to the Polish court as an ambassador with the most arrogant demands. Stephen very wisely treated the insult, which he probably deserved, with contempt. The result of this war, so humiliating to Russia, rendered Ivan very unpopular. Murmurs loud and deep were heard all over the empire. Many of the nobles threw themselves at the feet of the Tzar and entreated him not to assent to so disgraceful a treaty, assuring him that the whole nation were ready at his call to rise and drive the invaders from the empire. Ivan was greatly incensed and petulantly replied that if they were not satisfied with his administration, they had better choose another sovereign. Suspecting that his son was inciting this movement and that he perhaps was aiming at the crown, Ivan assailed him in the bitterest terms of reproach. The young prince replied in a manner which so exasperated his father that he struck him with a staff which he had in his hand. The staff was tipped with an iron ferrule, which unfortunately hit the young man on the temple, and he fell senseless at his father's feet. The anguish of Ivan was unspeakable. His paroxysm of anger instantly gave place to a more intense paroxysm of grief and remorse. He threw himself upon the body of his son, pressed him fervently to his heart, and addressed him in the most endearing terms of affection and affliction. The prince so far revived as to be able to exchange a few words with his father, but in 4 days he died. The blow which deprived the son of life, forever after deprived the father of peace. He was seldom again seen to smile. Any mention of his son would ever throw him into a paroxysm of tears. For a long time he could with difficulty be persuaded to take any nourishment or to change his dress. With the utmost possible demonstrations of grief and respect the remains of the prince were conveyed to the grave. The death of this young man was a calamity to Russia. He was the worthy son of Anastasia, and from his mother he had inherited both genius and moral worth. By a subsequent marriage Ivan had 2 other sons, Feodor and Dmitri, but they were of different blood. Feeble in intellect, and possessed no requisites for the exhaled station opening before them. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Kluckner. The Empire of Russia from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 16. The Storms of Hereditary Succession, from 1582 to 1608. Anguish and Death of Ivan IV, His Character, Fyodor and Dmitri, Usurpation of Boris Godunov, the Polish Election, Conquest of Siberia, Assassination of Dmitri, Death of Fyodor, Boris crowned king, Conspiracies, Reappearance of Dmitri, Boris poisoned, the Pretender crowned, Embarrassments of Dmitri, A new Pretender, Assassination of Dmitri, Crowning of Zuski, Indignation of Poland, Historical Romance. The hasty blow which deprived the son of Ivan of life was also fatal to the father. He never recovered from the effects. After a few months of anguish and remorse, Ivan IV. sank sorrowing to the grave. Penitent, prayerful, and assured that his sins were forgiven, he met death with perfect composure. The last days of his life were devoted exclusively to such preparations for his departure that the welfare of his people might be undisturbed. He ordered a general act of amnesty to be proclaimed to all the prisoners throughout all the empire, abolished several onerous taxes, restored several confiscated estates to their original owners, and urged his son Feodor, who was to be his successor, to make every possible endeavor to live at peace with his neighbors, that Russia might thus be saved from the woes of war. Exhausted by a long interview with his son, he took a bath. On coming out he reclined upon a couch, and suddenly, without a struggle or a groan, was dead. Ivan IV. Has ever been regarded as one of the most illustrious of the Russian monarchs. He was eminently a learned prince for the times in which he lived, entertaining uncommonly just views both of religion and politics. In religion he was tolerant far above his age, allowing no Christians to be persecuted for their belief. We regret that this high praise must be limited by his treatment of the Jews, whom he could not endure. With conscientiousness, unenlightened and bigoted, he declared that those who had betrayed and crucified the Savior of the world ought not to be tolerated by any Christian prince. He accordingly ordered every Jew either to be baptized into the Christian faith, or to depart from the empire. Ivan was naturally of a very hasty temper, which was nurtured by the cruel and shameful neglect of his early years. Though he struggled against this infirmity, it would occasionally break out in paroxysms which caused bitter repentance. The death of his son, caused by one of these outbreaks, was the great woe of his life. Still, he was distinguished for his love of justice. At stated times, the aggrieved of every rank were admitted to his presence, where they in person presented their petitions. If any minister or governor was found guilty of oppression, he was sure to meet with condign punishment. This impartiality, from which no noble was exempted, at times exasperated greatly the haughty aristocracy. He was also inflexible in his determination to confer office only upon those who were worthy of the trust. No solicitations or views of self-interest could induce him to swerve from this resolve. Intemperance he especially abominated, and frowned upon the degrading vice alike in prince or peasant. He conferred an inestimable favor upon Russia by causing a compilation, for the use of his subjects, of a body of laws, which was called the Book of Justice. This code was presented to the judges, and was regarded as authority in all law proceedings. The historians of those days record that his memory was so remarkable that he could call all the officers of his army by name, and could even remember the name of every prisoner he had taken, numbering many thousands. In those days of dim enlightenment, when the masses were little elevated above the animal, the popular mind was more easily impressed by material than intellectual grandeur. It was then deemed necessary, among the unenlightened nations of Europe, to overawe the multitude by the splendor of the throne, by scepters, robes, and diadems glittering with priceless jewels and with gold. The crown regalia of Russia were inestimably rich. The robe of the monarch was of purple embroidered with the precious stones, and even his shoes sparkled with diamonds of dazzling luster. When he sat upon his throne to receive foreign ambassadors, or the members of his own court, he held in his right hand a globe, the emblem of universal monarchy, enriched with all the jeweled splendor which art could entwine around it. In his left hand he held a scepter, which also dazzled the eye by its superb embellishments. His fingers were laden with the most precious gems the Indies could afford. Whenever he appeared in public, the arms of the empire, finely embroidered upon a spread eagle, and magnificently adorned, were borne as a banner before him, and the masses of the people bowed before their monarch, thus arrayed as though he were a god. Ivan IV. Left two sons, Feodor and Dmitri. Feodor, who succeeded his father, was 20 years of age, weak, characterless, though quite amiable. In his early youth his chief pleasure seemed to consist in ringing the bells of Moscow, which led his father, at one time, to say that he was fitter to be the son of a sexton than of a prince. Dmitri was an infant. He was placed, by his father's will, under the tutelage of an energetic, ambitious noble by the name of Bogdan Bielsky. This aspiring nobleman, conscious of the incapacity of Feodor to govern, laid his plans to obtain the throne for himself. Feodor was crowned immediately after the death of his father, and proceeded at once to carry out the provisions of his will by liberating the prisoners, abolishing the taxes and restoring confiscated estates. He also abolished the bodyguard of the Tzar, which had become peculiarly obnoxious to the nation. These measures rendered him, for a time, very popular. This popularity thwarted Bielski in the plan of organizing the people and the nobles in a conspiracy against the young monarch, and the nobles even became so much alarmed by the proceedings of the haughty minister, who was so evidently aiming at the usurpation of the throne, that they besieged him in his castle. The fortress was strong, and the powerful feudal lord, rallying his vassals around him, made a valiant and a protracted defense. At length, finding that he would be compelled to surrender, he attempted to escape in disguise. Being taken a captive, he was offered his choice, death or the renunciation of all political influence and departure into exile. He chose the latter and retired beyond the Volga to one of the most remote provinces of Kazan. Feodor had married the daughter of one of the most illustrious of his nobles. His father-in-law, a man of peculiar address and capacity, with ability both to conceive and execute the greatest undertakings, soon attained supremacy over the mind of the feeble monarch. The name of this noble, who became renowned in Russian annals, was Boris Gudenow. He had the rare faculty of winning the favor of all whom he approached. With rapid strides he attained the posts of prime minister, commander-in-chief, and co-regent of the empire. A Polish ambassador at this time visited Moscow, and, witnessing the extreme feebleness of Feodor, sent word to his ambitious master, Stephen Bathory, that nothing would be easier than to invade Russia successfully, that Smolensk could easily be taken, and that thence the Polish army might find an almost unobstructed march to Moscow. But death soon removed the Polish monarch from the labyrinths of war and diplomacy. Boris was now virtually the monarch of Russia, reigning, however, in the name of Feodor. We have before mentioned that Poland was an elective monarchy. Immediately upon the death of a sovereign, the nobles, with their bands of retainers, often 80,000 in number, met upon a large plain, where they spent many days in intrigues and finally in the election of a new chieftain. Boris Gudenow now roused all his energies in the endeavor to unite Poland and Russia under one monarchy by the election of Feodor as sovereign of the latter kingdom. The Polish nobles, proud and self-confident, and apprised of the incapacity of Feodor, were many of them in favor of the plan, as Boris had adroitly intimated to them that they might regard the measure rather as the annexing Russia to Poland than Poland to Russia. All that Boris cared for was the fact accomplished. He was willing that the agents of his schemes should be influenced by any motives which might be most efficacious. The Polish Diet met in a stormy session, and finally, a majority of its members, instead of voting for Feodor, elected Prince Sigismund, a son of John, King of Sweden. This election greatly alarmed Russia, as it allied Poland and Sweden by the most intimate ties, and might eventually place the crown of both of those powerful kingdoms upon the same brow. These apprehensions were increased by the fact that the Crimean Tartars soon again began to make hostile demonstrations, and it was feared that they were moving only in accordance with suggestions which had been sent to them from Poland and Sweden, and that thus a triple alliance was about to desolate the empire. The Tartars commenced their march, but Boris met them with such energy that they were driven back in utter discomfiture. The northern portion of Asia consisted of a vast, desolate, thinly peopled country called Siberia. It was bounded by the Caucasian and Altai mountains on the south, the Ural mountains on the west, the Pacific Ocean on the east, and the Frozen Ocean on the north. Most of the region was within the limits of the frozen zone, and the most southern sections were cold and inhospitable, enjoying but a gleam of summer sunshine. This country, embracing over 4 millions of square miles, being thus larger than the whole of Europe, contained but about 2 millions of inhabitants. It was watered by some of the most majestic rivers on the globe, the Obi, Yenisei, and the Lena. The population consisted mostly of wandering Mohammedan Tartars in a very low state of civilization. At that time there were but 2 important towns in this region, Tura and Tobolsk. Some of the barbarians of this region descended to the shores of the Volga in a desolating, predatory excursion. A Russian army drove them back, pursued them to their homes, took both of these towns, erected fortresses, and gradually brought the whole of Siberia under Russian sway. This great conquest was achieved almost without bloodshed. Boris Gudenow now exercised all the functions of sovereign authority. His energy had enriched Russia with the accession of Siberia. He now resolved to lay aside the feeble Prince Feodor, who nominally occupied the throne, and to place the crown upon his own brow. It seemed to him an easy thing to appropriate the emblems of power, since he already enjoyed all the prerogatives of royalty. Under the pretense of rewarding, with important posts of trust, the most efficient of the nobles, he removed all those whose influence he had most to dread, to distant provinces and foreign embassies. He then endeavored, by many favors, to win the affections of the populace of Moscow. The young Prince Dmitri had now attained his 9th year, and was residing, under the care of his tutors, at the city of Uglitz, about 200 miles from Moscow. Uglitz, with its dependencies, had been assigned to him for his appanage. Gudenow deemed it essential, to his secure occupancy of the throne, that this young prince should be put out of the way. He accordingly employed a Russian officer, by the promise of immense rewards, to assassinate the child. And then, the deed having been performed, to prevent the possibility of his agency in it being divulged, he caused another low-born murderer to track the path of the officer and plunge a dagger into his bosom. Both murders were successfully accomplished. The news of the assassination of the young prince soon reached Moscow and caused intense excitement. Gudenow was by many suspected, though he endeavored to stifle the report by clamorous expressions of horror and indignation, and by apparently making the most strenuous efforts to discover the murderers. As an expression of his rage, he sent troops to demolish the fortress of Uglitz, and to drive the inhabitants from the city, because they had, as he asserted, harbored the assassins. Soon after this Fyodor was suddenly taken ill. He lingered upon his bed for a few days in great pain, and then died. When the king was lying upon this dying bed, Boris Gudenow, who, it will be recollected, was the father of the wife of Fyodor, succeeded in obtaining from him a sort of bequest of the throne, and immediately upon the death of the king, he assumed the state of royalty as a duty enjoined upon him by this bequest. The death of Fyodor terminated the reign of the house of Hawryluk, which had now governed Russia for more than 700 years. Not a little artifice was still requisite to quell the indignant passions which were rising in the bosoms of the nobles. But Gudenow was a consummate master of his art, and through the intrigues of years had the program of operations all arranged. According to custom, 6 weeks were devoted to mourning for Fyodor. Boris then assembled the nobility and principal citizens of Moscow, in the Kremlin, and, to the unutterable surprise of many of them, declared that he could not consent to assume the weighty cares and infinite responsibilities of royalty; that the empire was unfortunately left without a sovereign, and that they must proceed to designate the one to whom the crown should be transferred; that he, worn down with the toils of state, had decided to retire to a monastery, and devote the remainder of his days to poverty, retirement, and to God. He immediately took leave of the astonished and perplexed assembly, and withdrew to a convent about 3 miles from Moscow. The partisans of Boris were prepared to act their part. They stated that intelligence had arrived that the Tartars, with an immense army, had commenced the invasion of Russia; that Boris alone was familiar with the condition and resources of the empire, and with the details of administration; that he was a veteran soldier, and that his military genius and vigorous arm were requisite to beat back the foe. These considerations were influential, and a deputation was chosen to urge Boris, as he loved his country, to continue in power and accept the scepter, which, as prime minister, he had so long successfully wielded. Boris affected the most extreme reluctance. The populace of Moscow, whose favor he had purchased, surrounded the convent in crowds, and with vehemence, characteristic of their impulsive, childish natures, threw themselves upon the ground, tore their hair, beat their breasts, and declared that they would never return to their homes unless Boris would consent to be their sovereign. Pretending at last to be overcome by these entreaties, Boris consented to raise and lead an army to repel the Tartars, and he promised that should Providence prosper him in this enterprise, he would regard it as an indication that it was the will of heaven that he should ascend the throne. He immediately called all his tremendous energies into exercise, and in a few months collected an army, of the nobles and of the militia, amounting to 500,000 men. With great pomp he rode through the ranks of this mighty host, receiving their enthusiastic applause. In that day, as neither telegraphs, newspapers, or stage coaches existed, intelligence was transmitted with difficulty, and very slowly. The story of the Tartar invasion proved a sham. Boris had originated it to accomplish his purposes. He amused and conciliated the soldiers with magnificent parades, intimating that the Tartars, alarmed by his vast preparations, had not dared to advance against him. A year's pay was ordered for each one of the soldiers. The nobles received gratuities and were entertained by the Tzar in festivals, at which parties of 10,000, day after day, were feasted during an interval of 6 weeks. Boris then returned to Moscow. The people met him several miles from the city, and conducted him in triumph to the Kremlin. He was crowned, with great pomp, Emperor of Russia, on the 1st of September, 1577. Boris watched, with an eagle eye, all those who could by any possibility disturb his reign or endanger the permanence of the new dynasty which he wished to establish. Some of the princes of the old royal family were forbidden to marry, others were banished to Siberia. The diadem, thus usurped, proved indeed a crown of thorns. That which is founded in crime can generally by crime alone be perpetuated. The manners of the usurper were soon entirely altered. He had been affable, easy of access, and very popular. But now he became haughty, reserved, and suspicious. Wishing to strengthen his dynasty by royal alliances, he proposed the marriage of his daughter to Gustavus, son of Eric XIV., King of Sweden. He accordingly invited Gustavus to Moscow, making him pompous promises. The young prince was received with magnificent display and loaded with presents. But there was soon a falling out between Boris and his intended son-in-law, and the young prince was dismissed in disgrace. He however succeeded in establishing a treaty of peace with the Poles, which was to continue 20 years. He also was successful in contracting an alliance for his daughter Axinia with Duke John of Denmark. The marriage was celebrated in Moscow in 1602 with great splendor. But even before the marriage festivities were closed, the duke was taken sick and died, to the inexpressible disappointment of Boris. The Turks from Constantinople sent an embassy to Moscow with rich presents, proposing a treaty of friendship and alliance. But Boris declined the presents and dismissed the ambassadors, saying that he could never be friendly to the Turks, as they were the enemies of Christianity. Like many other men, he could trample upon the precepts of the gospel, and yet be zealous of Christianity as a doctrinal code or an institution. A report was now circulated that the young Dmitri was still alive, that his mother, conscious of the danger of his assassination, had placed the prince in a position of safety, and that another child had been assassinated in his stead. This rumor overwhelmed the guilty soul of Boris with melancholy. His fears were so strongly excited that several nobles, who were supposed to be in the interests of the young prince, were put to the rack to extort a confession. But no positive information respecting Dmitri could be gained. The mother of Dmitri was banished to an obscure fortress 600 miles from Moscow. The emissaries of Boris were everywhere busy to detect, if possible, the hiding place of Dmitri. Intelligence was at length brought to the Kremlin that 2 monks had escaped from a convent and had fled to Poland, and that it was apprehended that one of them was the young prince in disguise. It was also said that Wisnowski, Prince of Kiev, was protector of Dmitri, and, in concert with others, was preparing a movement to place him upon the throne of his ancestors. Boris was thrown into paroxysms of terror. Not knowing what else to do, he frantically sent a party of Cossacks to murder Wisnowski, but the prince was on his guard, and the enterprise failed. The question, "Have we a Bourbon among us?" has agitated the whole of the United States. The question, "Have we a Dmitri among us?" then agitated Russia far more intensely. It was a question of the utmost practical importance, involving civil war and the removal of the new dynasty for the restoration of the old. Whether the person said to be Dmitri were really such, is a question which can now never be settled. The monk Griska Utrapeja, who declared himself to be the young prince, sustained his claim with such an array of evidence as to secure the support of a large portion of the Russians, and also the cooperation of the court of Poland. The claims of Griska were brought up before the Polish Diet and carefully examined. He was then acknowledged by them as the legitimate heir to the crown of Russia. An army was raised to restore him to his ancestral throne. Sigismund, the king of Poland, with ardor espoused his cause. Boris immediately dispatched an embassy to Warsaw to remind Sigismund of the treaty of alliance into which he had entered, and to insist upon his delivering up the pretended Dmitri, dead or alive. A threat was added to the entreaty. "If you countenance this impostor," said Boris, "you will draw down upon you a war which you may have cause to repent." Sigismund replied that though he had no doubt that Griska was truly the Prince Dmitri, and, as such, entitled to the throne of Russia, still he had no disposition personally to embark in the advocacy of his rights, but, that if any of his nobles felt disposed to espouse his claims with arms or money, he certainly should do nothing to thwart them. The Polish nobles, thus encouraged, raised an army of 40,000 men, which they surrendered to Griska. He, assuming the name of Dmitri, placed himself at their head, and boldly commenced a march upon Moscow. As soon as he entered the Russian territories, many nobles hastened to his banners, and several important cities declared for him. Boris was excessively alarmed. With characteristic energy he speedily raised an army of 200,000 men, and then was in the utmost terror lest this very army should pass over to the ranks of his foes. He applied to Sweden and to Denmark to help him, but both kingdoms refused. Dmitri advanced triumphantly, and laid siege to Novgorod on the 21st of December, 1605. For 5 months the war continued with varying success. Boris made every attempt to secure the assassination of Griska, but the wary chieftain was on his guard, and all such endeavors were frustrated. Griska at length decided to resort to the same weapons. An officer was sent to the Kremlin with a feigned account of a victory obtained over the troops of Dmitri. This officer succeeded in mingling poison with the food of Boris. The drug was so deadly that the usurper dropped and expired almost without a struggle and without a groan. As soon as Boris was dead, his widow, a woman of great ambition and energy, lost not an hour in proclaiming the succession of her son, Feodor. The officers of the army were promptly summoned to take the oath of allegiance to the new sovereign. Feodor was but 15 years of age, a thoroughly spoilt boy, proud, domineering, selfish and cruel. There was now a revolt in the army of the late Tzar. Several of the officers embraced the cause of Griska, declaring their full conviction that he was the Prince Dmitri, and they carried over to his ranks a large body of the soldiers. The defection of the army caused great consternation at court. The courtiers, eager to secure the favor of the prince whose star was so evidently in the ascendant, at once abandoned the hapless Feodor and his enraged mother, and the halls of the Kremlin and the streets of Moscow were soon resounding with the name of Dmitri. A proclamation was published declaring general amnesty, and rich rewards to all who should recognize and support the rights of their legitimate prince, but that his opponents must expect no mercy. The populace immediately rose in revolt against Feodor. They assailed the Kremlin. In a resistless inundation they forced its gates, seized the young Tzar, with his mother, sister, and other relatives, and hurried them all to prison. Dmitri was at Thula when he received intelligence of this revolution. He immediately sent an officer, Basilius Galitzin, to Moscow to receive the oath of fidelity of the city, and, at the same time, he diabolically sent an assassin, one Ivan Bogdanov, with orders to strangle Feodor and his mother in the prison, but with directions not to hurt his sister. Bogdanov reluctantly executed his mission. On the 15th of July, 1605, Dmitri made his triumphal entry into Moscow. He was received with all the noisy demonstrations of public rejoicing, and, on the 29th of July, was crowned, with extraordinary grandeur, Emperor of all the Russias. The ceremonies of the triumphal entrance are perhaps worthy of record. A detachment of Polish horse in brilliant uniform led the procession, headed by a numerous band of trumpeters. Then came the gorgeous coach of Dmitri, empty, drawn by 6 horses, richly caparisoned, and preceded, followed, and flanked by dense columns of musketeers. Next came a procession of the clergy in their ecclesiastical robes, and with the banners of the church. This procession was led by the bishops, who bore effigies of the Virgin Mary and of Saint Nicholas, the patron saint of Russia. Following the clergy appeared Dmitri, mounted on a white charger and surrounded by a splendid retinue. He proceeded first to the church of Notre Dame, where a Te Deum was chanted, and where the new monarch received the sacrament. He then visited the tomb of Ivan IV, and kneeling upon it, as the tomb of his father, implored God's blessing. Perceiving that the body of Boris Gudenow had received interment in the royal cemetery, he ordered his remains, with those of his wife and son, all 3 of whom Dmitri had caused to be assassinated, to be removed to a common churchyard without the city. Either to silence those who might doubt his legitimacy, or being truly the son of Ivan IV, he sent 2 of the nobles, with a brilliant retinue, to the convent, more than 600 miles from Moscow, to which Boris had banished the widow of Ivan. They were to conduct the queen dowager to the capital. As she approached the city, Dmitri went out to receive her, accompanied by a great number of his nobles. As soon as he perceived her coach, he alighted, went on foot to meet his alleged mother, and threw himself into her arms with every demonstration of joy and affection, which embraces she returned with equal tenderness. Then, with his head uncovered, and walking by the side of her carriage, he conducted her to the city and to the Kremlin. He ever after treated her with a deference due to a mother, and received from her corresponding proofs of confidence and affection. But Dmitri was thoroughly a bad man, and every day became more unpopular. He debauched the young sister of Feodor, and then shut her up in a convent. He banished 70 noble families who were accused of being the friends of Boris, and gave their estates and dignities to his Polish partisans. A party was soon organized against him, who busily circulated reports that he was an impostor, and a conspiracy was formed to take his life. Perplexities and perils now gathered rapidly around his throne. He surrounded himself with Polish guards, and thus increased the exasperation of his subjects. To add to his perplexities, another claimant of the crown appeared, who declared himself to be the son of the late Tzar Fyodor, son of Ivan IV. This young man, named Peter, was 17 years of age. He had raised his standard on the other side of the Volga, and had rallied 4,000 partisans around him. In the meantime, Dmitri had made arrangements for his marriage with Mariana Meniski, a Polish princess of the Roman Church. This princess was married to the Tzar by proxy, in Cracow, and in January 1606, with a numerous retinue, set out on her journey to Moscow. She did not reach the capital of Moscow until the 1st of May. Her father's whole family, and several thousand armed Polanders, by way of guard, accompanied her. Many of the Polish nobles also took this opportunity of visiting Russia, and a multitude of merchants put themselves in her train for purposes of traffic. The Tzarina was met, at some distance from Moscow, by the royal guard, and escorted to the city, where she was received with ringing of bells, shoutings, discharge of cannons, and all the ordinary and extraordinary demonstrations of popular joy. On the 8th of May, the ceremony of blessing the marriage was performed by the patriarch, and immediately after she was crowned Tzarina with greater pomp than Russia had ever witnessed before. But the appearance of this immense train of armed Poles incensed the Russians, and the clergy, who were jealous of the encroachments of the Church of Rome, were alarmed in behalf of their religion. An intrepid noble, Zuski, now resolved, by the energies of a popular insurrection, to rid the throne of Dmitri. With great sagacity and energy the conspiracy was formed. The Tzarina was to give a grand entertainment on the evening of the 17th of May, and the conspirators fixed upon that occasion for the consummation of their plan. 20,000 troops were under the orders of Zuski, and he had led them all into the city, under the pretense of having them assist in the festival. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the appointed day these troops, accompanied by some thousands of the populace, surrounded the palace and seized its gates. A division was then sent in, who commenced the indiscriminate massacre of all who were or who looked like Polanders. It was taken for granted that all in the palace were either Poles or their partisans. The alarm bells were now rung, and Zuski traversed the streets with a drawn saber in one hand and a cross in the other, rousing the ignorant populace by the cry that the Poles had taken up arms to murder the Russians. Dmitri, in his chamber, hearing the cries of the dying and the shrieks of those who fled before the assassins, leaped from his window into the courtyard, and, by his fall, dislocated his thigh. He was immediately seized, conveyed into the grand hall of audience, and a strong guard was set over him. The murderers ransacked the palace, penetrating every room, killing every Polish man and treating the Polish ladies with the utmost brutality. They inquired eagerly for the Tzarina, but she was nowhere to be found. She had concealed herself beneath the hoop of an elderly lady whose gray hairs and withered cheek had preserved her from violence. Zuski now went to the dowager Tzarina, the widow of Ivan IV, and demanded that she should take her oath upon the Gospels whether Dmitri were her son. He reported that, thus pressed, she confessed that he was an impostor, and that her true son had perished many years before. The conspirators now fell upon Dmitri, and his body was pierced with 1,000 dagger thrusts. His mangled remains were then dragged through the streets and burned. Mariana was soon after arrested and sent to prison. It is said that nearly 2,000 Poles perished in this massacre. Even to the present day, opinion is divided in Russia in regard to Dmitri, whether he was an impostor or the son of Ivan IV. Respecting his character there is no dispute. All that can be said in his favor is that he would not commit an atrocious crime unless impelled to do it by very strong temptation. There was now no one who seemed to have any legitimate title to the throne of Russia. The nobles and the senators who were at Moscow then met to proceed to the election of a new sovereign. It was an event almost without a parallel in Russian history. The lords, though very friendly in their deliberations, found it difficult to decide into whose hands to entrust the scepter. It was at last unanimously concluded to make an appeal to the people. Their voice was for Zuski. He was accordingly declared Tzar, and was soon after crowned with a degree of unanimity which, though well authenticated, seems inexplicable. The Poles were exasperated beyond measure at the massacre of so many of their nobles, and at the insult offered to Mariana, the Tzarina. But Poland was at that time distracted by civil strife, and the king found it expedient to postpone the hour of vengeance. Zuski commenced his reign by adopting measures which gave him great popularity with the adjoining kingdoms, while they did not diminish the favorable regards of the people. But suddenly affairs assumed a new aspect, so strange that a writer of fiction would hardly have ventured to imagine it. An artful man, a schoolmaster in Poland, who could speak the Russian language, declared that he was Dmitri, that he had escaped from the massacre in his palace, and that it was another man, mistaken for him, whom the assassins had killed. Poland, inspired by revenge, eagerly embraced this man's cause. Mariana, who had been liberated from prison, was let into the secret, and willing to ascend again to the grandeur from which she had fallen, entered with cordial cooperation into this new intrigue. The widowed Tzarina and the Polish adventurer contrived their first meeting in the presence of a large concourse of nobles and citizens. They rushed together in a warm embrace, while tears of affected transport bedewed their cheeks. Their farce was so admirably performed that many were deceived, and this new Dmitri and the Tzarina occupied for several days the same tent in the Polish encampment, apparently as husband and wife. End of chapter 16. Recording by Jeff Kluckner, Plymouth, UK. Chapter 17 of The Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Kluckner. The Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 17. A Change of Dynasty, from 1608 to 1680. Conquest by Poland. Sweden in alliance with Russia. Grandeur of Poland. Ladislaus elected King of Russia. Commotions and insurrections. Rejection of Ladislaus and election of Michael Fyodor Romanow. Sorrow of his mother. Pacific character of Romanow. Choice of a bride. Eudocia Strechnew. The Archbishop Fyodor. Death of Michael and accession of Alexis. Love in the palace. Successful intrigue. Mobs in Moscow. Change in the character of the Tzar. Turkish invasions. Alliance between Russia and Poland. This public testimonial of conjugal love led men, who had before doubted the pretender, to repose confidence in his claims. The King of Poland took advantage of the confusion now reigning in Russia to extend his dominions by wresting still more border territory from his great rival. In this exigence, Zuski purchased the loan of an army of 5,000 men from Sweden by surrendering Livonia to the Swedes. With these succors united to his own troops, he marched to meet the pretended Dmitri. There was now universal confusion in Russia. The two hostile armies, avoiding a decisive engagement, were maneuvering and engaging in incessant petty skirmishes, which resulted only in bloodshed and misery. Thus 5 years of national woe lingered away. The people became weary of both the claimants for the crown, and the nobles boldly met, regardless of the rival combatants, and resolved to choose a new sovereign. Poland had then attained the summit of its greatness. As an energetic military power, it was superior to Russia. To conciliate Poland, whose aggressions were greatly feared, the Russian nobles chose, for their sovereign, Ladislaus, son of Sigismund, the King of Poland. They hoped thus to withdraw the Polish armies from the banners of the pretended Dmitri, and also to secure peace for their war-blasted kingdom. Ladislaus accepted the crown. Zuski was seized, deposed, shaved, dressed in a friar's robe, and shut up in a convent to count his beads. He soon died of that malignant poison, grief. Dmitri made a show of opposition, but he was soon assassinated by his own men, who were convinced of the hopelessness of his cause. His party, however, lasted for many years, bringing forward a young man who was called his son. At one time there was quite an enthusiasm in his favor, crowds flocked to his camp, and he even sent ambassadors to Gustavus IX, King of Sweden, proposing an alliance. At last he was betrayed by some of his own party, and was sent to Moscow, where he was hanged. Sigismund was much perplexed in deciding whether to consent to his son's accepting the crown of Russia. That kingdom was now in such a state of confusion and weakness that he was quite sanguine that he would be able to conquer it by force of arms, and bring the whole empire under the dominion of his own scepter. His armies were already besieging Smolensk, and the city was hourly expected to fall into their hands. This would open to them almost an unobstructed march to Moscow. The Poles, generally warlike and ambitious of conquest, represented to Sigismund that it would be far more glorious for him to be the conqueror of Russia than to be merely the father of its Tzar. Sigismund, with trivial excuses, detained his son in Poland, while, under various pretexts, he continued to pour his troops into Russia. 10,000 armed Poles were sent to Moscow to be in readiness to receive the newly elected monarch upon his arrival. Their general, Stanislaus, artfully contrived even to place 1,000 of these Polish troops in garrison in the citadel of Moscow. These foreign soldiers at last became so insolent that there was a general rising of the populace, and they were threatened with utter extermination. The storm of passion thus raised, no earthly power could quell. The awful slaughter was commenced, and the Poles, conscious of their danger, resorted to the horrible but only measure which could save them from destruction. They immediately set fire to the city in many different places. The city then consisted of 180,000 houses, most of them being of wood. As the flames rose, sweeping from house to house and from street to street, the inhabitants, distracted by the endeavor to save their wives, their children, and their property, threw down their arms and dispersed. When thus helpless, the Poles fell upon them, and one of the most awful massacres ensued of which history gives any record. 100,000 of the wretched people of Moscow perished beneath the Polish scimitars. For 15 days the depopulated and smoldering capital was surrendered to pillage. The royal treasury, the churches, the convents were all plundered. The Poles then, laden with booty, but leaving a garrison in the citadel, evacuated the ruined city and commenced their march to Poland. These horrors roused the Russians. An army under a heroic general, Zachary Lipenow, besieged the Polish garrison, starved them into a surrender, and put them all to death. The nobles then met, declared the election of Ladislaus void, on account of his not coming to Moscow to accept it, and again proceeded to the choice of a sovereign. After long deliberation, one man ventured to propose a candidate very different from any who had before been thought of. It was Michael Feodor Romanow. He was a studious, philosophic young man, 17 years of age. His father was an archbishop of Rostow, a man of exalted reputation, both for genius and piety. Michael, with his mother, was in a convent at Kostroma. It was modestly urged that in this young man there were centered all the qualifications essential for the promotion of the tranquillity of the state. There were but 3 males of his family living, and thus the state would avoid the evil of having numerous relatives of the prince to be cared for. He was entirely free from embroilments in the late troubles. As his father was a clergyman of known piety and virtue, he would counsel his son to peace, and would conscientiously seek the best good of the empire. The proposition, sustained by such views, was accepted with general acclaim. There were several nobles from Kostroma who testified that though they were not personally acquainted with young Romanow, they believed him to be a youth of unusual intelligence, discretion, and moral worth. As the nobles were anxious not to act hastily in a matter of such great importance, they dispatched 2 of their number to Kostroma with a letter to the mother of Michael, urging her to repair immediately with her son to Moscow. The affectionate, judicious mother, upon the reception of this letter, burst into tears of anguish, lamenting the calamity which was impending. "My son," she said, "my only son is to be taken from me to be placed upon the throne, only to be miserably slaughtered like so many of the tzars who have preceded him." She wrote to the electors entreating them that her son might be excused, saying that he was altogether too young to reign, that his father was a prisoner in Poland, and that her son had no relations capable of assisting him with their advice. This letter, on the whole, did but confirm the assembly of nobles in their conviction that they could not make a better choice than that of the young Romanow. They accordingly, with great unanimity, elected Michael Feodor Romanow sovereign of all the Russias. Then, repairing in a body to the cathedral, they proclaimed him to the people as their sovereign. The announcement was received with rapturous applause. It was thus that the house of Romanow was placed upon the throne of Russia. It retains the throne to the present day. Michael, incited by singular sagacity and by true Christian philanthropy, commenced his reign by the most efficient measures to secure the peace of the empire. As soon as he had notified his election to the King of Poland, his father, Archbishop of Rostow, was set at liberty and sent home. He was immediately created by his son Patriarch of all Russia, an office in the Greek Church almost equivalent to that of the Pope in the Romish hierarchy. While these scenes were transpiring, Charles IX died, and Gustavus Adolphus succeeded to the throne of Sweden. Gustavus and Michael both desired peace. The preliminaries were soon settled, and peace was established upon a basis far more advantageous to the Swedes than to the Russians. By this treaty, Russia ceded to Sweden territory, which deprived Russia of all access to the Baltic Sea. Thus the only point now upon which Russia touched the ocean was on the North Sea. No enemies remained to Russia but the Poles. Here there was trouble enough. Ladislaus still demanded the throne, and invaded the empire with an immense army. He advanced, ravaging the country, even to the gates of Moscow. But, finding that he had no partisans in the kingdom, and that powerful armies were combining against him, he consented to a truce for 14 years. Russia was now at peace with all the world. The young Tzar, aided by the counsels of his excellent father, devoted himself with untiring energy to the promotion of the prosperity of his subjects. It was deemed a matter of much political importance that the Tzar should be immediately married. According to the custom of the empire, all the most beautiful girls were collected for the monarch to make his choice. They were received in the palace, and were lodged separately though they all dined together. The Tzar saw them, either incognito or without disguise, as suited his pleasure. The day for the nuptials was appointed, and the bridal robes prepared, when no one knew upon whom the monarch's choice had been fixed. On the morning of the nuptial day, the robes were presented to the empress-elect, who then, for the first time, learned that she had proved the successful candidate. The rejected maidens were returned to their homes laden with rich presents. The young lady selected was Eudocia Streshnew, who chanced to be the daughter of a very worthy gentleman, in quite straitened circumstances, residing nearly 200 miles from Moscow. The messenger who was sent to inform him that his daughter was Empress of Russia found him in the field at work with his domestics. The good old man was conducted to Moscow, but he soon grew weary of the splendors of the court, and entreated permission to return again to his humble rural home. Eudocia, reared in virtuous retirement, proved as lovely in character as she was beautiful in person, and she soon won the love of the nation. The first year of her marriage she gave birth to a daughter. The 3 next children proved also daughters, to the great disappointment of their parents. But in the year 1630 a son was born, and not only the court, but all Russia, was filled with rejoicing. In the year 1634 the Tzar met with one of the greatest of afflictions in the loss of his father by death. His reverence for the venerable patriarch Feodor had been such that he was ever his principal counselor, and all his public acts were proclaimed in the name of the Tzar and his Majesty's father, the most holy patriarch. As he had joined, writes an ancient historian, the mitre to the sword, having been a general in the army before he was an ecclesiastic, the affable and modest behavior, so becoming the ministers of the altar, had tempered and corrected the fire of the warrior, and rendered his manners amiable to all that came near him. The reign of Michael proved almost a constant success. His wisdom and probity caused him to be respected by the neighboring states, while the empire, in the enjoyment of peace, was rapidly developing all its resources, and increasing in wealth, population, and power. His court was constantly filled with ambassadors from all the monarchies of Europe and even of Asia. The Tzar, rightly considering peace as almost the choicest of all earthly blessings, resisted all temptations to draw the sword. There were a few trivial interruptions of peace during his reign, but the dark clouds of war, by his energies, were soon dispelled. This pacific prince, one of the most worthy who ever sat upon any throne, died revered by his subjects on the 12th of July, 1645, in the 49th year of his age, and the 33rd of his reign. He left but 2 children, a son, Alexis, who succeeded him, and a daughter, Irene, who a few years after died unmarried. Alexis was but 16 years of age when he succeeded to the throne. To prevent the possibility of any cabals being formed, in consequence of his youth, he was crowned the day after his father's death. In 1 week from that time Eudocia also died, her death being hastened by grief for the loss of her husband. An ambitious noble, Morason, supremely selfish, but cool, calculating, and persevering, attained the post of prime minister or counselor of the young Tzar. The great object of his aim was to make himself the first subject in the empire. In the accomplishment of this object there were 2 leading measures to which he resorted. The first was to keep the young Tzar as much as possible from taking any part in the transactions of state, by involving him in an incessant round of pleasures. The next step was to secure for the Tzar a wife who would be under his own influence. The love of pleasure incident to youth rendered the first measure not difficult of accomplishment. Peculiar circumstances seemed remarkably to favor the second measure. There was a nobleman of high rank but of small fortune, strongly attached to Morisson, who had two daughters of marvelous beauty. Morisson doubted not that he could lead his ardent young monarch to marry one of these lovely sisters, and he resolved himself to marry the other. He would thus become the brother-in-law of the emperor. Through his wife he would be able to influence her sister, the empress. The family would also feel that they were indebted to him for their elevation. The plan was triumphantly successful. The two young ladies were invited to court, and were decorated to make the most impressive display of their loveliness. With the young Tzar, a boy of 16, it was love at first sight, and that very day he told Morisson that he wished to marry Maria, the eldest of the beauties. Rich presents were immediately lavished upon the whole family, so that they could make their appearance at court with suitable splendor. The Tzar and Maria were immediately betrothed, and in just 8 days the ardent lover led his bride from the altar. At the end of another week Morisson married the other sister. Morisson and Miloslavsky, the father of the two brides, now ruled Russia, while the Tzar surrendered himself to amusements. The people soon became exasperated by the haughtiness and insolence of the Duumvirate, and murmurs growing deeper and louder ere long led to an insurrection. On the 6th of July, 1648, the Tzar, engaged in some civic celebration, was escorted in a procession to one of the monasteries of Moscow. The populace assembled in immense numbers to see him pass. On his return, the crowd broke through the attendant guards, seized the bridle of his horse, and entreated him to listen to their complaints concerning the outrages perpetrated by his ministers. The Tzar, much alarmed by their violence, listened impatiently to their complaints, and promised to render them satisfaction. The people were appeased, and were quietly retiring, when the partisans of the ministers rode among them, assailing them with abusive language, crowding them with their horses, and even striking at them with their whips. The populace, incensed, began to pelt them with stones, and though the guard of the Tzar came to their rescue, they escaped with difficulty to the palace. The mob was now thoroughly aroused. They rushed to the palace of Morisson, burst down the doors, and sacked every apartment. They even tore from the person of his wife her jewels, throwing them into the street, but in other respects treating her with civility. They then passed to the palace of Miloslavsky, treating it in the same manner. The mob had now possession of Moscow. Palace after palace of the partisans of the ministers was sacked, and several of the most distinguished members of the court were massacred. The Tzar, entirely deficient in energy, remained trembling in the Kremlin during the whole of the night of the 6th of July, only entreating his friends to strengthen the guards and to secure the palace from the outrages of the populace. Afraid to trust the Russian troops, who might be found in sympathy with the people, Alexis sent for a regiment of German troops who were in his employ, and stationed them around the palace. He then sent out an officer to disperse the crowd, assuring them that the disorders of which they complained should be redressed. They demanded that the offending ministers should be delivered to them, to be punished for the injuries they had inflicted upon the empire. Alexis assured them, through his messenger, upon his oath, that Morisson and Miloslavsky had escaped, but promised that the third minister whom they demanded, a noble by the name of Plession, who was judge of the Supreme Court of Judicature of Moscow, should be brought out directly, and that those who had escaped should be delivered up as soon as they could be arrested. The guilty, wretched man, thus doomed to be the victim to appease the rage of the mob, in a quarter of an hour was led out bareheaded by the servants of the Tzar to the marketplace. The mob fell upon him with clubs, beat him to the earth, dragged him over the pavements, and finally cut off his head. Thus satiated, about 11 o'clock in the morning they dispersed and returned to their homes. In the afternoon, however, the reign of violence was resumed. The city was set on fire in several places, and the mob collected for plunder, making no effort to extinguish the flames. The fire spread with such alarming rapidity that the whole city was endangered. At length, however, after terrible destruction of property and the loss of many lives, the fury of the conflagration was arrested. The affrighted Tzar now filled the important posts of the ministry with men who had a reputation for justice, and the clergy immediately espousing the cause of order, exhorted the populace to that respect and obedience to the higher powers which their religion enjoined. Alexis personally appeared before the people and addressed them in a speech, in which he made no apology for the outrages which had been committed by the government, but, assuming that the people were right in their demands, promised to repeal the onerous duties, to abolish the obnoxious monopolies, and even to increase the privileges which they had formerly enjoyed. The people received this announcement with great applause. The Tzar, taking advantage of this return to friendliness, remarked, I have promised to deliver up to you Morrison and his confederates in the government. Their acts I admit to have been very unjust, but their personal relations to me renders it peculiarly trying for me to condemn them. I hope the people will not deny the first request I have ever made of them, which is, that these men, whom I have displaced, may be pardoned. I will answer for them for the future, and assure you that their conduct shall be such as to give you cause to rejoice at your lenity." The people were so moved by this address, which the Tzar pronounced with tears, that, as with one accord, they shouted, "God grant his majesty a long and happy life. The will of God and of the Tzar be done." Peace was thus restored between the government and the people, and great good accrued to Russia from this successful insurrection. During the early reign of Alexis there were no foreign wars of any note. The Poles were all the time busy in endeavors to beat back the Turks, who, in wave after wave of invasion, were crossing the Danube. Upon the death of Ladislaus, King of Poland, Alexis, who had then a fine army at his command, offered to march to repel the Turks, if the Poles would choose him King of Poland. But at the same time France made a still more alluring offer, in case they would choose John Casimir, a prince in the interests of France, as their sovereign. The choice fell upon John Casimir. The provinces of Smolensk, Kiev, and Chernigov were then in possession of the Poles, having been, in former wars, wrested from Russia. The Poles had conquered them by taking advantage of internal troubles in Russia, which enabled them with success to invade the empire. Alexis now thought it right, in his turn, to take advantage of the weakness of Poland, harassed by the Turks, to recover these lost provinces. He accordingly marched to the city of Smolensk, and encamped before it with an army of 300,000 men. Smolensk was one of the strongest places which military art had then been able to rear. The Poles had received sufficient warning of the attack to enable them to garrison the fortifications to their utmost capacity, and to supply the town abundantly with all the materials of war. The siege was continued for a full year, with all the usual accompaniments of carnage and misery which attend a beleaguered fortress. At last the city, battered into ruins, surrendered, and the victorious Russians immediately swept over Lithuanian Poland, meeting no force to obstruct its march. Another army, equally resistless, swept the banks of the Dnieper, and recovered Chernigov and Kiev. Misfortunes seemed now to be falling like an avalanche upon Poland. While the Turks were assailing them on the south, and the Russians were wresting from them opulent and populous provinces on the north, Charles Gustavus of Sweden was crossing her eastern frontiers with invading hosts. The impetuous Swedish king, in 3 months, overran nearly the whole of Poland, threatening the utter extinction of the kingdom. This alarmed the surrounding kingdoms, lest Sweden should become too powerful for their safety. Alexis immediately entered into a truce with Poland, which guaranteed to him the peaceable possession of the provinces he had regained, and then united his armies with those of his humiliated rival, to arrest the strides of the Swedish conqueror. Sieges, cannonades, and battles innumerable ensued, over hundreds of leagues of territory, bordering the shores of the Baltic. For several years the maddened strife continued, producing its usual fruits of gory fields, smoldering cities, desolated homes, with orphanage, widowhood, starvation, pestilence, and every conceivable form of human misery. At length, all parties being exhausted, peace was concluded on the 2nd of June, 1661. The great insurrection in Moscow had taught the Tzar Alexis a good lesson, and he profited by it wisely. He was led to devote himself earnestly to the welfare of his people. His recovery of the lost provinces of Russia was considered just, and added immeasurably to his renown. Conscious of the imperfection of his education, he engaged earnestly in study, causing many important scientific treatises to be translated into the Russian language, and perusing them with diligence and delight. He had the laws of the several provinces collected and published together. Many new manufactures were introduced, particularly those of silk and linen. Though rigidly economical in his expenses, he maintained a magnificent court and a numerous army. He took great interest in the promotion of agriculture, bringing many desert wastes into cultivation, and peopling them with the prisoners taken in the Polish and Swedish wars. It was the custom in those barbaric times to drive, as captives of war, the men, women, and children of whole provinces to be slaves in the territory of the conqueror. Often they occupied the position of a vassal peasantry, tilling the soil for the benefit of their lords. With singular foresight, Alexis planned for the construction of a fleet both on the Caspian and the Black Sea. With this object in view, he sent for ship carpenters from Holland and other places. All Europe was now trembling in view of the encroachments of the Turks. Several very angry messages had passed between the Sultan and the Tzar, and the Turks had proved themselves ever eager to combine with the Tartars in bloody raids into the southern regions of the empire. Alexis resolved to combine Christian Europe, if possible, in a war of extermination against the Turks. To this end he sent ambassadors to every court in Christendom. As his ambassador was presented to Pope Clement X, the Pope extended his foot for the customary kiss. The proud Russian drew back, exclaiming, "So ignoble an act of homage is beneath the dignity of the prince whom I have the honor to serve." He then informed the Pope that the Emperor of Russia had resolved to make war against the Turks, that he wished to see all Christian princes unite against those enemies of humanity and religion, that for that purpose he had sent ambassadors to all the potentates of Europe, and that he exhorted his holiness to place himself at the head of a league so powerful, so necessary for the protection of the Church, and from which every Christian state might derive the greatest advantages. Foolish punctilios of etiquette interfered with any efficient arrangements with the court of Rome, and though the ambassadors of other powers were received with the most marked respect, these powers were all too much engrossed with their own internal affairs to enlist in this enterprise for the public good. The Turks were, however, alarmed by these formidable movements, and, fearing such an alliance, were somewhat checked in their career of conquest. On the 10th of November, 1674, the King of Poland died, and again there was an attempt on the part of Russia to unite Poland and the empire under the same crown. All the monarchies in Europe were involved in intrigues for the Polish crown. The electors, however, chose John Sobieski, a renowned Polish general, for their sovereign. The Tzar was very apprehensive that the Poles would make peace with the Turks, and thus leave the Sultan at liberty to concentrate all his tremendous resources upon Russia. Alexis raised 3 large armies, amounting in all to 150,000 men, which he sent into the Ukraine, as the frontier country, watered by the lower Dnieper, was then called. The Turkish army, which was spread over the country between the Danube and the Dniester, now crossed this latter stream, and, in solid battalions, 400,000 strong, penetrated the Ukraine. They immediately commenced the fiend-like work of reducing the whole province to a desert. The process of destruction is swift. Flames, in a few hours, will consume a city which centuries alone have reared. A squadron of cavalry will, in a few moments, trample fields of grain which have been slowly growing and ripening for months. In less than a fortnight nearly the whole of the Ukraine was a depopulated waste, the troops of the Tzar being shut up in narrow fortresses. The King of Poland, apprehensive that this vast Turkish army would soon turn with all their energies of destruction upon his own territories, resolved to march, with all the forces of his kingdom, to the aid of the Russians. 100,000 Polish troops immediately besieged the great city of Humau, which the Turks had taken, midway between the Dnieper and the Dniester. John Sobieski, the newly elected King of Poland, was a veteran soldier of great military renown. He placed himself at the head of other divisions of the army, and endeavored to distract the enemy and to divide their forces. At the same time, Alexis himself hastened to the theater of war that he might animate his troops by his presence. The Turks, finding themselves unable to advance any further, sullenly returned to their own country by the way of the Danube. Upon the retirement of the Turks, the Russians and the Poles began to quarrel respecting the possession of the Ukraine. Affairs were in this condition when the Tzar Alexis, in all the vigor of manhood, was taken sick and died. He was then in the 46th year of his age. His first wife, Maria Miloslawski, had died several years before him, leaving 2 sons and 4 daughters. His second wife, Natalia Nariskin, to whom he was married in the year 1671, still lived with her 2 children, a son, Peter, who was subsequently entitled the Great, as being the most illustrious monarch Russia has known, and a daughter, Natalia. Alexis, notwithstanding the unpropitious promise of his youth, proved one of the wisest and best princes Russia had known for years. He was a lover of peace, and yet prosecuted war with energy when it was forced upon him. His oldest surviving son, Fyodor, who was but 18 years of age at the time of his father's death, succeeded to the crown. Fyodor, following the counsel which his father gave him on his dying bed, soon took military possession of nearly all of the Ukraine. The Turks entered the country again, but were repulsed with severe loss. Apprehensive that they would speedily return, the Tzar made great efforts to secure a friendly alliance with Poland, in which he succeeded by paying a large sum of money in requital for the provinces of Smolensk and Kiev, which his arms had recovered. In the spring of 1678, the Turks again entered the Ukraine with a still more formidable army than the year before. The campaign was opened by laying siege to the city of Zeherin, which was encompassed by nearly 400,000 men, and, after a destructive cannonade, was carried by storm. The garrison, consisting of 30,000 men, were put to the sword. The Russian troops were so panic-stricken by this defeat that they speedily retreated. The Turks pursued them a long distance, constantly harassing their rear. But the Turks, in their turn, were compelled to retire, being driven back by famine, a foe against whom their weapons could make no impression. The Ottoman Porte soon found that little was gained by waging war with an empire so vast and sparsely settled as Russia, and that their conquest of the desolated and depopulated lands of the Ukraine was by no means worth the expenses of the war. The Porte was therefore inclined to make peace with Russia, that the Turkish armies might fall upon Poland again, which presented a much more inviting field of conquest. The Poles were informed of this through their ambassador at Constantinople, and earnestly appealed to the Tzar of Russia, and to all the princes in Christendom to come to their aid. The selfishness which every court manifested is humiliating to human nature. Each court seemed only to think of its own aggrandizement. Feodor consented to aid them only on condition that the Poles should renounce all pretension to any places then in possession of Russia. To this the Polish king assented, and the armies of Russia and Poland were again combined to repel the Turks. End of chapter 17. Recording by Jeff Kluckner, Plymouth, UK. Chapter 18 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Kluckner. The Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 18. The Regency of Sophia, from 1680 to 1697. Administration of Feodor. Death of Feodor. Incapacity of Ivan. Succession of Peter. Usurpation of Sophia. Insurrection of the Strelitzes. Massacre in Moscow. Success of the insurrection. Ivan and Peter declared sovereigns under the Regency of Sophia. General discontent. Conspiracy against Sophia. Her flight to the convent. The conspiracy quelled. New conspiracy. Energy of Peter. He assumes the crown. Sophia banished to a convent. Commencement of the reign of Peter. Feodor, influenced by the wise counsels of his father, devoted much attention to the beautifying of his capital and to developing the internal resources of the empire. He paved the streets of Moscow, erected several large buildings of stone in place of the old wooden structures. Commerce and arts were patronized, he even loaning, from the public treasury, sums of money to enterprising men to encourage them in their industrial enterprises. Foreigners of distinction, both scholars and artisans, were invited to take up their residence in the empire. The Tzar was particularly fond of fine horses, and was very successful in improving, by importations, the breed in Russia. Feodor had always been of an exceedingly frail constitution, and it was evident that he could not anticipate long life. In the year 1681, he married a daughter of one of the nobles. His bride, Opimia Rutowski, was also frail in health, though very beautiful. 6 months had hardly passed away ere the youthful empress exchanged her bridal robes and couch for the shroud and the tomb. The emperor himself, grief-stricken, was rapidly sinking in a decline. His ministers almost forced him to another immediate marriage, hoping that, by the birth of a son, the succession of his half-brother Peter might be prevented. The dying emperor received into his emaciate, feeble arms the new bride who had been selected for him, Marva Matwiowna, and after a few weeks of languor and depression, died. He was deeply lamented by his subjects, for during his short reign of less than 3 years he had developed a noble character, and had accomplished more for the real prosperity of Russia than many a monarch in the longest occupation of the throne. Feodor left 2 brothers, Ivan, a brother by the same mother, Eudocia, and Peter, the son of the second wife of Alexis. Ivan was very feeble in body and in mind, with dim vision and subject to epileptic fits. Feodor consequently declared his younger brother Peter, who was but 10 years of age, his successor. The custom of the empire allowed him to do this, and rendered this appointment valid. It was generally the doom of the daughters of the Russian emperors, who could seldom find a match equal to their rank, to pass their lives immured in a convent. Feodor had a sister, Sophia, a very spirited, energetic woman, ambitious and resolute, whose whole soul revolted against such a moping existence. Seeing that Feodor had but a short time to live, she left her convent and returned to the Kremlin, persisting in her resolve to perform all sisterly duties for her dying brother. Ivan, her own brother, was incapable of reigning, from his infirmities. Peter, her half-brother, was but a child. Sophia, with wonderful energy, while tending at the couch of Feodor, made herself familiar with the details of the administration and, acting on behalf of the dying sovereign, gathered the reins of power into her own hands. As soon as Feodor expired, and it was announced that Peter was appointed successor to the throne, to the exclusion of his elder brother Ivan, Sophia, through her emissaries, excited the militia of the capital to one of the most bloody revolts Moscow had ever witnessed. It was her intention to gain the throne for the imbecile Ivan, as she doubted not that she could, in that event, govern the empire at her pleasure. Peter, child as he was, had already developed a character of self-reliance, which taught Sophia that he would speedily wrest the scepter from her hands. The second day after the burial of Feodor, the militia, or strelitzes as they were called, a body of citizen soldiers in Moscow, corresponding very much with the National Guard of Paris, surrounded the Kremlin, in a great tumult, and commenced complaining of 9 of their colonels, who owed them some arrears of pay. They demanded that these officers should be surrendered to them, and their demand was so threatening that the court, intimidated, was compelled to yield. The wretched officers were seized by the mob, tied to the ground naked, upon their faces, and whipped with most terrible severity. The soldiers thus overawed opposition, and became a power which no one dared resist. Sophia was their inspiring genius, inciting and directing them through her emissaries. Though some have denied her complicity in these deeds of violence, still the prevailing voice of history is altogether against her. Sophia, having the terrors of the mob to wield, as her executive power, convened an assembly of the princes of the blood, the generals, the lords, the patriarch, and the bishops of the church, and even of the principal merchants. She urged upon them that Ivan, by right of birth, was entitled to the empire. The mother of Peter, Natalia Nariskin, now Empress Dowager, was still young and beautiful. She had 2 brothers occupying posts of influence at court. The family of the Nariskins had consequently much authority in the empire. Sophia dreaded the power of her mother-in-law, and her first efforts of intrigue were directed against the Nariskins. Her agents were everywhere busy, in the court and in the army, whispering insinuations against them. It was even intimated that they had caused the death of Feodor, by bribing his physician to poison him, and that they had attempted the life of Ivan. At length, Sophia gave to her agents a list of 40 lords, whom they were to denounce to the insurgent soldiery as enemies to them and to the state. This was the signal for their massacre. 2 were first seized in the palace of the Kremlin, and thrown out of the window. The soldiers received them upon their pikes, and dragged their mutilated corpses through the streets to the great square of the city. They then rushed back to the palace, where they found Athanasius Nariskin, one of the brothers of the Queen Dowager. He was immediately murdered. They soon after found 3 of the proscribed in a church, to which they had fled as a sanctuary. Notwithstanding the sacredness of the church, the unhappy lords were instantly hewn to pieces by the swords of the assassins. Thus frenzied with blood, they met a young lord whom they mistook for Ivan Nariskin, the remaining brother of the mother of Peter. He was instantly slain, and then the assassins discovered their error. With some slight sense of justice, perhaps of humanity, they carried the bleeding corpse of the young nobleman to his father. The panic-stricken, heart-broken parent dared not rebuke them for the murder, but thanked them for bringing to him the corpse of his child. The mother, more impulsive and less cautious, broke out into bitter and almost delirious reproaches. The father, to appease her, said to her, in an undertone, "Let us wait till the hour shall come when we shall be able to take revenge." Someone overheard the imprudent words, and reported them to the mob. They immediately returned, dragged the old man down the stairs of his palace by the hair, and cut his throat upon his own door-sill. They were now searching the city, in all directions, for von Gaden, the German physician of the late Tzar, who was accused of administering to him poison. They met in the streets, the son of the physician, and demanded of him where his father was. The trembling lad replied that he did not know. They cut him down. Soon they met another German physician. "You are a doctor," they said. "If you have not poisoned our sovereign, you have poisoned others, and deserve death." He was immediately murdered. At length they discovered von Gaden. He had attempted to disguise himself in a beggar's garb. The worthy old man, who, like most eminent physicians, was as distinguished for humanity as for eminent medical skill, was dragged to the Kremlin. The princesses themselves came out and mingled with the crowd, begging for the life of the good man, assuring them that he had been a faithful physician and that he had served their sovereign with zeal. The soldiers declared that he deserved to die, as they had positive proof that he was a sorcerer, for, in searching his apartments, they had found the skin of a snake and several reptiles preserved in bottles. Against such proof no earthly testimony could avail. They also demanded that Ivan Nariskin, whom they had been seeking for 2 days, should be delivered up to them. They were sure that he was concealed somewhere in the Kremlin, and they threatened to set fire to the palace and burn it to the ground unless he were immediately delivered to them. It was evident that these threats would be promptly put into execution. Firing the palace would certainly ensure his death. There was the bare possibility of escape by surrendering him to the mob. The empress herself went to her brother in his concealment and informed him of the direful choice before him. The young prince sent for the patriarch, confessed his sins, partook of the Lord's Supper, received the sacrament of extreme unction in preparation for death, and was then led out, by the patriarch himself, dressed in his pontifical robes and bearing an image of the Virgin Mary, and was delivered by him to the soldiers. The queen and the princesses accompanied the victim, surrounding him, and, falling upon their knees before the soldiers, they united with the patriarch in pleading for his life. But the mob, intoxicated and maddened, dragged the young prince and the physician before a tribunal, which they had constituted on the spot, and condemned them to what was expressively called the punishment of 10,000 slices. Their bodies were speedily cut into the smallest fragments, while their heads were stuck upon the iron spikes of the balustrade. These outrages were terminated by a proclamation from the soldiery that Ivan and Peter should be joint sovereigns under the Regency of Sophia. The regent rewarded her partisans liberally for their efficient and successful measures. Upon the leaders she conferred the confiscated estates of the proscribed. A monument of shame was reared, upon which the names of the assassinated were engraved as traitors to their country. The soldiers were rewarded with double pay. Sophia unscrupulously usurped all the prerogatives and honors of royalty. All dispatches were sealed with her hand. Her effigy was stamped upon the current coin. She took her seat as presiding officer at the council. To confer a little more dignity upon the character of her imbecile brother, Ivan, she selected for him a wife, a young lady of extraordinary beauty, whose father had command of a fortress in Siberia. It was on the 25th of June, 1682, that Sophia assumed the regency. In 1684, Ivan was married. The scenes of violence which had occurred agitated the whole political atmosphere throughout the empire. There was intense exasperation, and many conspiracies were formed for the overthrow of the government. The most formidable of these conspiracies was organized by Khovansky, commander-in-chief of the Strelitzes. He was dissatisfied with the rewards he had received, and, conscious that he had placed Sophia upon the throne through the energies of the soldiers he commanded, he believed that he might just as easily have placed himself there. Having become accustomed to blood, the slaughter of a few more persons, that he might place the crown upon his own brow, appeared to him a matter of but little moment. He accordingly planned to murder the 2 Tzars, the regent Sophia, and all the remaining princes of the royal family. Then, by lavishing abundant rewards upon the soldiers, he doubted not that he could secure their efficient cooperation in maintaining him on the throne. The conspiracy was discovered upon the eve of its accomplishment. Sophia immediately fled with the 2 Tzars and the princes to the monastery of the Trinity. This was a palace, a convent, and a fortress. The vast pile, reared of stone, was situated 36 miles from Moscow, and was encompassed with deep ditches, and massive ramparts bristling with cannon. The monks were in possession of the whole country for a space of 12 miles around this almost impregnable citadel. From this safe retreat Sophia opened communications with the rebel chief. She succeeded in alluring him to come halfway to meet her in conference. A powerful band of soldiers, placed in ambush, seized him. He was immediately beheaded, with one of his sons, and 37 strelitzes who had accompanied him. As soon as the strelitzes in Moscow, numbering many thousands, heard of the assassination of their general and of their comrades, they flew to arms, and in solid battalions, with infantry, artillery, and cavalry, marched to the assault of the convent. The regent rallied her supporters, consisting of the lords who were her partisans, and their vassals, and prepared for a vigorous defense. Russia seemed now upon the eve of a bloody civil war. The nobles generally espoused the cause of the Tzars under the Regency of Sophia. Their claims seemed those of legitimacy, while the success of the insurrectionary soldiers promised only anarchy. The rise of the people in defense of the government was so sudden and simultaneous that the strelitzes were panic-stricken, and soon, in the most abject submission, implored pardon, which was wisely granted them. Sophia, with the Tzars, surrounded by an army, returned in triumph to Moscow. Tranquillity was thus restored. Sophia still held the reins of power with a firm grasp. The imbecility of Ivan and the youth of Peter rendered this usurpation easy. Very adroitly she sent the most mutinous regiments of the strelitzes on apparently honorable missions to the distant provinces of the Ukraine, Kasan, and Siberia. Poland, menaced by the Turks, made peace with Russia, and purchased her alliance by the surrender of the vast province of Smolensk and all the conquered territory in the Ukraine. In the year 1687, Sophia sent the first Russian embassy to France, which was then in the meridian of her splendor, under the reign of Louis XIV. Voltaire states that France, at that time, was so unacquainted with Russia that the Academy of Inscriptions celebrated this embassy by a medal, as if it had come from India. The Crimean Tartars, in confederacy with the Turks, kept Russia, Poland, Hungary, Transylvania, and the various provinces of the German Empire in perpetual alarm. Poland and Russia were so humiliated that for several years they had purchased exemption from these barbaric forays by paying the Tartars an annual tribute amounting to $50,000 each. Sophia, anxious to wipe out this disgrace, renewed the effort, which had so often failed, to unite all Europe against the Turks. Immense armies were raised by Russia and Poland and sent to the Tauride. For 2 years a bloody war raged with about equal slaughter upon both sides, while neither party gained any marked advantage. Peter had now attained his 18th year, and began to manifest pretty decisively a will of his own. He fell in love with a beautiful maiden, Ottokessa Lapuchin, daughter of one of his nobles, and, notwithstanding all the intriguing opposition of Sophia, persisted in marrying her. This marriage increased greatly the popularity of the young prince, and it was very manifest that he would soon thrust Sophia aside, and with his own vigorous arm wield the scepter alone. The regent, whose hands were already stained with the blood of assassination, now resolved to remove Peter out of the way. The young prince, with his bride, was residing at his country seat, a few miles out from Moscow. Sophia, in that corrupt, barbaric age, found no difficulty in obtaining, with bribes, as many accomplices as she wanted. 2 distinguished generals led a party of 600 strelitzes out of the city, to surround the palace of Peter and to secure his death. The soldiers had already commenced their march, when Peter was informed of his danger. The Tzar leaped upon a horse, and spurring him to his utmost speed, accompanied by a few attendants, escaped to the convent of the Trinity, to which we have before alluded as one of the strongest fortresses of Russia. The mother, wife, and sister of the Tzar immediately joined him there. The soldiers were not aware of the mission which their leaders were intending to accomplish. When they arrived at the palace, and it was found that the Tzar had fled, and it was whispered about that he had fled to save his life, the soldiers, by nature more strongly attached to a chivalrous young man than to an intriguing, ambitious woman, whose character was of very doubtful reputation, broke out into open revolt, and, abandoning their officers, marched directly to the monastery and offered their services to Peter. The patriarch, whose religious character gave him almost unbounded influence with the people, also found that he was included as one of the victims of the conspiracy, that he was to have been assassinated, and his place conferred upon one of the partisans of Sophia. He also fled to the convent of the Trinity. Sophia now found herself deserted by the soldiery and the nation. She accordingly, with the most solemn protestations, declared that she had been accused falsely, and after sending messenger after messenger to plead her cause with her brother, resolved to go herself. She had not advanced more than half-way, ere she was met by a detachment of Peter's friends who informed her, from him, that she must go directly back to Moscow, as she could not be received into the convent. The next day Peter assembled a council, and it was resolved to bring the traitors to justice. A colonel, with 300 men, was sent to the Kremlin to arrest the officers implicated in the conspiracy. They were loaded with chains, conducted to the Trinity, and in accordance with the barbaric custom of the times, were put to the torture. In agony too dreadful to be borne, they of course made any confession which was demanded. Peter was reluctant to make a public example of his sister. There ensued a series of punishments of the conspirators too revolting to be narrated. The mildest of these punishments was exile to Siberia, there, in the extremest penury, to linger through scenes of woe so long as God should prolong their lives. The executions being terminated and the exiles out of sight, Sophia was ordered to leave the Kremlin, and retire to the cloisters of Denitz, which he was never again to leave. Peter then made a triumphal entry into Moscow. He was accompanied by a guard of 18,000 troops. His feeble brother Ivan received him at the outer gate of the Kremlin. They embraced each other with much affection, and then retired to their respective apartments. The wife and mother of Peter accompanied him on his return to Moscow. Thus terminated the Regency of Sophia. From this time Peter was the real sovereign of Russia. His brother Ivan took no other share in the government than that of lending his name to the public acts. He lived for a few years in great seclusion, almost forgotten, and died in 1696. Peter was physically, as well as intellectually, a remarkable man. He was tall and finely formed, with noble features lighted up with an extremely brilliant eye. His constitution was robust, enabling him to undergo great hardship, and he was by nature a man of great activity and energy. His education, however, was exceedingly defective. The Regent Sophia had not only exerted all her influence to keep him in ignorance, but also to allure him into the wildest excesses of youthful indulgence. Even his recent marriage had not interfered with the publicity of his amours, and all distinguished foreigners in Moscow were welcomed by him to scenes of feasting and carousing. Notwithstanding these deplorable defects of character, for which much allowance is to be made from the neglect of his education and his peculiar temptations, still it was manifest to close observers even then that the seeds of true greatness were implanted in his nature. When 5 years of age he was riding with his mother in a coach, and was asleep in her arms. As they were passing over a bridge, where there was a heavy fall of water from spring rains, the roar of the cataract awoke him. The noise, with the sudden aspect of the rushing torrent, created such terror that he was thrown into a fever, and, for years, he could not see any standing water, much less a running stream, without being thrown almost into convulsions. To overcome this weakness, he resolutely persisted in plunging into the waves, until his aversion was changed into a great fondness for that element. Ashamed of his ignorance, he vigorously commenced studying German, and, notwithstanding all the seductions of the court, succeeded in acquiring such a mastery of the language as to be able both to speak and write it correctly. Peter's father, Alexis, had been anxious to open the fields of commerce to his subjects. He had, at great expense, engaged the services of shipbuilders and navigators from Holland. A frigate and a yacht had been constructed, with which the Volga had been navigated to its mouth at Astrakhan. It was his intention to open a trade with Persia through the Caspian Sea. But, in a revolt at Astrakhan, the vessels were seized and destroyed, and the captain killed. Thus terminated this enterprise. The master builder, however, remained in Russia, where he lived a long time in obscurity. One day, Peter, at one of his summer palaces of Izmailov, saw upon the shore of the lake the remains of a pleasure boat of peculiar construction. He had never before seen any boat but such as was propelled by oars. The peculiarity of the structure of this arrested his attention, and being informed that it was constructed for sails as well as oars, he ordered it to be repaired, that he might make trial of it. It so chanced that the shipwright, Brandt, from Holland, who had built the boat, was found, and the Tzar, to his great delight, enjoyed, for the first time in his life, the pleasures of a sail. He immediately gave directions for the boat to be transported to the great lake near the convent of the Trinity, and here he ordered 2 frigates and 3 yachts to be built. For months he amused himself piloting his little fleet over the waves of the lake. Like many a plebeian boy, the Tzar had now acquired a passion for the sea, and he longed to get a sight of the ocean. With this object in view, in 1694 he set out on a journey of nearly 1,000 miles to Archangel, on the shores of the White Sea. Taking his shipwrights with him, he had a small vessel constructed, in which he embarked for the exploration of the frozen ocean, a body of water which no sovereign had seen before him. A Dutch man of war, which chanced to be in the harbor at Archangel, and all the merchant fleet there accompanied the Tzar on this expedition. The sovereign himself had already acquired much of the art of working a ship, and on this trip devoted all his energies to improvement in the science and practical skill of navigation. While the Tzar was thus turning his attention to the subject of a navy, he at the same time was adopting measures of extraordinary vigor for the reorganization of the army. Hitherto the army had been composed of bands of vassals, poorly armed and without discipline, led by their lords, who were often entirely without experience in the arts of war. Peter commenced, at his country residence, with a company of 50 picked men, who were put through the most thorough drill by General Gordon, a Scotchman of much military ability, who had secured the confidence of the Tzar. Some of the sons of the lords were chosen as their officers, but these young nobles were all trained by the same military discipline, Peter setting them the example by passing through all the degrees of the service from the very lowest rank. He shouldered his musket, and commencing at the humblest post, served as sentinel, sergeant, and lieutenant. No one ventured to refuse to follow in the footsteps of his sovereign. This company, thus formed and disciplined, was rapidly increased until it became the Royal Guard, most terrible on the field of battle. When this regiment numbered 5,000 men, another regiment upon the same principle was organized, which contained 12,000. It is a remarkable fact, stated by Voltaire, that 1/3 of these troops were French refugees, driven from France by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. One of the first efforts of the far-sighted monarch was to consolidate the army and to bring it under the energy of one mind, by breaking down the independence of the nobles, who had heretofore acted as petty sovereigns, leading their contingents of vassals. Peter was thus preparing to make the influence of Russia felt among the armies of Europe as it had never been felt before. The Russian Empire, sweeping across Siberian Asia, reached down indefinitely to about the latitude of 52 degrees, where it was met by the Chinese claims. Very naturally, a dispute arose respecting the boundaries, and with a degree of good sense which seems almost incredible in view of the developments of history, the two half-civilized nations decided to settle the question by conference rather than by war. A place of meeting, for the ambassadors, was appointed on the frontiers of Siberia, about 900 miles from the great Chinese wall. Fortunately for both parties, there were some Christian missionaries who accompanied the Chinese as interpreters. Probably through the influence of these men of peace a treaty was soon formed. Both parties pledged themselves to the observance of the treaty in the following words, which were doubtless written by the missionaries. If any of us entertain the least thought of renewing the flames of war, we beseech the Supreme Lord of all things, who knows the heart of man, to punish the traitor with sudden death. 2 large pillars were erected upon the spot to mark the boundaries between the two empires, and the treaty was engraved upon each of them. Soon after, a treaty of commerce was formed, which commerce, with brief interruptions, has continued to flourish until the present day. Peter now prepared, with his small but highly disciplined army, to make vigorous warfare upon the Turks, and to obtain, if possible, the control of the Black Sea. Early in the summer of 1695, the Russian army commenced its march. Striking the head waters of the Don, they descended the valley of that river to attack the city of Azov, an important port of the Turks, situated on an island at the mouth of the Don. The Tzar accompanied his troops, not as commander-in-chief, but a volunteer soldier. Generals Gordon and Lefort, veteran officers, had the command of the expedition. Azov was a very strong fortress, and was defended by a numerous garrison. It was found necessary to invest the place and commence a regular siege. A foreign officer from Danzig, by the name of Jacob, had the direction of the battering train. For some violation of military etiquette, he had been condemned to ignominious punishment. The Russians were accustomed to such treatment, but Jacob, burning with revenge, spiked his guns, deserted, joined the enemy, adopted the Mussulman faith, and with great vigor conducted the defense. Jacob was a man of much military science, and he succeeded in thwarting all the efforts of the besiegers. In the attempt to storm the town the Russians were repulsed with great loss, and at length were compelled to raise the siege and to retire. But Peter was not a man to yield to difficulties. The next summer he was found before Azov, with a still more formidable force. In this attempt the Tzar was successful, and on the 28th of July the garrison surrendered without obtaining any of the honors of war. Elated with success, Peter increased the fortifications, dug a harbor capable of holding large ships, and prepared to fit out a strong fleet against the Turks, which fleet was to consist of 9 60-gun ships, and 41 of from 30 to 50 guns. While the fleet was being built he returned to Moscow, and to impress his subjects with a sense of the great victory obtained, he marched the army into Moscow beneath triumphal arches, while the whole city was surrendered to all the demonstrations of joy. Characteristically, Peter refused to take any of the credit of the victory which had been gained by the skill and valor of his generals. These officers consequently took the precedency of their sovereign in the triumphal procession, Peter declaring that merit was the only road to military preferment, and that, as yet, he had attained no rank in the army. In imitation of the ancient Romans, the captives taken in the war were led in the train of the victors. The unfortunate Jacob was carried in a cart, with a rope about his neck, and after being broken upon the wheel, was ignominiously hung. End of chapter 18. Recording by Jeff Kluckner, Plymouth, UK.
Chapter 19 of the Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Bascom. The Empire of Russia from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time by John S. C. Abbott. Chapter 19. Peter the Great. From 1697 to 1702. Young Russians sent to foreign countries. The Tzar decides upon a tour of observation. His plan of travel. Anecdote. Peter's mode of life in Holland. Characteristic anecdotes. The presentation of the ambassador. The Tzar visits England. Life at Deptford. Illustrious foreigners engaged in his service. Peter visits Vienna. The game of landlord. Insurrection in Moscow. Return of the Tzar and measures of severity. War with Sweden. Disastrous defeat of Narva. Efforts to secure the shores of the Baltic. Designs upon the Black Sea. It was a source of mortification to the Tzar that he was dependent upon foreigners for the construction of his ships. He accordingly sent 60 young Russians to the seaports of Venice and Leghorn in Italy to acquire the art of shipbuilding and to learn scientific and practical navigation. Soon after this he sent 40 more to Holland for the same purpose. He sent also a large number of young men to Germany to learn the military discipline of that warlike people. He now adopted the extraordinary resolve of travelling himself, incognito, through most of the countries of Europe, that he might see how they were governed, and might become acquainted with the progress they had made in the arts and sciences. In this European tour he decided to omit Spain, because the arts there were but little cultivated, and France, because he disliked the pompous ceremonials of the court of Louis XIV. His plan of travel was as ingenious as it was odd. An extraordinary embassage was sent by him as Emperor of Russia to all the leading courts of Europe. These ambassadors received minute instructions and were fitted out for their expedition with splendor which should add to the renown of the Russian monarchy. Peter followed in the retinue of this embassage as a private gentleman of wealth, with the servants suitable for his station. 3 nobles of the highest dignity were selected as ambassadors. Their retinue consisted of 4 secretaries, 12 gentlemen, 2 pages for each ambassador, and a company of 50 of the royal guard. The whole embassage embraced 200 persons. The Tzar was lost to view in this crowd. He reserved for himself 1 valet de chambre, 1 servant in livery, and a dwarf. It was, says Voltaire, a thing unparalleled in history, either ancient or modern, for a sovereign of 25 years of age to withdraw from his kingdoms only to learn the art of government. The regency during his absence was entrusted to 2 of the lords in whom he reposed confidence, who were to consult, in cases of importance, with the rest of the nobility. General Gordon, the Scotch officer, was placed in command of 4,000 of the royal troops to secure the peace of the capital. The ambassadors commenced their journey in April 1697. Passing directly west from Moscow to Novgorod, they thence traversed the province of Livonia until they reached Riga, at the mouth of the Dwina. Peter was anxious to examine the important fortifications of this place, but the governor peremptorily forbade it. Riga then belonged to Sweden. Peter did not forget the affront. Continuing their journey, they arrived at Königsberg, the capital of the feeble electorate of Brandenburg, which has since grown into the kingdom of Prussia. The elector, an ambitious man, who subsequently took the title of king, received them with an extravagant display of splendor. At one of the bacchanalian feasts given on the occasion, the bad and good qualities of Peter were very conspicuously displayed. Heated with wine, and provoked by a remark made by Lefort, who was one of his ambassadors, he drew his sword and called upon Lefort to defend himself. The ambassador humbly bowed, folded his hands upon his breast, and said, "Far be it from me. Rather, let me perish by the hand of my master." The Tzar, enraged and intoxicated, raised his arm to strike, when one of the retinue seized the uplifted hand and averted the blow. Peter immediately recovered his self-possession, and sheathing his sword, said to his ambassador, "I ask your pardon. It is my great desire to reform my subjects, and yet I am ashamed to confess that I am unable to reform myself." From Königsberg they continued their route to Berlin, and thence to Hamburg, near the mouth of the Elbe, which was, even then, an important maritime town. They then turned their steps towards Amsterdam. As soon as they reached Emmerich, on the Rhine, the Tzar, impatient of the slow progress of the embassage, forsook his companions, and hiring a small boat, sailed down the Rhine and proceeded to Amsterdam, reaching that city 15 days before the embassy. He flew through the city, says one of the annalists of those days, like lightning, and proceeded to a small but active seaport town on the coast, Zaandam. The first person they saw here was a man fishing from a small skiff, at a short distance from the shore. The Tzar, who was dressed like a common Dutch skipper, in a red jacket and white linen trousers, hailed the man and engaged lodgings of him, consisting of 2 small rooms with a loft over them and an adjoining shed. Strangely enough, this man, whose name was Kist, had been in Russia working as a smith, and he knew the Tzar. He was strictly enjoined on no account to let it be known who his lodger was. A group soon gathered around the strangers with many questions. Peter told them that they were carpenters and laborers from a foreign country in search of work, but no one believed this, for the attendants of the Tzar still wore the rich robes which constituted the costume of Russia. With sympathy as beautiful as it is rare, Peter called upon several families of ship carpenters who had worked for him and with him at Archangel, and to some of these families he gave valuable presents, which he said that the Tzar of Russia had sent to them. He clothed himself and ordered his companions to clothe themselves in the ordinary dress of the dockyard, and purchasing carpenter's tools, they all went vigorously to work. The next day was the Sabbath. The arrival of these strangers, so peculiar in aspect and conduct, was noised abroad, and when Peter awoke in the morning he was greatly annoyed by finding a large crowd assembled before his door. Indeed, the rumor of the Russian embassage, and that the Tzar himself was to accompany it, had already reached Amsterdam, and it was shrewdly suspected that these strangers were in some way connected with the expected arrival of the ambassadors. One of the barbers in Amsterdam had received from a ship carpenter in Archangel a portrait of the Tzar, which had been for some time hanging in his shop. He was with the crowd around the door. The moment his eye rested on Peter, he exclaimed with astonishment, "That is the Tzar!" His form, features, and character were all so marked that he could not easily be mistaken. No further efforts were made at concealment, though Peter was often very much annoyed by the crowds who followed his footsteps and watched all his actions. He was persuaded to change his lodgings to more suitable apartments, though he still wore his workman's dress and toiled in the shipyard with energy, and also with skill which no one could surpass. The extraordinary rapidity of his motions astonished and amused the Dutch. Such running, jumping, and clambering over the shipping, they said, we never witnessed before. To the Patriarch in Moscow he wrote, "I am living in obedience to the commands of God, which were spoken to Father Adam. In the sweat of thy brow shalt thou eat thy bread." Very many anecdotes are related of Peter during this portion of his life, which, though they may be apocryphal, are very characteristic of his eccentric nature. At one time he visited a celebrated iron manufactory, and forged himself several bars of iron, directing his companions to assist him in the capacity of journeymen blacksmiths. Upon the bars he forged he put his own mark, and then he demanded of Muller, the proprietor, payment for his work, at the same rate he paid other workmen. Having received 18 altins, he said, looking at the patched shoes on his feet, "This will serve me to buy a pair of shoes, of which I stand in great need. I have earned them well, by the sweat of my brow, with hammer and anvil." When the ambassadors entered Amsterdam, Peter thought it proper to take a part in the procession, which was arranged in the highest style of magnificence. The 3 ambassadors rode first, followed by a long train of carriages, with servants in rich livery on foot. The Tzar, dressed as a private gentleman, was in one of the last carriages in the train of his ambassadors. The eyes of the populace searched for him in vain. From this fête he returned eagerly to his work, with saw, hammer, and adze, at Zaandam. He persisted in living like the rest of the workmen, rising early, building his own fire, and often cooking his own meals. One of the inhabitants of Zaandam thus describes his appearance at that time. "The Tzar is very tall and robust, quick and nimble of foot, dexterous and rapid in all his actions. His face is plump and round, fierce in his look, with brown eyebrows and short curly hair of a brownish color. He is quick in his gait, swinging his arms, and holding in one of them a cane." The Dutch were so much interested in him that a regular diary was kept in Zaandam of all he said and did. Those who were in daily intercourse with him preserved a memorandum of all that occurred. He was generally called by the name of Master Peter. While hard at work in the shipyard, he received intelligence of troubles in Poland. The renowned king, John Sobieski, died in 1696. The electors were divided in the choice of a successor. Augustus II, Elector of Saxony, by means of bribes and his army, obtained the vote. But there was great dissatisfaction, and a large party of the nation rallied around the Prince of Conti, the rival candidate. Peter, learning these facts, immediately sent word from his carpenter's shop to Augustus, offering to send an army of 30,000 men to his assistance. He frequently went from Zaandam to Amsterdam to attend the anatomical lectures of the celebrated Ruysch. His thirst for knowledge appeared to be universal and insatiable. He even performed, himself, several surgical operations. He also studied natural philosophy under Davidson. Most minds would have been bewildered by such a multiplicity of employments, but his mental organization was of that peculiar class which grasps and retains all within its reach. He worked at the forge, in the rope-walks, at the sawing-mill, and in the manufactures for wire-drawing, making paper and extracting oil. While at Zaandam, Peter finished a 60-gun ship, upon which he had worked diligently from the laying of the keel. As the Russians then had no harbor in the Baltic, this ship was sent to Archangel on the shores of the White Sea. Peter also engaged a large number of French refugees and Swiss and German artists to enter his service, and sent them to Moscow. Whenever he found a mechanic whose work testified to superior skill, he would secure him at almost any price, and send him to Moscow. To geography he devoted great attention, and even then devised the plan of uniting the Caspian and the Black Sea by a ship canal. Early in January 1698, Peter, having passed 9 months at Zaandam, left for The Hague. King William III sent his yacht to The Hague to convey the Tzar to England, with a convoy of 2 ships of war. Peter left The Hague on the 18th of January, and arrived in London on the 21st. Though he attempted here no secrecy as to his rank, he requested to be treated only as a private gentleman. A large mansion was engaged for him near the Royal Navy Yard at Deptford, a small town upon the Thames, about 4 miles from London. The London Postman, one of the leading metropolitan journals of that day, thus announces this extraordinary visit: "The Tzar of Muscovy, desiring to raise the glory of his nation, and avenge the Christians of all the injuries they have received from the Turks, has abrogated the wild manners of his predecessors, and having concluded from the behavior of his engineers and officers, who were sent him by the Elector of Brandenburg, that the western nations of Europe understood the art of war better than others, he resolved to take a journey thither, and not wholly to rely upon the relations which his ambassadors might give him, and, at the same time, to send a great number of his nobility into those parts through which he did not intend to travel, that he might have a complete idea of the affairs of Europe, and enrich his subjects with the arts of all other Christian nations. And as navigation is the most useful invention that ever was yet found out, he seems to have chosen it as his own part in the general inquiry he is about. His design is certainly very noble, and discovers the greatness of his genius. But the model he has proposed himself to imitate is a convincing proof of his extraordinary judgment. For what other prince in the world was a fitter pattern for the great Emperor of Muscovy than William III, King of Great Britain? In London and Deptford, Peter followed essentially the same mode of life which he had adopted in Amsterdam. There was not a single article belonging to a ship, from the casting of a cannon to the making of cables, to which he did not devote special attention. He also devoted some time to watchmaking. A number of English artificers, and also several literary and scientific gentlemen from England, were taken into his service. He made arrangements with a distinguished Scotch geometrician and 2 mathematicians from Christ Church Hospital to remove to Moscow, who laid the foundation in Russia of the Marine Academy. To astronomy, the calculation of eclipses, and the laws of gravitation he devoted much thought, guided by the most scientific men England could then produce. Parry, an English engineer, was sent to Russia to survey a route for a ship canal from the ocean to the Caspian, and from the Caspian to the Black Sea. A company of merchants paid the Tsar $75,000 for permission to import tobacco into Russia. The sale of this narcotic had heretofore been discouraged in Russia by the Church as demoralizing in its tendency and inducing untidy habits. Peter was occasionally induced to attend the theatre, but he had no relish for that amusement. He visited the various churches and observed the mode of conducting religious worship by the several sects. Before leaving England, the Tsar was entertained by King William with the spectacle of a sham sea-fight. In this scene Peter was in his element, and in the excess of his delight he declared that an English admiral must be a happier man than even the Tsar of Russia. His Britannic Majesty made his guest also a present of a beautiful yacht called the Royal Transport. In this vessel Peter returned to Holland in May 1698, having passed 4 months in England. He took with him quite a colony of emigrants, consisting of 3 captains of men of war, 25 captains of merchant ships, 40 lieutenants, 30 pilots, 30 surgeons, 250 gunners, and 300 artificers. These men from Holland sailed in the royal transport to Archangel, from whence they were sent to different places where their services were needed. The officers whom the Tsar sent to Italy also led back to Russia many artists from that country. From Holland the Emperor of Russia with his suite repaired to Vienna to observe the military discipline of the Germans, who had then the reputation of being the best soldiers in Europe. He also wished to enter into a closer alliance with the Austrian court as his natural ally against the Turks. Peter, however, insisted upon laying aside all the ceremonials of royalty, and, as a private person, held an interview with the Emperor Leopold. Nothing of especial interest occurred during the brief residence of Peter in Vienna. The Emperor of Germany paid the Tsar every possible attention which could be conferred upon one who had the strongest reluctance to be gazed upon or to take part in any parade. For the amusement of the Tsar, the Emperor revived the ancient game of landlord. The royal game is as follows: the Emperor is landlord, the Empress landlady, the heir apparent to the throne, the archdukes and archduchesses are generally their assistants. They entertain people of all nations, dressed after the most ancient fashion of their respective countries. The invited guests draw lots for tickets, on each of which is written the name or nation of the character they are to represent. One is a Chinese mandarin, another a Persian mirza, another a Roman senator. A queen perhaps represents a dairymaid or a nursery girl. A king or prince represents a miller, a peasant or a soldier. Characteristic amusements are introduced. The landlord and landlady with their family wait upon the table. On this occasion the Emperor's eldest son, Joseph, who was the heir apparent, represented with the Countess of Tron the ancient Egyptians. His brother, the Archduke Charles, and the Countess of Wallstein appeared as Flemings in the reign of Charles V. His sister Mary and Count Franz were Tartars. Josephine, another daughter of Leopold, with the Count of Warkla, represented Persians. Marianne, a third daughter, and Prince Maximilian of Hanover were North Holland peasants. Peter presented himself as a Friesland boor, a character, we regret to say, which the Tsar could personify without making the slightest change in his usual habits, for Peter was quite a stranger to the graces of the polished gentleman. This game seems to have been quite a favorite in the Austrian court. Maria Antoinette introduced it to Versailles. The tourist is still shown the dairy where that unhappy queen made butter and cheese, the mill where Louis XVI ground his grist, and the mimic village tavern where the King and Queen of France, as landlord and landlady, received their guests. Peter was just leaving Vienna to go to Venice when he received intelligence that a rebellion had broken out in Moscow. His ambitious sister Sophia, who had been placed with a shaven head in the cloisters of a monastery, took advantage of the Tsar's absence to make another attempt to regain the crown. She represented that the nation was in danger of being overrun with foreigners, that their ancient customs would all be abolished, and that their religion would be subverted. She involved several of the clergy in her plans, and a band of 8,000 insurgents were assembled, who commenced their march towards Moscow, hoping to rouse the metropolis to unite with them. General Gordon, whom Peter had left in command of the royal guard, met them, and a battle ensued in which a large number of the insurgents were slain, and the rest were taken prisoners and conducted to the capital. Hearing these tidings, Peter abandoned all plans for visiting Italy, and set out impetuously for Moscow, and arrived at the Kremlin before it was known that he had left Germany. Peter was a rough, stern man, and he determined to punish the abettors of this rebellion with severity, which should appall all the discontented. General Gordon in the battle had slain 3,000 of the insurgents, and had taken 5,000 captive. These prisoners he had punished, decimating them by lot and hanging every 10th man. Peter rewarded magnificently the royal guard, and then commenced the terrible chastisement of all who were judged guilty of sympathizing in the conspiracy. Some were broken on the wheel and then beheaded. Others were hung in chains on gibbets near the gates of the city, and left, frozen as solid as marble, to swing in the wind through the long months of winter. Stone monuments were erected, on which were engraved the names, the crimes, and the punishment of the rebels. A large number were banished to Siberia, to Astrakhan, and to the shores of the Sea of Azov. The entire corps of the Strelitzes was abolished, and their place supplied by the new guard, marshalled and disciplined on the model of the German troops. The long and cumbersome robes which had been in fashion were exchanged for a uniform better adapted for rapid motion. The sons of the nobles were compelled to serve in the ranks as common soldiers before they could be promoted to officers. Many of the young nobles were sent to the Tsar's fleet in the Sea of Azov to serve their apprenticeship for the navy. The revenue of the empire had thus far been raised by the payment of a stipulated sum from each noble according to his amount of land. The noble collected this sum from his vassals or bondmen, but they often failed of paying in the amount demanded. Peter took now the collection of the revenue into his own hands, appointing officers for that purpose. Reforms in the Church he also undertook. The Patriarch Adrian, who was the Pope of the Greek Church, dying about this time, Peter declared that he should have no successor. Virtually assuming the authority of the head of the Church, he gathered the immense revenues of the patriarchal see into the royal treasury. Though professedly entrusting the government of the Church to the bishops, he controlled them with despotism which could brook no opposition. Anxious to promote the population of his vast empire, so sparsely inhabited, he caused a decree to be issued that all the clergy of every grade should be married, and that, whenever one of the clergy lost a wife, his clerical functions should cease until he obtained another. Regarding the monastic vow, which consigned young men and young women to a life of indolence in the cloister, as alike injurious to morality and to the interests of the state, he forbade any one from taking that vow until after the age of 50 had been passed. This salutary regulation has since his time been repealed. The year in Russia had for ages commenced with the 1st of September. Peter ordered that, in conformity with the custom in the rest of Europe, the year should commence with the 1st of January. This alteration took place in the year 1700, and was celebrated with the most imposing solemnities. The national dress of the Russians was a long flowing robe, which required no skill in cutting or making. Razors were also scarce, and every man wore his beard. The Tsar ordered long robes and beards to be laid aside. No man was admitted to the palace without a neatly shaven face. Throughout the empire a penalty was imposed upon anyone who persisted in wearing his beard. A smooth face thus became in Russia, and has continued to the present day, the badge of culture and refinement. Peter also introduced social parties, to which ladies with their daughters were invited, dressed in the fashions of southern Europe. Heretofore, whenever a Russian addressed the Tsar, he always said, "Your slave begs," etc. Peter abolished this word, and ordered "subject" to be used instead. Public inns were established on the highways, and relays of horses for the convenience of travelers. Conscious of the power of splendor to awe the public mind, he added very considerably to the magnificence of his court, and instituted an order of knighthood. In all these measures Peter wielded the energies of an unrelenting despotism, and yet of a despotism which was constantly devoted not to his own personal aggrandizement, but to the welfare of his country. The Tzar established his great shipyard at Voronezh on the Don, from which place he could float his ships down to the Sea of Azov, hoping to establish there a fleet which would soon give him the command of the Black Sea. In March 1699 he had 36 ships launched and rigged, carrying each from 30 to 60 guns, and there were then 20 more ships on the stocks. There were also, either finished or in process of construction, 18 large galleys, 100 small brigantines, 7 bomb ships, and 4 fire ships. At the same time Peter was directing his attention to the Volga and the Caspian, and still more vigorously to the Baltic, upon whose shores he had succeeded in obtaining a foothold. And now the kingdom of Sweden came with a rush into the political arena. Poland had ceded to Sweden nearly the whole of Livonia. The Livonians were very much dissatisfied with the administration of the government under Charles XI, and sent a deputation to Stockholm to present respectful remonstrances. The indignant king consigned all of the deputation, consisting of 8 gentlemen, to prison, and condemned the leader, John Patgall, to an ignominious death. Patgall escaped from prison, and hastening to Poland, urged the new sovereign, Augustus, to reconquer the province of Livonia, which Poland had lost, assuring him the Livonians would aid with all their energies to throw off the Swedish yoke. Patgall hastened from Poland to Moscow and urged Peter to unite with Augustus in a war against Sweden, assuring him that thus he could easily regain the provinces of Ingria and Karelia, which Sweden had wrested from his ancestors. Denmark also, under its new sovereign, Frederick IV, was induced to enter into the alliance with Russia and Poland against Sweden. Just at that time Charles XI died, and his son Charles XII, a young man of 18, ascended the throne. The youth and inexperience of the new monarch encouraged the allies in the hope that they might make an easy conquest. Charles XII, a man of maniacal energy, and who speedily infused into his soldiers his own spirit, came down upon Denmark like northern wolves into southern flocks and herds. In less than 6 weeks the war was terminated, and the Danes thoroughly humbled. Then with his fleet of 30 sail of the line and a vast number of transports he crossed the Baltic, entered the Gulf of Finland, and marching over ice and snow encountered the Russians at Narva, a small town about 80 miles southwest of the present site of the city of St. Petersburg. The Russians were drawn up 80,000 strong, behind entrenchments lined with 145 pieces of artillery. Charles XII had but 9,000 men. Taking advantage of one of the fiercest of wintry storms, which blew directly into the faces of the Russians, smothering them with the snow and sleet mingled with smoke, and which concealed both the numbers and the movements of the Swedes, Charles XII hurled his battalions with such impetuosity upon the foe that in less than an hour the camp was taken by storm. One of the most awful routs known in the annals of war ensued. The Swedes toiled to utter exhaustion in cutting down the flying fugitives. 30,000 Russians perished on that bloody field. Nearly all of the remainder were taken captive, with all their artillery. Disarmed and with uncovered heads, 30,000 of these prisoners defiled before the victorious king. Peter, the day before this disastrous battle, had left the entrenchments at Narva to go to Novgorod, ostensibly to hasten forward the march of some reinforcements. When Peter was informed of the annihilation of his army, he replied with characteristic coolness, "I know very well that the Swedes will have the advantage of us for a considerable time, but they will teach us at length to beat them." He immediately collected the fragments of his army at Novgorod, and repairing to Moscow, issued orders for ascertained proportions of the bells of the church and convents throughout the empire to be cast into cannon and mortars. In a few months 100 pieces of cannon for sieges, and 42 field pieces, with 12 mortars and 13 howitzers, were sent to the army, which was rapidly being rendezvoused at Novgorod. Charles XII, having struck this terrific blow, left the Tzar to recover as best he could, and turned his attention to Poland, resolved to hurl Augustus from the throne. Peter himself hurried to Poland to encourage Augustus to the most vigorous prosecution of the war, promising to send him speedily 20,000 troops. In the midst of these disasters and turmoil, the Tzar continued to prosecute his own plans for the internal improvement of his empire, and commenced the vast enterprise of digging a canal which should unite the waters of the Baltic with the Caspian, first by connecting the Don with the Volga, and then by connecting the Don with the Dwina, which empties into the Baltic near Riga. War continued to rage very fiercely for many months between the Swedes on one side and Russia and Poland on the other, Charles XII gaining almost constant victories. The Swedes so signally proved their superiority in these conflicts that when on one occasion 8,000 Russians repulsed 4,000 Swedes, the Tzar said, "Well, we have at last beaten the Swedes, when we were 2-1 against them. We shall by and by be able to face them man to man." In these conflicts it was the constant aim of Peter to get a foothold upon the shores of the Baltic, that he might open to his empire the advantages of commerce. He launched a large fleet upon Lake Ladoga, a large inland sea, which, by the river Neva, connects with the Gulf of Finland. The fleets of Sweden penetrated these remote waters, and for months their solitudes resounded with the roar of naval conflicts. We cannot refrain from recording the heroic conduct of Colonel Slippenbuck, the Swedish commander of the town of Noteberg, on this lake. The town was invested by a large Russian army. For a month the Russians battered the town night and day until it presented the aspect of a pile of ruins, and the garrison was reduced to 100 men. Yet so indomitable was this little band that, standing in the breaches, they extorted honorable terms of capitulation from their conqueror. They would not surrender but on condition of being allowed to send for 2 Swedish officers, who should examine their remaining means of defence, and inform their master, Charles XII, that it was impossible for them to any longer preserve the town. Peter was a man of too strong sense to be elated and vainglorious in view of such success. He knew full well that Charles XII, since the battle of Narva, looked with utter contempt upon the Russian soldiers, and he was himself fully conscious of the vast superiority of the Swedish troops. But while Charles XII, with a monarch's energies, was battering down fortresses and cutting to pieces the armies of Poland, Peter had gained several victories over small detachments of Swedish troops left in Russia. To inspire his soldiers with more confidence, he ordered a very magnificent celebration of these victories in Moscow. It was one of the most gorgeous fête days the metropolis had ever witnessed. The Swedish banners taken in several conflicts on sea and land were borne in front of the procession, while all the prisoners taken in the campaign were marched in humiliation in the train of the victors. While thus employed, the stern, indefatigable Tzar was pressing forward the building of his fleet on the Don for the conquest of the Black Sea, and was unwearied in his endeavours to promote the elevation of his still semi-barbaric realms by the introduction of the sciences, the arts, the manufactures, and the social refinements of southern Europe. Footnote 11. Postman No. 417. Footnote 12. These are the numbers as accurately as they can now be ascertained by the most careful sifting of the contradictory accounts. The forces of the Russians have been variously estimated at from 40,000 to 100,000. That the Swedes had but 9,000 is admitted on all hands. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Bascom. The Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time, by John S. Abbott. Chapter 20. Conquests and Achievements of Peter the Great. From 1702 to 1718. Peter takes Lake Ladoga and the Neva. Foundation of St. Petersburg. Conquest of Livonia. Marienburg taken by storm. The Empress Catharine. Extraordinary efforts in building St. Petersburg. Threat of Charles XII. Deposition of Augustus, enthronement of Stanislaus, Battle of Pultowa, flight of Charles XII. To Turkey, increased renown of Russia, disastrous conflict with the Turks, marriage of Alexis, his character, death of his wife, The Empress Acknowledged. Conquest of Finland. Tour of the Tzar to southern Europe. Charles XII, despising the Russians, devoted all his energies to the humiliation of Augustus of Poland, resolving to pursue him until he had driven him forever from his throne. Peter was thus enabled to get the command of the Lake of Ladoga and of the river Neva, which connects that lake with the Baltic. He immediately laid the foundations of a city, St. Petersburg, to be his great commercial emporium at the mouth of the Neva, near the head of the Gulf of Finland. The land was low and marshy, but in other respects the location was admirable. Its approaches could easily be defended against any naval attack, and water communications were opened with the interior through the Neva and Lake Ladoga. Livonia was a large province, about the size of the state of Maine, nearly encircled by the Gulf of Riga, the Baltic, the Gulf of Finland, and Lake Chud. The possession of this province, which contained some 500,000 inhabitants, was essential to Peter in the prosecution of his commercial enterprises. During the prosecution of this war, the small town of Marienburg, on the confines of Livonia, situated on the shores of a lake, was taken by storm. The town was utterly destroyed, and nearly all the inhabitants slain, a few only being taken prisoners. The Russian commanding officer saw among these captives a young girl of extraordinary beauty who was weeping bitterly. Attracted by such rare loveliness and uncontrollable grief, he called her to him, and learned from her that she was born in a village in the vicinity on the borders of the lake, that she had never known her father, and that her mother died when she was but 3 years of age. The Protestant minister of Marienburg, Dr. Gluck, chancing to see her one day, and ascertaining that she was left an orphan and friendless, received her into his own house, and cherished her with true parental tenderness. The very evening before the town of Marienburg was assaulted and taken by storm, she was married to a young Livonian sergeant, a very excellent young man, of reputable family, and possessing a little property. In the horrors of the tempest of war which immediately succeeded the nuptial ceremonies, her husband was slain, and as his body could never be found, it probably was consumed in the flames which laid the town in ashes. General Boyer, moved with compassion, took her under his protection. He ascertained that her character had always been irreproachable, and he ever maintained that she continued to be a pattern of virtue. She was but 17 years of age when Peter saw her. Her beauty immediately vanquished him. His wife he had repudiated after a long disagreement, and she had retired to a convent. Peter took the lovely child, still a child in years, under his own care, and soon privately married her, with how much sacredness of nuptial rites is not now known. Such was the early history of Catharine, who subsequently became the recognized and renowned Empress of Russia. That a poor stranger, says Voltaire, who had been discovered amid the ruins of a plundered town, should become the absolute sovereign of that very empire into which she was led captive, is an incident which fortune and merit have never before produced in the annals of the world. The city of Petersburg was founded on the 22nd of May, 1703, on a desert and marshy spot of ground, in the 60th degree of latitude. The first building was a fort, which now stands in the center of the city. Though Peter was involved in all the hurry and confusion of war, he devoted himself with marvelous energy to the work of rearing an imperial city upon the bogs and the swamps of the Neva. It required the merciless vigor of despotism to accomplish such an enterprise. Workmen were marched by thousands from Kherson, from Astrakhan, from the Ukraine, to assist in building the city. No difficulties, no obstacles were allowed to impede the work. The Tzar had a low hut built of plank, just sufficient to shelter him from the weather, where he superintended the operations. This hut is still preserved as one of the curiosities of St. Petersburg. In less than a year 30,000 houses were reared, and these were all crowded by the many thousands Peter had ordered to the rising city from all parts of the empire. Death made terrible ravages among them, but the remote provinces furnished an abundant supply to fill the places of the dead. Exposure, toil, and the insalubrity of the marshy ground consigned 100,000 to the grave during this first year. The morass had to be drained, and the ground raised by bringing earth from a distance. Wheelbarrows were not in use there, and the laborers conveyed the earth in blankets, bags, and even in the skirts of their clothes, scooping it up with their hands and with wooden paddles. The Tzar always manifested great respect for the outward observances of religion, and was constant in his attendance upon divine service. As we have mentioned, the first building the Tzar erected was a fort, the second a church, the third a hotel. In the meantime, private individuals were busily employed by thousands in putting up shops and houses. The city of Amsterdam was essentially the model upon which St. Petersburg was built. The wharves, the canals, the bridges, and the rectangular streets, lined with trees, were arranged by architects brought from the Dutch metropolis. When Charles XII. Was informed of the rapid progress the Tzar was making in building a city on the banks of the Neva, he said, "Let him amuse himself as he thinks fit in building his city. I shall soon find time to take it from him, and to put his wooden houses in a blaze." 5 months had not passed away from the commencement of operations upon these vast morasses at the mouth of the Neva, ere, one day, it was reported to the Tzar that a large ship under the Dutch colours was in full sail entering the harbour. Peter was overjoyed at this realization of the dearest wish of his heart. With ardour he set off to meet the welcome stranger. He found that the ship had been sent by one of his old friends at Zaandam. The cargo consisted of salt, wine, and provisions generally. The cargo was landed free from all duties, and was speedily sold to the great profit of the owners. To protect his capital, Peter immediately commenced his defences at Kronstadt, about 30 miles down the bay. From that hour until this, Russia has been at work upon those fortifications, and they can now probably bid defiance to all the navies of the world. Charles XII., sweeping Poland with fire and the sword, drove Augustus out of the kingdom to his hereditary electorate of Saxony, and then, convening the Polish nobles, caused Stanislas Leczinski, one of his own followers, to be elected sovereign, and sustained him on the throne by all the power of the Swedish armies. The Swedish warrior now fitted out a fleet for the destruction of Kronstadt and Petersburg. The defence of the province was entrusted to Menzikow. This man subsequently passed through a career so full of vicissitudes that a sketch of his varied life thus far seems important. He was the son of one of the humblest of the peasants living in the vicinity of Moscow. When but 13 years of age he was taken into the service of a pastry cook to sell pies and cakes about the streets, and he was accustomed to attract customers by singing jocular songs. The Tzar chanced to hear him one day, and, diverted by his song and struck by his bright, intelligent appearance, called for the boy and offered to purchase his whole stock, both cakes and basket. The boy replied, "It is my business to sell the cakes, and I have no right to sell the basket without my master's permission. Yet, as everything belongs to our prince, your majesty has only to give the command, and it is my duty to obey." This adroit, apt answer so pleased the Tzar that he took the lad into his service, giving him at first some humble employment. But, being daily more pleased with his wit and shrewdness, he raised him, step by step, to the highest preferment. Under the tuition of General Lefort he attained great skill in military affairs, and became one of the bravest and most successful of the Russian generals. Early in the spring of 1705 the Swedish fleet, consisting of 22 ships of war, each carrying about 60 guns, besides 6 frigates, 2 bomb-ketches, and 2 fire-ships, approached Kronstadt. At the same time a large number of transports landed a strong body of troops to assail the forts in the rear. This was the most formidable attack Charles XII. Had yet attempted in his wars. Though the Swedes almost invariably conquered the Russians in the open field, Menzikow, from behind his well-constructed redoubts, beat back his assailants, and St. Petersburg was saved. The summer passed away with many but undecisive battles, until the storms of the long northern winter separated the combatants. The state of exasperation was now such that the most revolting cruelties were perpetrated on both sides. The campaign of 1706 opened most disastrously to Russia. In 4 successive pitched battles the forces of the Tzar had been defeated. Augustus was humbled to the dust, and was compelled to write a letter to Stanislas, congratulating him upon his accession to the throne. He also ignominiously consented to deliver up the unfortunate Livonian noble, Patgel, whose only crime was his love for the rights and privileges of his country. Charles XII. Caused this unhappy noble to be broken upon the wheel, thus inflicting a stain upon his own character which can never be effaced. The haughty Swedish monarch seemed now to be sovereign over all of northern Europe excepting Russia. Augustus, driven from the throne of Poland, was permitted to hold the electorate of Saxony only in consequence of his abject submission to Charles XII. Stanislaus, the new Polish sovereign, was merely a vassal of Sweden, and even the Emperor Joseph of Germany paid implicit obedience to the will of a monarch who had such terrible armies at his command. Under these circumstances, some of the powers endeavoured to secure peace between Sweden and Russia. The French envoy at the court of Sweden introduced the subject. Charles XII. Proudly replied, "I shall treat with the Tzar in the city of Moscow." Peter, being informed of this boast and threat, remarked, "My brother Charles wants to act the part of Alexander, but he shall not find me a Darius." Charles XII., from his triumphant invasion of Saxony, marched with an army of 45,000 men through Poland, which was utterly desolated by war, and crossing the frontiers of Russia, directed his march to Moscow. Driving all opposition before him, he arrived upon the banks of the Dnieper, and without much difficulty effected the passage of the stream. Peter himself, with Menshikov, now hastened to the theatre of conflict, and summoned his mightiest energies to repel the foe. Battle after battle ensued, with varying results, but the situation of the Swedish conqueror was fast growing desperate. He was far from home. His regiments were daily diminishing beneath the terrible storms of war, while recruits were pouring in from all directions to swell the ranks of the Tzar. It was the month of December. The villages had all been burned, and the country turned into a desert. The cold was so intense that on one particular march 2,000 men dropped down dead in their ranks. The wintry storms soon became so severe that both parties were compelled to remain for some time in inaction. Every poor peasant within 50 miles was robbed by detachments of starving soldiers. The moment the weather permitted, both armies were again in action. Charles XII. Had taken a circuitous route towards Moscow through the Ukraine, hoping to rouse the people of this region to join his standards. This plan, however, proved an utter failure. About the middle of June, the two armies, led by their respective sovereigns, met at Pultowa, upon the Vorskla, near its point of junction with the Dnieper, about 400 miles south of Moscow. Several days were passed in manoeuvring and skirmishing in preparation for a decisive struggle. It was evident to all Europe that the great battle to ensue would decide the fate of Russia, Poland, and Sweden. 30,000 war-worn veterans were marshalled under the banners of Charles XII. The Tzar led 60,000 troops into the conflict. Fully aware of the superiority of the Swedish troops, he awaited the attack of his formidable foe behind his redoubts. In one of the skirmishes, 2 days before the great battle, a bullet struck Charles XII., shattering the bone of his heel. It was an exceedingly painful wound, which was followed by an equally painful operation. Though the indomitable warrior was suffering severely, he caused himself to be borne in a litter to the head of his troops, and led the charge. The attack upon the entrenchments was made with all the characteristic impetuosity of these demoniac fighters. Notwithstanding the storm of grape-shot which was hurled into their faces, covering the ground with the mangled and the dead, 2 of the redoubts were taken, and shouts of victory ran along the lines of the Swedes. The action continued with fiend-like ferocity for 2 hours. Charles XII., with a pistol in his hand, was borne on his litter from rank to rank, animating his troops, until a cannon-ball, striking down one of his bearers, also shattered the litter into fragments, and dashed the bandaged monarch to the ground. With as much calmness as though this were an ordinary, everyday occurrence, Charles ordered his guards immediately to make another litter with their pikes. He was placed upon it, and continued to direct the battle, paying no more attention to bullets, balls, and bombshells, than if they had been snowflakes. Peter was equally prodigal of danger. Death in that hour was more desirable to him than defeat, for Charles XII., victorious, would march direct to Moscow, and Russia would share the fate of Poland. The Tzar was conspicuous at every point where the battle raged most fiercely. Several bullets pierced his clothes, one passing through his hat just grazed the crown of his head. At length the Swedes, overpowered by numbers, gave way, and fled in great confusion. Charles, though agonized by his wound, was compelled to mount on horseback as the only means of escape from capture. The black hour of woe came, which sooner or later meets almost every warrior, however successful for a time his career may be. The blow was fatal to Charles XII. More than 9,000 of the Swedes were left dead upon the field of battle. 18,000 were taken prisoners. The Swedish king, with a few hundred troops in his retinue, cut off from his retreat towards Sweden, crossed the Dnieper and fled to Turkey. Peter did not pursue him, but being informed of his desperate resolve to seek refuge in the territory of the Turks, he magnanimously wrote a letter to him, urging him not to take so perilous a step, assuring him upon his honour that he would not detain him as a prisoner, but that all their difficulties should be settled by a reasonable peace. A special courier was dispatched with this letter, but he could not overtake the fugitives. When the courier arrived at the river Boy, which separates the deserts of Ukraine from the territories of the Great Seigneur, the Swedes had already crossed the river. In the character of Peter there was a singular compound of magnanimity and of the most brutal insensibility and mercilessness. He ordered all the Swedish generals who were his captives to be introduced to him, returned to them their swords, and invited them to dine. With a gracefulness of courtesy rarely surpassed, he offered as a toast the sentiment, "To the health of my masters in the art of war." And yet, soon after, he consigned nearly all these captives to the horrors of Siberian exile. This utter defeat of Charles XII. Produced a sudden revolution in Poland, Sweden, and Saxony. Peter immediately dispatched a large body of cavalry under Menzikoff to Poland to assist Augustus in regaining his crown. Soon after he followed himself at the head of an army, and entering Warsaw in triumph on the 7th of October 1709, replaced Augustus upon the throne from which Charles XII. Had ejected him. The whole kingdom acknowledged Peter for their protector. Peter then marched to the electorate of Brandenburg, which had recently been elevated into the kingdom of Prussia, and performing the functions of his own ambassador, entered into a treaty with Frederick I., grandfather of Frederick the Great. He then returned with all eagerness to St. Petersburg, and pressed forward the erection of new buildings and the enlargement of the fleet. A magnificent festival was here arranged in commemoration of the great victory of Pultowa. 9 arches were reared, beneath which the procession marched, in the most gorgeous array of civic and military pageantry. The artillery of the vanquished, their standards, the shattered litter of the king, and the vast array of captives, soldiers, and officers, all on foot, followed in the train of the triumphal procession, while the ringing of bells, the explosion of 100 pieces of artillery, and the shouts of an innumerable multitude added to the enthusiasm which the scene inspired. The battle of Pultowa gave Peter great renown throughout Europe, and added immeasurably to the reputation of Russia. An occurrence had taken place in London which had deeply offended the Tzar, who, wielding himself the energies of despotism, could form no idea of that government of law which was irrespective of the will of the sovereign. The Russian ambassador at the court of Queen Anne had been arrested at the suit of a tradesman in London, and had been obliged to give bail to save himself from the debtors' prison. Peter, regarding this as a personal insult, demanded of Queen Anne satisfaction. She expressed her regret for the occurrence, but stated that according to the laws of England a creditor had a right to sue for his just demands, and that there was no statute exempting foreign ambassadors from being arrested for debt. Peter, who had no respect for constitutional liberty, was not at all satisfied with this declaration, but postponed further action until his conflict with Sweden should be terminated. Now, in the hour of victory, he turned again to Queen Anne, and demanded reparation for what he deemed the insult offered to his government. He threatened, in retaliation, to take vengeance upon all the merchants and British subjects within his dominions. This was an appalling menace. Queen Anne accordingly sent Lord Whitworth on a formal embassy to the Tzar, with a diplomatic lie in his mouth. Addressing Peter in the most flattering words of "Most High and Mighty Emperor," he assured him that the offending tradesman had been punished with imprisonment and rendered infamous, and that an Act of Parliament should be passed rendering it no longer lawful to arrest a foreign ambassador. The offender had not been punished, but the Act was subsequently passed. The acknowledgment, accompanied by such flattering testimonials of respect, was deemed satisfactory. The Tzar had demanded the death of the offender. Every Englishman must read with pride the declaration of Queen Anne in reference to this demand. "There are," said she, "insuperable difficulties with respect to the ancient and fundamental laws of the government of our people, which we fear do not permit so severe and rigorous a sentence to be given, as your Imperial Majesty first seemed to expect in this case. And we persuade ourselves that your Imperial Majesty, who are a prince famous for clemency and exact justice, will not require us, who are the guardian and protector of the laws, to inflict a punishment on our subjects which the law does not empower us to do." The whole of Livonia speedily fell into the hands of the Tzar and was re-annexed to Russia. Pestilence, which usually follows in the train of war, now rose from the putridity of battlefields, and sweeping like the angel of death over the war-scathed and starving inhabitants of Livonia, penetrated Sweden. Whole provinces were depopulated, and in Stockholm alone 30,000 perished. The war of the Spanish Succession was now raging, and every nation in Europe was engaged in the work of destruction and butchery. Spain, Portugal, Italy, France, the German Empire, England, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, Poland, were all in arms, and hundreds of millions of men were directly or indirectly employed in the work of mutual destruction. The fugitive king, Charles XII, was endeavoring to enlist the energies of the Ottoman Porte in his behalf, and the Grand Seignior had promised to throw his armies also, 200,000 strong, into the arena of flame and blood, and to march for the conquest of Russia. Peter, conscious of the danger of an attack from Turkey, raised an army of 125,000 men, when he was informed that the Turks, with a combined army of 210,000 troops, were ravaging the province of Azov. Urging his troops impetuously onward, he crossed the Pruth and entered Jassy, the capital of Moldavia. The Grand Vizier, with an army 3 times more numerous, crossed the Danube and advanced to meet him. For 3 days the contending hosts poured their shot into each other's bosoms. The Tzar, outnumbered and surrounded, though enabled to hold his position behind his entrenchments, saw clearly that famine would soon compel him to surrender. His position was desperate. Catharine had accompanied her husband on this expedition, and, at her earnest solicitation, the Tzar sent proposals of peace to the Grand Vizier, accompanied with a valuable present of money and jewels. The Turk, dreading the energies which despair might develop in so powerful a foe, was willing to come into an accommodation, and entered into a treaty which, though greatly to the advantage of the Ottoman Porte, rescued the Tzar from the greatest peril in which he had ever been placed. The Grand Vizier good-naturedly sent several wagons of provisions to the camp of his humbled foes, and the Russians returned to their homes, having lost 20,000 men. Alexis, the oldest son of Peter, had ever been a bad boy, and he had now grown up into an exceedingly dissolute and vicious young man. Indolent, licentious, bacchanalian in his habits, and overbearing, his father had often threatened to deprive him of his right of succession, and to shave his crown and resign him to a convent. Hoping to improve his character, he urged his marriage, and selected for him a beautiful princess of Wolfenbüttel, as the possessions of the Dukes of Brunswick were then called. The old ducal castle still stands on the banks of the Oka, about 40 miles southeast of Hanover. The Princess of Wolfenbüttel, who was but 18 years of age, was sister to the Empress of Germany, consort of Charles VI. The young Russian prince was dragged very reluctantly to this marriage, for he wished to be shackled by no such ties. He was the son of Peter's first wife, not of the Empress Catharine, whom the Tzar had now acknowledged. Peter and Catharine attended these untoward nuptials, which were celebrated in the palace of the Queen of Poland, in which a princess as lovely in character as in person was sacrificed to one who made the few remaining months of her life a continued martyrdom. But little more than a year had passed after their marriage ere she was brought to bed of a son. Her heart was already broken, and she was quite unprepared for the anguish of such an hour. Though the sweetness of her disposition and the gentleness of her manners had endeared her to all her household, her husband treated her with the most brutal neglect and cruelty. Unblushingly he introduced into the palace his mistresses, and the saloons ever resounded with the uproar of his drunken companions. The woe-stricken princess, then but 20 years of age, covered her face with the bedclothes, and, weeping bitterly, refused to take any nourishment, and begged the physicians to permit her to die in peace. Intelligence was immediately sent to the Tzar of the confinement of his daughter-in-law, and of her dangerous situation. He hastened to her chamber. The interview was short, but so affecting that the Tzar, losing all self-control, burst into an agony of grief, and wept like a child. the dying princess commended to his care her babe and her servants, and, as the clock struck the hour of midnight, her spirit departed. We trust to that world where the wicked cease from troubling and the weary are at rest. The orphan babe was baptized as Peter Alexis, and subsequently, on the death of the Empress Catharine, became Emperor of Russia. On the 20th of February, 1712, Peter, who had previously acknowledged his private marriage with Catharine, had the marriage publicly solemnized at St. Petersburg with the utmost pomp. Soon after this, to the inexpressible joy of both parents, Catharine gave birth to a son. The war with Sweden still continued, notwithstanding Charles XII. Was a fugitive in Turkey, unable to return to his own country. Finland, a vast realm containing 135,000 square miles and almost embraced by the gulfs of Bothnia and of Finland, then belonged to Sweden. Peter fitted out an expedition from St. Petersburg for the conquest of that country. With 300 ships, conveying 13,000 men, he effected a landing in the vicinity of Abo, notwithstanding the opposition of the Swedish force there, and, establishing his troops in redoubts with ample supplies, he returned to St. Petersburg for reinforcements. He soon returned, and, with an army augmented to 20,000 foot and 4,000 horse, with a powerful train of artillery, commenced a career of conquest. The city of Abo on the coast, the capital of Finland, fell unresistingly into his hands with a large quantity of provisions. There was a flourishing university here, containing a valuable library. Peter sent the books to St. Petersburg, and they became the foundation of the present royal library in that place. The Tzar, leaving the prosecution of the war to his generals, returned to St. Petersburg. Many and bloody battles were fought in those northern wilds during the summer, in most of which the Russians had the advantage, gaining citadel after citadel until winter drove the combatants from the field. With indefatigable zeal, Peter pressed forward in his plan to give splendor and power to his new city of Petersburg. 1,000 families were moved there from Moscow. Very flattering offers were made to induce foreigners to settle there, and a decree was issued declaring Petersburg to be the only port of entry in the empire. He ordered that no more wooden houses should be built, and that all should be covered with tile, and to secure the best architects from Europe he offered them houses rent-free and entire exemption from taxes for 14 years. The campaign of another summer, that of 1714, rendered the Tzar the master of the whole province of Finland. In the autumn of this year Charles XII. Escaped from Turkey, where he had performed pranks outrivaling Don Quixote, and had finally been held a prisoner. He traversed Hungary and Germany in disguise, and travelling day and night in such haste that but one of his attendants could keep up with him, arrived exhausted and haggard in Sweden. He was received with the liveliest demonstrations of joy, and immediately placed himself again at the head of the Swedish armies. The Tzar, however, conscious that he now had not much to fear from Sweden, left the conduct of the desultory war with his generals, and set out on another tour of observation to southern Europe. The lovely Catharine, who, with the fairy form and sylph-like grace of a girl of 17, had won the love of Peter, was now a staid and worthy matron of middle life. She had, however, secured the abiding affection of the Tzar, and he loved to take her with him on all his journeys. Catharine, though on the eve of again becoming a mother, accompanied her husband as far as Holland. Through Stralsund, Mecklenburg, and Hamburg they proceeded to Rostock, where a fleet of 45 galleys awaited him. The Emperor took command, and hoisting his flag, sailed to Copenhagen. Here he was entertained for 2 months with profuse hospitality by the King of Denmark, during which time he studied, with sleepless vigilance, the institutions and the artistic attainments of the country. About the middle of December he arrived at Amsterdam. The city gave him a splendid reception, and he was welcomed by the Earl of Albemarle in a very complimentary speech, pompous and flowery. The uncourteous Tzar bluntly replied, "I thank you heartily, though I don't understand much of what you say. I learned my Dutch amongst shipbuilders, but the sort of language you have spoken I am sure I never learned." Some of his old companions, who were shipbuilders, and had acquired wealth, invited him to dine. They addressed him as "Your Majesty." Peter cut them short, saying, "Come, brothers, let us converse like plain and honest ship carpenters." A servant brought him some wine. "Give me the jug," he said, laughing, "and then I can drink as much as I please, and no one can tell me how much I have taken." He hastened to Zaandam, where he was received with the utmost joy by his old friends from whom he had parted 19 years before. An old woman pressed forward to greet him. "My good woman," said the Tzar, "how do you know who I am?" "I am the widow," she said, "of Bas Pool, at whose table your Majesty so often sat 19 years ago." The Emperor kissed her upon the forehead and invited her to dine with him that very day. One of his first visits was to the little cottage, or rather hut, which he had occupied while residing there. The cottage is still carefully preserved, having been purchased in 1823 by the sister of the Emperor Alexander and enclosed in another building with large arched windows. The room was even then regarded as sacred. In the centre stood the oaken table and the 3 wooden chairs which constituted the furniture when Peter occupied it. The loft was ascended by a ladder which still remains. With all the roughness of Peter's exterior, he had always been a man of deep religious feelings, and through all his life was in habits of daily prayer. This loft had been his place of private devotion, to which he daily ascended. Upon entering the cottage, and finding everything just as he had left it, the Tzar was for a moment much affected. He ascended the ladder to his closet of prayer in the loft, and there remained alone with his God for a full half-hour. Eventful indeed and varied had his life been since there. A young man of 25, he had daily sought divine guidance. Footnote 13. See Empire of Austria, page 382. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Bascom. The Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time, by John S. Abbott. Chapter 21. The Trial and Condemnation of Alexis and Death of the Tzar, from 1718 to 1725. The Tsar's second visit to Holland. Reception in France. Description of Catharine. Domestic grief. Conduct of Alexis. Letters from his father. Flight to Germany. Thence to Naples. Envoys sent to bring him back. Alexis excluded from the succession. His trial for treason. Condemnation and unexpected death. New efforts of the Tzar for the welfare of Russia. Sickness of Peter. His death. Succession of the Empress Catharine. Epitaph to the Emperor. From Holland the Tzar went to Paris. Great preparations were made there for his reception, and apartments in the Louvre were gorgeously fitted up for the accommodation of him and his suite. But Peter, annoyed by parade, declined the sumptuous palace, and, the very evening of his arrival, took lodgings at the Hôtel de les Diguières. To those who urged his acceptance of the saloons of the Louvre, he replied, "I am a soldier. A little bread and beer satisfy me. I prefer small apartments to large ones. I have no desire to be attended with pomp and ceremony, nor to give trouble to so many people." Every hour of his stay in Paris was employed in studying the institutions of the realm, and the progress made in the arts and sciences. Standing by the tomb of Richelieu, which is one of the finest pieces of sculpture in Europe, he exclaimed, "Thou great man, I would have given thee 1/2 of my domains to learn of thee how to govern the other half." All the trades and manufactures of the capital he examined with the greatest care, and took back with him to St. Petersburg a large number of the most skilful artists and mechanics. Leaving France, he returned to Amsterdam, where he rejoined Catharine, and proceeded with her to Berlin. A haughty German lady, piqued, perhaps, that a woman not of noble birth should be an empress, thus describes the appearance of Catharine at that time. "The Tsarina is short and lusty, remarkably coarse, without grace and animation. One need only see her to be satisfied of her low birth. At the first blush one would take her for a German actress. Her clothes look as if bought at a doll shop. Everything was so old-fashioned, and so bedecked with silver and tinsel. She was decorated with a dozen orders, portraits of saints, and relics, which occasioned such a clatter that when she walked one would suppose that an ass with bells was approaching. The Tzar, on the contrary, was tall and well made. His countenance is handsome, but there is something in it so rude that it inspires one with dread. He was dressed like a seaman, in a frock, without lace or ornament. On Peter's return to Russia he was compelled to meet and grasp a trouble which for 15 years had embittered his life. His son, Alexis, had ever been a thorn in his father's side. He was not only indolent and dissipated, but he was utterly opposed to all his father's measures for reform, and was continually engaged in underhand measures to head a party against him. Upon the death of the unhappy princess of Wolfenbüttel, wife of this worthless prince, the grieved and indignant father wrote to him as follows: "I shall wait a little while longer to see if there be any hopes of your reform. If not, I shall cut you off from the succession, as one lops off a dead branch. Do not think that I wish to intimidate you, and do not place too much reliance upon the fact that you are my only son. If I am willing to lay down my own life for Russia, do you think that I shall be willing to sacrifice my country for you? I would rather transmit the crown to an entire stranger worthy of the trust, than to my own child unworthy of it." This letter produced no effect upon the shameless debauchee. He continued unchecked in his career of infamy. In acknowledging the receipt of his father's letter, he contemptuously replied that he had no wish for the crown, and that he was ready at any time to take an oath that he would renounce it for ever. Matters were in this position when the Tzar left for Denmark. He had hardly arrived in Copenhagen when he received dispatches informing him that his son was gathering around him all the disaffected, and was seriously endangering the tranquillity of the state. Once more the anxious father wrote to him in these words: "I observe in your letter that you say not a word of the affliction your conduct has caused me for so many years. A father's admonitions seem to produce no impression upon you. I have prevailed on myself to write you once more, and for the last time. Those bushy beards blind you to their purposes. They are the persons whom you trust, who place their hopes in you, and you have no gratitude to him who gave you life. Since you were of age, have you ever aided your father in his toils? Have you not opposed everything I have done for the good of my people? Have I not reason to believe that should you survive me you will destroy all that I have accomplished? Amend your life, render yourself worthy of the succession, or turn monk. Reply to this either in person or in writing. If you do not, I shall treat you as a criminal." The reply of Alexis was laconic indeed. It consisted of just 4 lines, and was as follows: "Your letter of the 19th I received yesterday. My illness prevents me from writing at length. I intend to embrace the monastic life, and I request your gracious consent to that effect." 7 months passed away, during which the Tzar heard nothing directly from his son, though the father kept himself informed of his conduct. As Peter was returning from France, he wrote to his son, reproaching him for his long silence, and requesting him, if he wished to amend his ways and secure his father's favour, to meet him at Copenhagen; but that if, on the contrary, he preferred to enter a convent, which was the only alternative, he should inform him by the return courier, that measures might be adopted to carry the plan immediately into effect. This brought matters to a crisis. The last thing the bloated debauchee wished was to enter a convent. He was equally averse to a sober life, and dared not meet his father, lest he should be placed under arrest. He consequently made no reply, but pretending that he was to set out immediately for Copenhagen, he secured all the treasure he could lay his hands upon and fled to Germany, to the court of the Emperor Charles VI., who, it will be remembered, was his brother-in-law, having married a sister of his deceased wife. Here he told a deplorable story of the cruelty of his father, of the persecutions to which he was exposed, and that to save his life he had been compelled to flee from Russia. The Emperor, knowing full well that the young man was an infamous profligate, was not at all disposed to incur the displeasure of Peter by apparently espousing the cause of a son against the father. He consequently gave the miscreant such a cold reception that he found the imperial palace anything but a pleasant place of residence, and again he set out on his vagabond travels. The next tidings his father heard of him were that he was in Naples, spending, as ever, his substance in riotous living. A father's heart still yearned over the miserable young man, and compassion was blended with disappointment and indignation. He immediately dispatched 2 members of his court, M. Romanzoff, captain of the royal guards, and M. Tolstoy, a privy council, to Naples, to make a last effort to reclaim his misguided son. They found the young man in the chateau of St. Elm, and presented to him a letter from his father. It was dated Spa, July 1st, 1717, and contained the following words: "I write to you for the last time. Tolstoi and Romanzoff will make known to you my will. If you obey me, I assure you, and I promise before God, that I will not punish you, but if you will return to me I will love you better than ever. But if you will not return to me, I pronounce upon you as your father, in virtue of the power I have received from God, my eternal malediction. And as your sovereign, I assure you that I shall find means to punish you, in which I trust God will assist me." It required the most earnest persuasion, and even the intervention of the Viceroy of Naples, to induce Alexis to return to Russia. The miserable man had a harem of abandoned women with him, with whom he set out on his return. They arrived in Moscow the 13th of February, 1718, and on that very day Peter had an interview with his son. No one knows what passed in that interview. The rumor of the arrival of Alexis spread rapidly through the city, and it was supposed that a reconciliation had taken place. But the next morning at the earliest dawn the great bell of Moscow rang an alarm, the royal guards were marshalled, and the privy councillors of the emperor were summoned to the Kremlin. Alexis was led without his sword and as a prisoner into the presence of his father. At the same time all the high ecclesiastics of the church were assembled in solemn conclave in the cathedral church. Alexis fell upon his knees before his father, confessed his faults, renounced all claim to the succession, and entreated only that his life might be spared. The Tzar led his son into an adjoining room, where they for some time remained alone. He then returned to his privy council, and read a long statement, very carefully drawn up, minutely recapitulating the conduct of Alexis, his indolence, his shameless libertinism, his low companionship, his treasonable designs, and exhibiting his utter unfitness, in all respects, to be entrusted with the government of an empire. This remarkable document was concluded with the following words: "Now altogether our son by such criminal conduct merits the punishment of death, yet our paternal affection induces us to pardon his crimes and to exempt him from the penalty which is his due. But considering his unworthiness, as developed in the conduct we have described, we cannot, in conscience, bequeath to him the throne of Russia, foreseeing that, by his vicious courses, he would degrade the glory of our nation, endanger its safety, and speedily lose those provinces which we have recovered from our foes with so much toil, and at so vast an expense of blood and treasure. To inflict upon our faithful subjects the rule of such a sovereign would be to expose them to a condition worse than Russia has ever yet experienced. We do therefore by our paternal authority, in virtue of which, by the law of our empire, any of our subjects may disinherit a son and give his succession to such other of his sons as he pleases, and, in quality of sovereign prince, in consideration of the safety of our dominions, we do deprive our son Alexis, for his crimes and unworthiness, of the succession after us to our throne of Russia, and we do constitute and declare successor to the said throne after us our second son Peter. We lay upon our said son Alexis our paternal curse, if ever at any time he pretends to or reclaims such succession, and we desire our faithful subjects, whether ecclesiastics or seculars, of all ranks and conditions, and the whole Russian nation, in conformity to this, our will, to acknowledge our son Peter as lawful successor, and to confirm the whole by oath before the holy altar upon the holy gospel kissing the cross. And all those who shall ever oppose this, our will, and shall dare to consider our son Alexis as successor, we declare traitors to us and to their country. We have ordered these presents to be everywhere promulgated, that no person may pretend ignorance. Given at Moscow, February 3rd, 1718. This document was then taken to the cathedral, where all the higher ecclesiastics had been assembled, and was read to them. Nothing was omitted which could invest the act with solemnity. There is every evidence that the heart of the father was rent with acutest anguish in all these proceedings. Nothing could have been more desirable to him than to transmit the empire his energies had rendered so illustrious to his own son, to carry on the enterprises his father had commenced. But to place 18 millions of people in the hands of one who had proved himself so totally unworthy would have been the greatest cruelty. The exclusion of Alexis from the succession was the noblest act of Peter's life. But new facts were soon developed which rendered it impossible for the unhappy father to stop even here. Evidence came to light that Alexis had been plotting a conspiracy for the dethronement of his father, and for the seizure of the crown by violence. His mother, whom the Tzar had repudiated, and his energetic aunt, Mary, both of whom were in a convent, were involved in the plot. He had applied to his brother-in-law, the Emperor of Germany, for foreign troops to aid him. There were many restless spirits in the empire, turbulent and depraved, the boon companions of Alexis, who were ready for any deeds of desperation which might place Alexis on the throne. The second son of the emperor, the child of Catharine, was an infant of but a few months old. The health of Peter was infirm and his life doubtful. It was manifest that immediately upon the death of the Tzar, Alexis would rally his accomplices around him, raise the banner of revolt against the infant king, and that thus the empire would be plunged into all the horrors of a long and bloody civil war. Peter, having commenced the work of self-sacrifice for the salvation of Russia, was not disposed to leave that work half accomplished. All knew that the infamous Alexis would shrink from no crime, and there was ample evidence of his treasonable plots. The father now deliberately resolved to arraign his son for high treason, a crime which doomed him to death. Aware of the awful solemnity of such a moment, and of the severity with which his measures and his motives would be sifted by posterity, he proceeded with the greatest circumspection. A high court of justice was organized for the trial, consisting of 2 chambers, the one ecclesiastical, the other secular. On the 13th of June, 1718, the court was assembled, and the Tzar presented to them the documentary evidence, which had been carefully obtained, of his son's treasonable designs, and thus addressed them. Though the flight of Alexis, the son of the Tzar, and a part of his crimes be already known, yet there are now discovered such unexpected and surprising attempts as plainly show with what baseness and villainy he endeavored to impose on us, his sovereign and his father, and what perjuries he hath committed against Almighty God, all which shall now be laid before you. Though, according to all laws, civil and divine, and especially those of this empire, which grant fathers absolute jurisdiction over their children, we have full power to judge our son according to our pleasure, yet, as men are liable to prejudice in their own affairs, and as the most eminent physicians rely not on their own judgment concerning themselves, but call in the advice of others, so we, under the awful fear of displeasing God, make known our disease, and apply to you for a cure. As I have promised pardon to my son in case he should declare to me the truth, and though he has forfeited this promise by concealing his rebellious designs, yet, that we may not swerve from our obligation, we pray you to consider this affair with seriousness, and report what punishment he deserves without favor or partiality either to him or me. Let not the reflection that you are passing sentence on the son of your prince have any influence on you, but administer justice without respect of persons. Destroy not your own souls and mine by doing anything which may injure our country or upbraid our consciences in the great and terrible day of judgment. The evidence adduced against the young prince from his own confession and the depositions which had been taken were very carefully considered, nearly a month being occupied in the solemnities of deliberation. A verdict was finally rendered in the form of a report to the emperor. It was a long, carefully worded document, containing a statement of the facts which the evidence substantiated against the culprit. The conclusion was as follows. It is evident, from the whole conduct of the son of the Tzar, that he intended to take the crown from the head of his father and place it upon his own, not only by a civil insurrection, but by the assistance of a foreign army which he had actually requested. He has therefore rendered himself unworthy of the clemency promised by the emperor, and, since all laws divine, ecclesiastical, civil, and military condemn to death without mercy not only those who attempt rebellion against their sovereign, but those who are plotting such attempts, what shall our judgment of one who has conspired for the commission of a crime almost unparalleled in history, the assassination of his sovereign, who was his own father, a father of great indulgence, who reared his son from the cradle with more than paternal tenderness, who, with incredible pains, strove to educate him for government, and to qualify him for the succession to so great an empire? How much more imperatively does such a crime merit death? It is therefore with hearts full of affliction, and eyes streaming with tears, that we, as subjects and servants, pronounce this sentence upon the son of our most precious sovereign lord, the Tzar. Nevertheless, it being his pleasure that we should act in this capacity, we, by these presents, declare our real opinion, and pronounce this sentence of condemnation with a pure conscience, as we hope to answer at the tribunal of Almighty God. We submit, however, this sentence to the royal sovereign will and revisal of his imperial majesty, our most merciful sovereign. This sentence was signed by all the members of the court, 180 in number, and on the 6th of July it was read to the guilty prince in the castle where he was confined. The miserable young man, enfeebled in body and mind by debaucheries, was so overwhelmed with terror, as his death warrant was read, that he was thrown into convulsions. All the night long fit succeeded fit, as, delirious with woe, he moaned upon his bed. In the morning a messenger was dispatched to the Tzar to inform him that his son was seriously sick. In an hour another messenger was sent, stating that he was very dangerously sick. And soon a third messenger was dispatched with the intelligence that Alexis could not survive the day, and was very anxious to see his father. Peter, scarce less wretched than his miserable son, hastened to his room. The dying young man, at the sight of his father, burst into tears, confessed all his crimes, and begged his father's blessing in this hour of death. Tears coursed down the cheeks of the stern emperor, and he addressed his dying child in terms so pathetic, and so fervently implored God's pardon for him, that the stoutest hearts were moved, and loud sobbings filled the room. It was midday of the 7th of July, 1718. The prince was confined in a large chamber of a stone castle, which was at the same time a palace and a fortress. There lay upon the couch the dying Alexis, bloated by the excesses of a life of utter pollution, yet pale and haggard with terror and woe. The iron-hearted father, whose soul this sublime tragedy had melted, sat at his side weeping like a child. The guards who stood at the door, the nobles and ecclesiastics who had accompanied the emperor, were all unmanned, many sobbing aloud, overwhelmed by emotions utterly uncontrollable. This scene stamps the impress of almost celestial greatness upon the soul of the Tzar. He knew his son's weakness, incompetency, and utter depravity, and even in that hour of agony his spirit did not bend, and he would not sacrifice the happiness of 18 millions of people through parental tenderness of his debauched and ruined child. About 6 o'clock in the evening the wretched Alexis breathed his last, and passed from the tribunals of earth to the judgment seat of God. The emperor immediately seemed to banish from his mind every remembrance of his crimes, and his funeral was attended with all the customary demonstrations of affection and respect. Peter, fully aware that this most momentous event of his life would be severely criticized throughout the world, sent a statement of the facts to all the courts of Europe. In his letter, which accompanied these statements, he says, "While we were debating in our mind between the natural emotions of paternal clemency on one side, and the regard we ought to pay to the preservation and the future security of our kingdom on the other, and pondering what resolution to take in an affair of so great difficulty and importance, it pleased the Almighty God, by his especial will and his just judgment, and by his mercy, to deliver us out of that embarrassment, and to save our family and kingdom from the shame and the dangers by abridging the life of our said son Alexis, after an illness with which he was seized as soon as he had heard the sentence of death pronounced against him. That illness appeared at first like an apoplexy, but he afterwards recovered his senses and received the holy sacraments, and having desired to see us, we went to him immediately, with all our councillors and senators, and then he acknowledged and sincerely confessed all his said faults and crimes, committed against us, with tears and all the marks of a true penitent, and begged our pardon, which, according to Christian and paternal duty, we granted him, after which on the 7th of July at 6 in the evening he surrendered his soul to God." The Tzar endeavored to efface from his memory these tragic scenes by consecrating himself with new energy to the promotion of the interests of Russia. Utterly despising all luxurious indulgence, he lived upon coarse fare, occupied plainly furnished rooms, dressed in the extreme of simplicity, and devoted himself to daily toil with diligence, which no mechanic or peasant in the realm could surpass. The war still continued with Sweden. On the night of the 29th of November of this year, 1718, the madman Charles XII was instantly killed by a cannon-ball which carried away his head as he was leaning upon a parapet, in the siege of Frederickshall in Norway. The death of this indomitable warrior quite changed the aspect of European affairs. New combinations of armies arose, and new labyrinths of intrigue were woven, and for several years wars, with their usual successes and disasters, continued to impoverish and depopulate the nations of Europe. At length the Tzar effected a peace with Sweden, that kingdom surrendering to him the large and important provinces of Livonia, Esthonia, Ingria, and Karelia. This was an immense acquisition for Russia. With the utmost vigilance the Tzar watched the administration of all the internal affairs of his empire, punishing fraud wherever found with unrelenting severity. The enterprise which now, above all others, engaged his attention was to open direct communication, by means of canals, between St. Petersburg and the Caspian Sea. The most skilful European engineers were employed upon this vast undertaking, by which the waters of Lake Ladoga were to flow into the Volga, so that the shores of the Baltic and distant Persia might be united in maritime commerce. The sacred scriptures were also, by command of the emperor, translated into the Russian language and widely disseminated throughout the empire. The Russian merchants were continually receiving insults, being plundered and often massacred by the barbaric tribes on the shores of the Caspian. Peter fitted out a grand expedition from Astrakhan for their chastisement, and went himself to that distant city to superintend the important operations. A war of 12 months brought those tribes into subjection, and extended the Russian dominion over vast and indefinite regions there. Catharine, whom he seemed to love with all the fervour of youth, accompanied him on this expedition. Returning to St. Petersburg in 1724, Peter resolved to accomplish a design which he had for some time meditated, of placing the imperial crown upon the brow of his beloved wife. Their infant son had died. Their grandson, Peter, the son of Alexis, was still but a child, and the failing health of the Tzar admonished him that he had not many years to live. Reposing great confidence in the goodness of Catharine, and in the wisdom of those counsellors whom, with his advice, she would select, he resolved to transmit the sceptre at his death to her. In preparation for this event, Catharine was crowned empress on the 18th of May, 1724, with all possible pomp. The city of Petersburg had now become one of the most important capitals of Europe. Peter was not only the founder of this city, but, in a great measure, the architect. An observatory for astronomical purposes was reared on the model of that in Paris. A valuable library was in the rapid progress of collection, and there were several cabinets formed, filled with the choicest treasures of nature and art. There were now in Russia a sufficient number of men of genius and of high literary and scientific attainment to form an academy of the arts and sciences, the rules and institutes of which the emperor drew up with his own hand. While incessantly engaged in these arduous operations, the emperor was seized with a painful and dangerous sickness, a strangury, which confined him to his room for 4 months. Feeling a little better one day, he ordered his yacht to be brought up to the Neva opposite his palace, and embarked to visit some of his works on Lake Ladoga. His physicians, vainly remonstrating against it, accompanied him. It was the middle of October. The weather continuing fine, the emperor remained upon the water, visiting his works upon the shore of the lake and of the Gulf of Finland until the 5th of November. The exposures of the voyage proved too much for him, and he returned to Petersburg in a state of debility and pain which excited the greatest apprehensions. The disease made rapid progress. The mind of the emperor, as he approached the dying hour, was clouded, and, with the inarticulate mutterings of delirium, he turned to and fro, restless, upon his bed. His devoted wife for 3 days and 3 nights did not leave his side, and on the 28th of January, 1725, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he breathed his last in her arms. Before the dethronement of his reason, the Tzar had assembled around his bed the chief dignitaries of the empire, and had requested them, as soon as he should be dead, to acknowledge the Empress Catharine as their sovereign. He even took the precaution to exact from them an oath that they would do this. Peter died in the 53rd year of his age. None of the children whom he had by his first wife survived him. Both of the sons whom he had by the Empress Catharine were also dead. 2 daughters still lived. After the Empress Catharine, the next heir to the throne was his grandson Peter, the orphan child of the guilty Alexis. Immediately upon the death of the emperor, the Senate assembled and unanimously declared Catharine Empress of Russia. In a body they waited upon Catharine with this announcement, and were presented to her by Prince Menshikov. The mourning for the Tzar was universal and heartfelt. The remains were conveyed to the tomb with all the solemnities becoming the burial of one of the greatest monarchs earth has ever known. Over his remains the Empress erected a monument sculptured by the most accomplished artists of Italy, containing the following inscription: "Here lieth all that could die of a man immortal, Peter Alexis. It is almost superfluous to add Great Emperor of Russia, a title which, instead of adding to his glory, became glorious by his wearing it. Let antiquity be dumb, nor boast her Alexander or her Caesar. How easy was victory to leaders who were followed by heroes, and whose soldiers felt a noble disdain at being thought less vigilant than their generals. But he, who in this place first knew rest, found subjects base and inactive, unwarlike, unlearned, untractable, neither covetous of fame nor fearless of danger, creatures with the names of men, but with qualities rather brutal than rational, yet even these he polished from their native ruggedness, and, breaking out like a new sun to illumine the minds of a people, dispelled their night of hereditary darkness, and, by force of his invincible influence, taught them to conquer, even the conquerors of Germany. Other princes have commanded victorious armies, this commander created them. Exult, O nature, for thine was this prodigy. Blush, O art, at a hero who owed thee nothing. Footnote 14. Memoirs de la Margrave de Berrieth. Footnote 15. The Empress gave birth to a son shortly after this letter was written. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Empire of Russia from the remotest period to the present time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 22. The Reigns of Catharine I. Anne, the Infant Ivan and Elizabeth, from 1725 to 1162. Energetic reign of Catharine. Her sudden death. Brief reign of Peter II. Difficulties of hereditary succession. A republic contemplated. Anne, daughter of Ivan, the infant Ivan proclaimed king. His terrible doom. Elizabeth, daughter of Peter the Great enthroned. Character of Elizabeth. Alliance with Maria Theresa. Wars with Prussia. Great reverses of Frederick of Prussia. Desperate condition of Frederick. Death of Elizabeth. Succession of Peter III. The new empress, Catherine I, was already exceedingly popular, and she rose rapidly in public esteem by the wisdom and the vigor of her administration. Early in June, her eldest daughter, Anne, was married with much pomp to the Duke of Holstein. It was a great novelty to the Russians to see a woman upon the throne, and the neighboring states seemed inspired with courage to commence encroachments, thinking that they had but little to apprehend from the feeble arm of a queen. Poland, Sweden, and Denmark were all animated with the hope that the time had now come in which they could recover those portions of territory which, during past wars, had been wrested from them by Russia. Catherine was fully aware of the dangers thus impending, and adopted such vigorous measures for augmenting the army and the fleet as speedily to dispel the illusion. Catherine vigorously prosecuted the measures her husband had introduced for the promotion of the civilization and enlightenment of her subjects. She took great care of the young Prince Peter, son of the deceased Alexis, and endeavored in all ways to educate him so that he might be worthy to succeed her upon the throne. This young man, the grandson of Peter the Great, was the only prince in whose veins flowed the blood of the Tzars. The Academy of Sciences at St. Petersburg, which Peter had founded, was sedulously fostered by Catherine. The health of the empress was feeble when she ascended the throne, and it rapidly declined. She, however, continued to apply herself with great assiduity to public affairs until the middle of April, when she was obliged to take to her bed. There was no royal road to death. After 4 weeks of suffering and all the humbling concomitants of disease and approaching dissolution, the empress breathed her last at 9 o'clock in the evening of the 16th of May, 1727, after a reign of but little more than 2 years, and in the 42nd year of her age. Upon her deathbed, Catharine declared Peter II, the son of Alexis, her successor, and as he was but 12 years of age, a regency was established during his minority. Menzikoff, however, the illustrious favorite of Peter the Great, who had been appointed by Catharine generalissimo of all the armies both by land and sea, attained such supremacy that he was in reality sovereign of the empire. During the reign of Catharine, Russia presented the extraordinary spectacle of one of the most powerful and aristocratic kingdoms on the globe, governed by an empress whose origin was that of a nameless girl found weeping in the streets of a sacked town. While there rode at the head of the armies of the empire, towering above grand dukes and princes of the blood, the son of a peasant who had passed his childhood the apprentice of a pastry cook, selling cakes in the streets of Moscow. Such changes would have been extraordinary at any period of time and in any quarter of the world, but that they should have occurred in Russia, where for ages so haughty an aristocracy had dominated, seems almost miraculous. Menzikoff, elated by the power which the minority of the king gave him, assumed such airs as to excite the most bitter spirit of hostility among the nobles. They succeeded in working his ruin, and the boy emperor banished him to Siberia and confiscated his immense estates. The blow was fatal. Sinking into the most profound melancholy, Menzikoff lingered for a few months in the dreary region of his exile, and died in 1729. Peter II did not long survive him, but little more than 2 years elapsed after the death of Catharine, when he, being then a lad of but 14 years of age, was seized with smallpox and died the 19th of January, 1730. One daughter of Peter the Great and of Catharine still survived. Some of the principals of the nobility, seeing how many difficulties attended hereditary succession, which at one time placed the crown upon the brow of a babe in the cradle, again upon a semi-idiot, and again upon a bloated and infamous debauchee, conferred upon the subjects of changing the government into a republic. But Russia was not prepared for a reform so sudden and so vast. After much debate, it was decided to offer the crown to Anne, Duchess of Courland, who was second daughter of the imbecile Ivan, who, for a short time, had nominally occupied the throne, associated with his brother Peter the Great. She had an elder sister, Catharine, who was married to the Duke of Mecklenburg. So far as the right of birth was concerned, Catharine was first entitled to the succession. But as the Duke of Mecklenburg, whose Grand Duchy bordered upon the Baltic, and which was equal to about one half the state of Massachusetts, was engaged in a kind of civil war with his nobles, it was therefore thought best to pass her by, lest the empire should become involved in the strife in which her husband was engaged. As Ivan was the elder brother, it was thought that his daughters should have the precedence over those of Peter. Another consideration also influenced the nobles who took the lead in selecting Anne. They thought that she was a woman whom they could more easily control than Catharine. These nobles accordingly framed a new constitution for the empire, limiting the authority of the queen to suit their purposes. But Anne was no sooner seated upon the throne than she grasped the scepter with vigor which astounded all. She banished the nobles who had interfered with the royal prerogatives, and cancelled all the limitations they had made. She selected a very able ministry and gave the command of her armies to the most experienced generals. While sagacity and efficiency marked her short administration, and Russia continued to expand and prosper, no events of special importance occurred. She united her armies with those of the Emperor of Germany in resisting the encroachments of France. She waged successful war against the Turks who had attempted to recover Azov. In this war, the Crimean Tartars were crushed, and Russian influence crowded its way into the immense Crimean Peninsula. The energies of Anne caused Russia to be respected throughout Europe. As the empress had no children, she sent for her niece and namesake Anne, daughter of her eldest sister, Catharine, Duchess of Mecklenburg, and married her to one of the most distinguished nobles of her court, resolved to call the issue of this marriage to the succession. On the 12th of August, 1740, this princess was delivered of a son who was named Ivan. The empress immediately pronounced him her successor, placing him under the guardianship of his parents. The health of the empress was at this time rapidly failing, and it was evident to all that her death was not far distant. In anticipation of death, she appointed one of her favorites, John Ernestus Byron, regent during the minority of the prince. Baron Osterman, High Chancellor of Russia, had the rank of prime minister, and Count Munich, a soldier of distinguished reputation, was placed in the command of the armies, with the title of field marshal. These were the last administrative acts of Anne. The King of Terrors came with his inevitable summons. After a few weeks of languor and suffering, the Queen expired in October 1740. A babe, 2 months old, was now Emperor of Russia. The Senate immediately met and acknowledged the legitimacy of his claims. The foreign ambassadors presented to him their credentials, and the Marquis of Chitardi, the French minister, reverentially approaching the cradle, made the imperially majestic baby a congratulatory speech, addressing him as Ivan V, Emperor of all Russias, and assuring him of the friendship of Louis XV, sovereign of France. The regent, as was usually the case, arrogating authority and splendor, soon became excessively unpopular, and a conspiracy of the nobles was formed for his overthrow. On the night of the 17th of November, the conspirators met in the palace of the Grand Duchess, Anne, mother of the infant emperor, unanimously named her regent of the empire, arrested Byron, and condemned him to death, which sentence was subsequently commuted to Siberian exile. Elizabeth, the daughter of Peter, was now 38 years of age. Though very beautiful, she was unmarried, and resided in the palace in a state of splendid captivity. A party now arose who secretly conspired to overthrow the regency of Anne, and to depose the infant Ivan and place Elizabeth upon the throne. The plot being fully matured, on the night of the 5th of December, a body of armed men repaired to the palace, where they met Elizabeth, who was ready to receive them, and marched with her at their head to the barracks, where she was enthusiastically received by the soldiers. The spirit of her father seemed at once to inspire her soul. With a voice of authority, as if born to command, she ordered the regiments to march to different quarters of the city, and to seize all the prominent officers of the government. Then, leading herself a regiment to the palace, she took possession of the infant emperor and of his mother, the regent. They were held in captivity, though, at first, treated with all the consideration which became their birth. This revolution was accepted by the people with the loudest demonstrations of joy. The memory of Peter the Great was enshrined in every heart, and all exulted in placing the crown upon his daughter's brow. The next morning, at the head of the royal guards and all the other troops of the metropolis, Elizabeth was proclaimed Empress of Russia. In 1 week from this time, the deposed infant emperor, Ivan, who was then 13 months old, was sent with his parents from St. Petersburg to Riga, where they were for a long time detained in a castle as prisoners. 2 efforts which they made for escape were frustrated. This conspiracy, which was carried to so successful a result, was mainly founded in the hostility with which the Russians regarded the foreigners who had been so freely introduced to the empire by Peter the Great, and who occupied so many of the most important posts in the state. Thus the succession of Elizabeth was, in fact, a counter-revolution, arresting the progress of reform and moving Russia back again towards the ancient barbarism. But Elizabeth soon expended her paroxysm of energy, and surrendered herself to luxury and to sensual indulgence unsurpassed by any debauchee who ever occupied a throne. Jealous of sharing her power, she refused to take a husband, though many guilty favorites were received to her utmost intimacy. The doom of the deposed Ivan and his parents was sad, indeed. They were removed for safe keeping to an island in the White Sea, 50 miles from Archangel, a region as desolate as the imagination can well conceive. Here, after a year of captivity, the infant Ivan was torn from his mother and removed to the monastery of Oranienburg, where he was brought up in the utmost seclusion, not being allowed to learn either to read or to write. The bereaved mother, Anne, lingered a couple of years until she wept away her life, and found the repose of the grave in 1746. Her husband survived 30 years longer and died in prison in 1775. It was an awful doom for one who had committed no crime. The whole course of history proves that in this life we see but the commencement of a divine government, and that after death cometh the judgment. A humane monk, taking pity upon the unfortunate little Ivan, attempted to escape with him. He had reached Smolensk when he was arrested. The unhappy prince was then conveyed to the castle of Schusselburg, where he was immersed in a dungeon which no ray of sun could ever penetrate. A single lamp burning in his cell only revealed its horrors. The prince could not distinguish day from night, and had no means of computing the passage of the hours. Food was left in his cell, and the attendants, who occasionally entered, were prohibited from holding any conversation with the child. This treatment, absolutely infernal, soon reduced the innocent prince to a state almost of idiocy. Twice Elizabeth ordered him to be brought to Petersburg, where she conversed with him without letting him know who she was, but she did nothing to alleviate his horrible doom. After the death of Elizabeth, her successor, Peter III, made Ivan a visit, without making himself known. Touched with such an aspect of misery, he ordered an apartment to be built in an angle of the fortress, for Ivan, who had now attained the age of manhood, where he could enjoy air and light. The sudden death of Peter defeated this purpose, and Ivan was left in his misery. Still weary years passed away, while the prince, dead to himself as well as to the world, remained breathing in his tomb. Catharine II, after her ascension to the throne, called to see Ivan. She thus describes her visit. After we had ascended the throne and offered up to heaven our just thanksgivings, the first object that employed our thoughts, in consequence of that humanity which is natural to us, was the unhappy situation of that prince, who was dethroned by divine providence, and had been unfortunate ever since his birth, and we formed the resolution of alleviating his misfortunes as far as possible. We immediately made a visit to him in order to judge of his understanding and talents, and to procure him a situation suitable to his character and education. But how great was our surprise to find that in addition to a defect in his utterance, which rendered it difficult for him to speak, and still more difficult to be understood, we observed an almost total deprivation of sense and reason. Those who accompanied us during this interview saw how much our hearts suffered at the contemplation of an object so fitted to excite compassion. They were also convinced that the only measure we could take to succor the unfortunate prince was to leave him where we found him, and to procure him all the comforts and conveniences his situation would admit of. We accordingly gave our orders for this purpose, though the state he was in prevented his perceiving the marks of our humanity or being sensible of our attention and care. For he knew nobody, could not distinguish between good and evil, nor did he know the use that might be made of reading, to pass the time with less weariness and disgust. On the contrary, he sought pleasure in objects that discovered with sufficient evidence the disorder of his imagination. Soon after this, poor Ivan was cruelly assassinated. An officer in the Russian army named Mirovitch conceived an absurd plan of liberating Ivan from his captivity, restoring him to the throne, and consigning Catharine II. To the dungeon the prince had so long inhabited. Mirovitch had command of the garrison at Schusselburg, where Ivan was imprisoned. Taking advantage of the absence of the empress, on a journey to Livonia, he proceeded to the castle with a few soldiers whose cooperation he had secured through the influence of brandy and promises, knocked down the commandant of the fortress with the butt end of a musket, and ordered the officers who had command of the prisoner to bring him to them. These officers had received the secret injunction that should the rescue of the prince ever be attempted, they were to put him to death rather than permit him to be carried off. They accordingly entered his cell, and though the helpless captive made the most desperate resistance, they speedily cut him down with their swords. History has few narratives so extraordinary as the fate of Ivan. A forced marriage was arranged that a child might be generated to inherit the Russian throne. When this child was but a few days old, he was declared emperor of all the Russias, and received the congratulations of the foreign ambassadors. When 13 months of age, he was deposed, and for the crime of being a king, was thrown into captivity, to prevent others from using him as the instruments of their purposes. He was thrown into a dungeon, and excluded from all human intercourse, so that, like a deaf child, he could not even acquire the power of speech. For him there was neither clouds nor sunshine, day or night, summer or winter. He had no employment, no amusement, no food for thought, absolutely nothing to mark the passage of the weary hours. The mind became paralyzed and almost idiotic by such enormous woe. Such was his doom for 24 years. He was born in 1740, and assassinated under the reign of Catharine II. in 1764. The father of Ivan remained in prison 11 years longer, until he died. From this tragedy let us turn back to the reign of Elizabeth. It was the great object of this princess to undo all that her illustrious father had done, to roll back all the reforms he had commenced, and to restore to the empire its ancient usages and prejudices. The hostility to foreigners became so bitter that the Queen's Guard formed a conspiracy for a general massacre, which should sweep them all from the empire. Elizabeth, conscious of the horror such an act would inspire throughout Europe, was greatly alarmed, and was compelled to issue a proclamation in defense of their lives. "The Empress," she said in this proclamation, "can never forget how much foreigners have contributed to the prosperity of Russia, and though her subjects will at all times enjoy her favors in preference to foreigners, yet the foreigners in her service are as dear to her as her own subjects, and may rely on her protection." In the meantime, Elizabeth was prosecuting with great vigor the hereditary war with Sweden. Russia was constantly gaining in this conflict, and at length the Swedes purchased peace by surrendering to the Russians extensive territories in Finland. The favor of Russia was still more effectually purchased by the Swedes, choosing for their king Adolphus Frederick, Duke of the Russian province of Holstein and kinsman of Elizabeth. The boundaries of Russia were thus enlarged, and Sweden became almost a tributary province of the gigantic empire. Maria Theresa was now Empress of Austria, and she succeeded in enlisting the cooperation of Elizabeth in her unrelenting warfare with Frederick of Prussia. Personal hostility also exasperated Elizabeth against the Prussian monarch, for in some of his writings he had spoken disparagingly of the humble birth of Elizabeth's mother, Catharine, the wife of Peter I, and a still more unpardonable offense he had committed when flushed with wine at a table where the Russian ambassador was present. He had indulged in witticisms in reference to the notorious gallantries of the Empress. A woman who could plunge into the wildest excesses of licentiousness still had sensibility enough to resent the taunts of the royal philosopher. In 1753, Elizabeth and Maria Theresa entered into an agreement to resist all further augmentation of the Prussian power. In the bloody 7 Years' War between Frederick and Maria Theresa, the heart of Elizabeth was always with the Austrian queen, and for 5 of those years their armies fought side by side. In the year 1759, Elizabeth sent an army of 100,000 men into Prussia. They committed every outrage which fiends could perpetrate, and though victorious over the armies of Frederick, they rendered the country so utterly desolate that through famine they were compelled to retreat. Burning villages and mangled corpses marked their path. The next year, 1758, another Russian army invaded Prussia, overran nearly the whole kingdom, and captured Königsberg. The victorious Russians, thinking that all of Prussia was to be annexed to their dominions, began to treat the Prussians tenderly and as countrymen. An order was read from the churches that if any Prussian had cause of complaint against any Russian, he should present it at the military chancery at Königsberg, where he would infallibly have redress. The inhabitants of the conquered realm were all obliged to swear fealty to the Empress of Russia. The Prussian army was at this time in Silesia, struggling against the troops of Maria Theresa. The warlike Frederick soon returned at the head of his indomitable hosts, and attacking the Russians about 6 miles from Kustrin, defeated them in one of the most bloody battles on record, and drove the shattered battalions, humiliated and bleeding, out of the territory. The summer of 1759 again found the Russian troops spread over the Prussian territory. In great force, the two hostile armies soon met on the banks of the Oder. The Russians, posted upon a line of commanding heights, numbered 70,000. Frederick fiercely assailed them through the most formidable disadvantages, with but 30,000 men. The slaughter of the Prussians was fearful, and Frederick, after losing nearly 8,000 of his best troops in killed and wounded and prisoners, sullenly retired. The Russian troops were now strengthened by the reinforcement of 12,000 of the choicest of the Austrian cavalry, and still presenting, notwithstanding their losses, a solid front of 90,000 men. Frederick, bringing every nerve into action, succeeded in collecting and bringing again into the field 50,000 troops. Notwithstanding the disparity in numbers, it seemed absolutely necessary that the King of Prussia should fight, for the richest part of his dominion was in the hands of the allied Prussians and Austrians, and Berlin was menaced. The field of battle was on the banks of the Oder, near Frankfurt. On the 12th of June, 1759, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the King of Prussia formed his troops in battle array. Behind a forest which concealed his movements from the enemy, the battle was commenced with a fierce cannonade, and in the midst of the thunderings and carnage of this tempest of war, solid columns emerged from the ranks of the Prussians and pierced the Russian lines. The attack was too impetuous to be resisted. From post to post the Prussians advanced, driving the foe before them, and covering the ground with the slain. For 6 hours of almost unparalleled slaughter, the victory was with the Prussians. 72 pieces of cannon fell into the hands of the victors, and at every point the Russians were retreating. Frederick, in his exultation, scribbled a note to the Empress upon the field of battle, with the pommel of his saddle for a tablet, and dispatched it to her by a courier. It was as follows: Madam, we have beat the Russians from their entrenchments. In 2 hours expect to hear of a glorious victory. But in less than 2 hours the tide of victory turned. The day was one of excessive heat. An unclouded sun poured its burning rays upon the field, and at midday the troops and the horses, having been engaged for 6 hours in one of the severest actions which was ever known, were utterly beat out and fainting with exhaustion. Just then the whole body of the Russian and Austrian cavalry, some 14,000 strong, which thus far had remained inactive, came rushing upon the plain as with the roar and the sweep of the whirlwind. The foe fell before them as the withered grass before the prairie fire. Frederick was astounded by this sudden reverse, and in the anguish of his spirit plunged into the thickest of the conflict. 2 horses were shot beneath him. His clothes were riddled with balls. Another courier was dispatched to the Empress from the sanguinary field in the hottest speed. The note he bore was as follows: Removed from Berlin with the royal family, let the archives be carried to Potsdam, and the capital make conditions with the enemy. As night approached, Frederick assembled the fragments of his army, exhausted and bleeding, upon some heights, and threw up redoubts for their protection. 20,000 of his troops were left upon the field or in the hands of the enemy. Every cannon he had was taken. Scarcely a general or an inferior officer escaped unwounded, and a large number of his most valuable officers were slain. It was an awful defeat and an awful slaughter. Fortunately for Frederick, the losses of the Russians had also been so terrible that they did not venture to pursue the foe. Early the next morning the Prussian king crossed the Oder, and the Russians, encumbered with the thousands of their own mutilated and dying troops, thought it not prudent to march upon Berlin. The war still raged furiously, the Allies being inspirited by hope and Frederick by despair. At length the affairs of Prussia became quite hopeless, and the Prussian monarch was in a position from which no earthly energy or sagacity could extricate him. The Russians and Austrians, in resistless numbers, were spread over all his provinces, excepting Saxony, where the great Frederick was entirely hemmed up. The Prussian king was fully conscious of the desperation of his affairs, and, though one of the most stoical and stern of men, he experienced the acutest anguish. For hours he paced the floor of his tent, absorbed in thought, seldom exchanging a word with his generals, who stood silently by, having no word to utter of counsel or encouragement. Just then God mysteriously interposed and saved Prussia from dismemberment, and the name of her monarch from ignominy. The Empress of Russia had been for some time in failing health, and the year 1762 had but just dawned, when the enrapturing tidings were conveyed to the camp of the despairing Prussians that Elizabeth was dead. This event dispelled midnight gloom and caused the sun to shine brightly upon the Prussian fortunes. The nephew of the Empress, Peter III., who succeeded her on her throne, had long expressed his warm admiration of Frederick of Prussia, had visited his court at Berlin, where he was received with the most flattering attentions, and had enthroned the warlike Frederick in his heart as the model of a hero. He had even, during the war, secretly written letters to Frederick expressive of his admiration, and had communicated to him secrets of the Russian cabinet and their plans of operation. The elevation of Peter III to the throne was the signal, not only for the withdrawal of the Russian troops from the Austrian alliance, but for the direct marching of those troops as allies into the camp of the Prussians. Thus sudden are the mutations of war, thus inexplicable are the combinations of destiny. Elizabeth died in the 52nd year of her age, after a reign of 20 years. She was during her whole reign mainly devoted to sensual pleasure, drinking intoxicating liquors immoderately, and surrendering herself to the most extraordinary licentiousness. Though ever refusing to recognize the claims of marriage, she was the mother of several children, and her favorites cannot easily be enumerated. Her ministers managed the affairs of state for her, in obedience to her caprices. She seemed to have some chronic disease of the humane feelings which induced her to declare that not one of her subjects should, during her reign, be doomed to death, while at the same time, with the most gentle self-complacency, she could order the tongues of thousands to be torn out by the roots, could cut off the nostrils with red-hot pincers, could lop off ears, lips, and noses, and could twist the arms of her victims behind them, by dislocating them at the shoulders. There were tens of thousands of prisoners thus horribly mutilated. The Empress was fond of music, and introduced to Russia the opera and the theatre. She was as intolerant to the Jews as her father had been, banishing them all from the country. She lived in constant fear of conspiracies and revolutions, and, as a desperate safeguard, established a secret inquisitorial court to punish all who should express any displeasure with the measures of government. Spies and informers of the most worthless character filled the land, and multitudes of the most virtuous inhabitants of the empire, falsely accused or denounced for a look, a shrug, or a harmless word, were consigned to mutilation more dreadful and to exile more gloomy than the grave. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Empire of Russia from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 23. Peter III and his Bride, from 1728 to 1762. Lineage of Peter III, chosen by Elizabeth as her successor. The bride chosen for Peter. Her lineage. The courtship. The marriage. Autobiography of Catharine. Anecdotes of Peter. His neglect of Catharine and his debaucheries. Amusement of the Russian court. Military execution of a rat. Ascension of Peter III to the throne. Supremacy of Catharine. Her repudiation threatened. The conspiracy. Its successful accomplishment. Peter III was grandson of Peter the Great. His mother, Anne, the eldest daughter of Peter and Catharine, married the Duke of Holstein, who inherited a duchy on the eastern shores of the Baltic, containing some 4,000 square miles of territory and about 300,000 inhabitants. Their son and only child, Peter, was born in the ducal castle at Kyle, the capital of the duchy, in the year 1728. The blood of Peter the Great of Russia and of Charles XII of Sweden mingled in the veins of the young duke, of which fact he was exceedingly proud. Soon after the birth of Peter, his mother, Anne, died. The father of Peter was the son of the eldest sister of Charles XII, and, as such, being the nearest heir, would probably have succeeded to the throne of Sweden, had not the king's sudden death by a cannon ball prevented him from designating his successor. The widowed father of Peter, thus disappointed in his hopes of obtaining the crown of Sweden, which his aunt Ulrica, his mother's sister, successfully grasped, lived in great retirement. The idea had not occurred to him that the crown of Imperial Russia could, by any chance, descend to his son. And the education of Peter was conducted to qualify him to preside over his little patrimonial duchy. When the young Peter was 14 years of age, the Empress Elizabeth, his maternal aunt, to the surprise and delight of the family, summoned the young prince to St. Petersburg, intimating her intention to transmit to him her crown. But Peter was a thoroughly worthless boy. All ignoble qualities seemed to be combined in his nature without any redeeming virtues. Elizabeth, having thus provided 20 millions of people with a sovereign, looked about to find for that sovereign a suitable wife. Upon the banks of the Oder there was a small principality, as it was called, containing some 1,300 square miles, about the size of the state of Rhode Island. Christian Augustus, the prince of this little domain, had a daughter, Sophia, a child rather remarkable both for beauty and vivacity. She was 1 year younger than Peter, and Elizabeth fixed her choice upon Sophia as the future spouse of her nephew. Peter was, at this time, with the empress in Moscow, and Sophia was sent for to spend some time in the Russian capital before the marriage, that she might become acquainted with the Russian language and customs. Both of these children had been educated Protestants, but they were required to renounce the Lutheran faith and accept that of the Greek Church. Children as they were, they did this, of course, as readily as they would have changed their dresses. With this change of religion, Sophia received a new name, that of Catharine, and by this name she was ever afterwards called. When these children, to whom the government of the Russian Empire was to be entrusted, first met. Peter was 15 years of age and Catharine 14. Catharine subsequently commenced a minute journal, an autobiography of these her youthful days, which opens vividly to our view the corruptions of the Russian court. Nothing can be more wearisome than the life there developed. No thought whatever seemed to be directed by the court to the interests of the Russian people. There were no more thought of than the jaded horses who dragged the chariots of the nobles. It is amazing that the indignation of the millions can have slumbered so long. Catharine, in her memoirs, naively describes young Peter, when she first saw him, as weak, ugly, little, and sickly. From the age of 10 he had been addicted to intoxicating drinks. It was the 9th of February, 1744, when Catharine was taken to Moscow. Peter, or as he was then called, the Grand Duke, was quite delighted to see the pretty girl who was his destined wife, and began immediately to entertain Catharine, as she says, by informing me that he was in love with one of the maids of honor to the empress, and that he would have been very glad to have married her, but that he was resigned to marry me instead, as his aunt wished it. The Grand Duke had the faculty of making himself excessively disagreeable to every one around him, and the affianced haters were in a constant quarrel. Peter could develop nothing but stupid malignity. Catharine could wield the weapons of keen and cutting sarcasm, which Peter felt as the mule feels the lash. Catharine's mother had accompanied her to Moscow, but the bridal wardrobe for a princess was extremely limited. I had arrived, she writes, in Russia very badly provided for. If I had 3 or 4 dresses in the world, it was the very outside, and this at a court where people changed their dresses 3 times a day. A dozen chemises constituted the whole of my linen, and I had to use my mother's sheets. Soon after Catharine's arrival, the Grand Duke was taken with the smallpox, and his natural ugliness was rendered still more revolting by the disfigurement it caused. On the 10th of February, 1745, when Catharine had been 1 year at Moscow, the Grand Duke celebrated his 17th birthday. In her journal, Catharine writes that Peter seldom saw her, and was always glad of any excuse by which he could avoid paying her any attention. Though Catharine cared as little for him, still, with girlish ambition, she was eager to marry him, as she very frankly records, in consideration of the crown which he would place upon her brow, and her womanly nature was stung by his neglect. I fully perceived, she writes, his want of interest, and how little I was cared for. My self-esteem and vanity grieved in silence, but I was too proud to complain. I should have thought myself degraded had any one shown me a friendship which I could have taken for pity. Nevertheless, I shed tears when alone, then quietly dried them up, and went to romp with my maids. I labored, however, writes Catharine, to gain the affection of every one. Great or small, I neglected no one, but laid it down to myself as a rule to believe that I stood in need of every one, and so to act, in consequence, as to obtain the goodwill of all, and I succeeded in doing so. The 21st of August of this year was fixed for the nuptial day. Catharine looked forward to it with extreme repugnance. Peter was revolting in his aspect, disgusting in manners, a drunkard, and licentious to such a degree that he took no pains to conceal his amours. But the crown of Russia was in the eyes of Catharine so glittering a prize. Though she had not entered her 16th year, that she was willing to purchase it even at the price of marrying Peter, the only price at which it could be obtained. She was fully persuaded that Peter, with a feeble constitution and wallowing in debauchery, could not live long, and that at his death she would be undisputed empress. As the day of our nuptials approached, she writes, I became more and more melancholy. My heart predicted but little happiness. Ambition alone sustained me. In my inmost soul there was something which led me never to doubt, for a single moment, that sooner or later I should become sovereign empress of Russia in my own right. The marriage was celebrated with much pomp, but a more cold and heartless union was perhaps never solemnized. Catharine very distinctly intimates that her husband, who was as low in his tastes and companionship as he was degraded in his vices, left her at the altar to return to his more congenial harem. My beloved spouse, she writes, did not trouble himself in the slightest degree about me, but was constantly with his valets, playing at soldiers, exercising them in his room, or changing his uniform 20 times a day. I yawned and grew weary, having no one to speak to. Again, she writes, a fortnight after our marriage, he confessed to me that he was in love with Mademoiselle Carr, maid of honor to her Imperial Majesty. He said that there was no comparison between that lady and me. Surely, said I to myself, it would be impossible for me not to be wretched with such a man as this were I to give way to sentiments of tenderness thus requited. I must die of jealousy without benefit to anyone. I endeavored to master my feelings so as not to be jealous of the man who did not love me. I was naturally well disposed, but I should have required a husband who had common sense, which this one had not. For amusement, the Grand Duke played cruelly with his dogs in his room, pretending to train them, whipping them from corner to corner. When tired of this, he would scrape execrably on a violin. He had many little puppet soldiers, whom, hour after hour, he would marshal on the floor in mimic war. He would dress his own servants and the maids of Catharine in masks, and set them dancing, while he would dance with them, playing at the same time on the fiddle. With rare perseverance, writes Catharine, the Grand Duke trained a pack of dogs, and with heavy blows of his whip and cries like those of the huntsman, made them fly from one end to the other of his 2 rooms, which were all he had. Such of the dogs as became tired or got out of rank were severely punished, which made them howl still more. On one occasion, hearing one of these animals howl piteously and for a long time, I opened the door of my bedroom where I was seated, and which adjoined the apartment in which this scene was enacted, and saw him holding this dog by the collar, suspended in the air, while a boy who was in his service, a Kalmuck by birth, held the animal by the tail. It was a poor little King Charles spaniel, and the Duke was beating him with all his might with the heavy handle of a whip. I interceded for the poor beast, but this only made him redouble his blows. Unable to bear so cruel a scene, I returned to my room with tears in my eyes. In general, tears and cries, instead of moving the Duke to pity, put him in a passion. Pity was a feeling that was painful and even insupportable in his mind. At one time there was a little hunchback girl in the court, upon whom the Duke fixed his vagrant desires, and she became his unconcealed favorite. The Duke was ever in the habit of talking freely with Catharine about his paramours and praising their excellent qualities. Madame Valisma said to me, writes Catharine, that every one was disgusted to see this little hunchback preferred to me. "It cannot be helped," I said, as the tears started to my eyes. I went to bed. Scarcely was I asleep, when the Grand Duke also came to bed. As he was tipsy and knew not what he was doing, he spoke to me for the purpose of expatiating on the eminent qualities of his favorite. To check his garrulity, I pretended to be fast asleep. He spoke still louder in order to wake me, but finding that I slept, he gave me 2 or 3 rather hard blows in the side with his fist, and dropped asleep himself. I wept long and bitterly that night, as well on account of the matter itself and the blows he had given me, as on that of my general situation, which was, in all respects, as disagreeable as it was wearisome. One of the ridiculous and disgraceful amusements of the vulgar men and women collected in the court of Elizabeth was what was called masquerade balls, in which all the men were required to dress as women, and all the women as men, and yet no masks were worn. The men, Catharine writes, wore large whalebone petticoats with women's gowns and headdresses worn on court days, while the women appeared in the court costume of men. The men did not like these reversals of their sex, and the greater part of them were in the worst possible humor on these occasions, because they felt themselves to be hideous in such disguises. The women looked like scrubby little boys, while the more aged among them had thick short legs which were anything but ornamental. The only woman who looked really well, and completely a man, was the empress herself, and as she was very tall and somewhat powerful, male attire suited her wonderfully well. She had the handsomest leg I have ever seen with any man, and her foot was admirably proportioned. She danced to perfection, and everything she did had a special grace, equally so whether she dressed as a man or a woman. Enervating and degrading pleasure and ambitions or revengeful wars engrossed the whole attention of the Russian court during the reign of Elizabeth. The welfare of the people was not even thought of. The following anecdote, illustrative of the character of Peter III, is worthy of record in the words of Catharine. One day, when I went into the apartments of his Imperial Highness, I beheld a great rat, which he had hung with all the paraphernalia of an execution. I asked what all this meant. He told me that this rat had committed a great crime, which, according to the laws of war, deserved capital punishment. It had climbed the ramparts of a fortress of cardboard, which he had on a table in his cabinet, and had eaten 2 sentinels made of pith, who were on duty in the bastions. His setter had caught the criminal. He had been tried by martial law and immediately hung, and, as I saw, was to remain there 3 days, exposed as a public example. In justification of the rat, continues Catharine, it may at least be said that he was hung without having been questioned or heard in his own defense. It is not surprising that a woman, young, beautiful, and vivacious, living in a court where corruption was all around her, where an unmarried empress was rendering herself notorious by her gallantries, stung to the quick by the utter neglect of her husband, insulted by the presence of his mistresses, and disgusted by his unmitigated boobyism, should have sought solace in the friendship of others. And it is not strange that such friendship should have ripened into love, and that one thus tempted should have fallen. Catharine in her memoirs does not deny her fall, though she cannot refrain from allowing an occasional word to drop from her pen, evidently intended in extenuation. Much which is called virtue consists in the absence of temptation. Catharine's first son, Paul, was born on the 20th of September, 1753. He was unquestionably the son of Count Sotikov, a nobleman alike distinguished for the graces of his person and of his mind. Through 1,000 perils and cunning intrigues, Catharine and the count prosecuted their amour. Woe was, as usual, to both of them the result. The empress gives a very touching account of her sufferings, in both body and mind, on the occasion of the birth of her child. "As for me," she writes, "I did nothing but weep and moan in my bed. I neither could or would see anybody. I felt so miserable. I buried myself in my bed, where I did nothing but grieve. When the 40 days of my confinement were over, the empress came a second time into my chamber. My child was brought into my room. It was the first time I had seen him since his birth. One day Peter brought into his wife's room, for her amusement, a letter which he had just received from one of his mistresses, Madame Teploff. Showing the letter to Catharine, he said: 'Only think, she writes me a letter of 4 whole pages, and expects that I should read it, and, what is more, answer it also. I, who have to go to parade, then dine, then attend the rehearsal of an opera, and the ballet which the cadets will dance at. I will tell her plainly that I have not time, and if she is vexed, I will quarrel with her till next winter.' 'That will certainly be the shortest way,' Catharine coolly replied. 'These traits,' she very truly adds in her narrative, 'are characteristic, and they will not therefore be out of place.' Such was the man and such the woman who succeeded to the throne of Russia upon the death of the Empress Elizabeth. She had hardly emitted her last breath ere the courtiers, impatiently awaiting the event, rushed to the apartments of the grand duke to congratulate him upon his accession to the crown. He immediately mounted on horseback and traversed the streets of St. Petersburg, scattering money among the crowd. The soldiers gathered around him, exclaiming: 'Take care of us, and we will take care of you.' Though the grand duke had been very unpopular, there was no outburst of opposition. The only claim Peter III had to the confidence of the nation was the fact that he was grandson of Peter the Great. Conspiracies were, however, immediately set on foot to eject him from the throne and give Catharine his seat. Catharine had a high reputation for talent, and being very affectionate in her disposition and cordial in her manners, had troops of friends. Indeed, it is not strange that public sentiment should not only have extenuated her faults, but should almost have applauded them. Forgetting the commandments of God, and only remembering that her brutal husband richly merited retaliation, the public almost applauded the spirit with which she conducted her intrigues. The same sentiment pervaded England when the miserable George IV. Goaded his wife to frenzy, and led her, in uncontrollable exasperation, to pay him back in his own coin. Fortunately for the imbecile Peter, he had enough sense to appreciate the abilities of Catharine, and a sort of maudlin idea of justice, if it were not, perhaps, utter stupidity, dissuaded him from resenting her freedom in the choice of favorites. Upon commencing his reign, he yielded himself to the guidance of her imperial mind, hoping to obtain some dignity by the renown which her measures might reflect upon him. Catharine advised him very wisely. She caused 17,000 exiles to be recalled from Siberia, and abolished the odious secret court of Chancery, that court of political inquisition which, for years, had kept all Russia trembling. For a time, Russia resounded with the praises of the new sovereign, and when Peter III entered the Senate and read an act permitting the nobility to bear arms or not at their own discretion, and to visit foreign countries whenever they pleased, a privilege which they had not enjoyed before, the gratitude of the nobles was unbounded. It should, however, be recorded that this edict proved to be but a dead letter. It was expected that the nobles, as a matter of courtesy, should always ask permission to leave, and this request was frequently not granted. The secret tribunal, to which we have referred, exposed persons of all ranks and both sexes to be arrested upon the slightest suspicion. The accused was exposed to the most horrible tortures to compel a confession. When every bone was broken and every joint dislocated, and his body was mangled by the crushing wheel, if he still had endurance to persist in his denial, the accuser was, in his turn, placed upon the wheel, and every nerve of agony was tortured to force a recantation of the charge. Though Peter III promulgated the wise edicts which were placed in his hands, he had become so thoroughly imbruted by his desolate life that he made no attempt to tear himself away from his mistresses and his drunken orgies. Peter III was quite infatuated in his admiration of Frederick of Prussia. One of his first acts upon attaining the reins of government was to dispatch an order forbidding the Russian armies any longer to cooperate with Austria against Prussia. This command was speedily followed by another directing the Russian generals to hold themselves and their troops obedient to the instructions of Frederick, and to cooperate in every way with him to repel their former allies, the Austrians. It was the caprice of a drunken semi-idiot which thus rescued Frederick the Great from disgrace and utter ruin. The Emperor of Prussia had sufficient sagacity to foresee that Peter III would not long maintain his seat upon the throne. He accordingly directed his ministers at St. Petersburg, while continuing to live in great intimacy with the Tzar, to pay the most deferential attention to the empress. There was no end to the caprices of Peter the Drunkard. At one time he would leave the whole administration of affairs in the hands of Catharine, and again he would treat her in the most contemptuous and insulting manner. In one of the pompous ceremonials of the court, when the empress, adorned with all the marks of imperial dignity, shared the throne with Peter, the Tzar called one of his mistresses to the conspicuous seat he occupied with the empress, and made her sit down by his side. Catharine immediately rose and retired. At a public festival that same evening, Peter, half drunk, publicly and loudly launched at her an epithet the grossest which could be addressed to a woman. Catharine was so shocked that she burst into tears. The sympathy of the spectators was deeply excited in her behalf, and their indignation rose against the Tzar. While Peter III was developing his true character of brute and buffoon, gathering around him the lowest profligates, and reveling in the most debasing and vulgar vices, Catharine, though guilty and unhappy, was holding her court with dignity and affability, which charmed all who approached her. She paid profound respect to the external observances of religion, daily performing her devotions in the churches, accosting the poor with benignity, treating the clergy with marked respect, and winning all hearts by her kindness and sympathy. One of the mistresses of Peter III, the Countess Vorontsov, had gained such a boundless influence over her paramour that she had extorted from him the promise that he would repudiate Catharine, marry her, and crown her as empress. Elated by this promise, she had the imprudence to boast of it. Her father and several of the courtiers whose fortunes her favor would secure were busy in paving her way to the throne. The numerous friends of Catharine were excited and were equally active in thwarting the plans of the Tzar. Peter took no pains to conceal his intentions, and gloried in proclaiming the illegitimacy of Paul, the son of the empress. Loathsome as his own life was, he seemed to think that his denunciations of Catharine, whose purity he had insulted and whose heart he had crushed, would secure for him the moral support of his subjects and of Europe. But he was mistaken. The sinning Catharine was an angel of purity compared with the beastly Peter. It was necessary for Peter to move with caution, for Catharine had ability, energy, innumerable friends, and was one of the last women in the world quietly to submit to be plunged into a dungeon, and then to be led to the scaffold, and by such a man as her despicable spouse. Peter III. Was by no means a match for Catharine. About 12 miles from St. Petersburg, on the southern shore of the Bay of Kronstadt, and nearly opposite the renowned fortress of Kronstadt, which commanded the approaches to St. Petersburg, was the imperial summer palace of Peterhof, which for some time had been the favorite residence of Catharine. A few miles further down the bay, which runs east and west, was the palace of Oranienbaum, in the decorations of which many succeeding monarchs had lavished large sums. This was Peter's favorite resort, and its halls ever echoed with the carousing of the prince and his boon companions. Every year on the 8th of July there is a grand festival at Peterhof in the honor of Peter and Paul, the patron saints of the imperial house. This was the time fixed upon by Catharine and her friends for the accomplishment of their plans. The Tzar, on the evening of the 8th of July, was at Oranienbaum, surrounded by a bevy of the most beautiful females of his court. Catharine was at Peterhof. It was a warm summer's night, and the queen lodged in a small cottage Oriene, called Montplaisir, which was situated in the garden. They had not intended to carry their plot into execution that night, but an alarm precipitated their action. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Catharine was awoke from a sound sleep by some one of her friends entering her room, exclaiming, "Your Majesty has not a moment to lose. Rise and follow me." Catharine, alarmed, called her confidential attendant, dressed hurriedly in disguise, and entered a carriage which was waiting for her at the garden gate. The horses were goaded to their utmost speed on the road to St. Petersburg, and so inconsiderately that soon one of them fell in utter exhaustion. They were still at some distance from the city, and the energetic empress alighted and pressed forward on foot. Soon they chanced to meet a peasant driving a light cart. Count Orloff, who was a reputed lover of Catharine, and was guiding in this movement, seized the horse, placed the empress in the cart, and drove on. These delays had occupied so much time that it was 7 o'clock in the morning before they reached St. Petersburg. The empress, with her companions, immediately proceeded to the barracks, where most of the soldiers were quartered, and whose officers had been gained over, and threw herself upon their protection. "Danger," she said to the soldiers, "has compelled me to fly to you for help. The Tzar has intended to put me to death, together with my son. I had no other means of escaping death than by flight. I throw myself into your arms." Such an appeal from a woman, beautiful, beloved, and imploring protection from the murderous hands of one who was hated and despised, inspired every bosom with indignation and with enthusiasm in her behalf. With one impulse they took an oath to die, if necessary, in her defense, and cries of "Long live the Empress" filled the air. In 2 hours Catharine found herself at the head of several thousand veteran soldiers. She was also in possession of the arsenals, and the great mass of the population of St. Petersburg were clamorously advocating her cause. Accompanied by a numerous and brilliant suite, the empress then repaired to the metropolitan church, where the archbishop and a great number of ecclesiastics, whose cooperation had been secured, received her, and the venerable archbishop, a man of imposing character and appearance, dressed in his sacerdotal robes, led her to the altar, and placing the imperial crown upon her head, proclaimed her sovereign of all the Russias, with the title of Catharine II. A Te Deum was then chanted, and the shouts of the multitude proclaimed the cordiality with which the populace accepted the revolution. The empress then repaired to the imperial palace, which was thrown open to all the people, and which, for hours, was thronged with the masses, who fell upon their knees before her, taking their oath of allegiance. The friends of Catharine were, in the meantime, everywhere busy in putting the city in a state of defense, and in posting cannon to sweep the streets should Peter attempt resistance. The Tzar seemed to be left without a friend. No one even took the trouble to inform him of what was transpiring. Troops in the vicinity were marched into the city, and before the end of the day, Catharine found herself at the head of 15,000 men. The most formidable defenses were arranged. Strict orders prevailed, and not a drop of blood had been shed. The manifesto of the empress, which had been secretly printed, was distributed throughout the city, and a day appointed when the foreign embassadors would be received by Catharine. The revolution seemed already accomplished, without a struggle, and almost without an effort. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time. By John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 24. The Conspiracy and Accession of Catharine II. From 1762 to 1765. Peter III at Oranienbaum, Catharine at Peterhof. The successful accomplishment of the conspiracy. Terror of Peter. His vacillating and feeble character. Flight to Kronstadt. Repulse. Heroic Council of Munich. Peter's return to Oranienbaum. His suppliant letters to Catharine. His arrest. Imprisonment. Assassination. Proclamation of the Empress. Her complicity in the crime. Energy of Catharine's administration. Her expansive views and sagacious policy. Contemplated marriage with Count Orloff. It was the morning of the 19th of July, 1762. Peter at Oranienbaum had passed most of the night with his boon companions and his concubines in intemperate carousings. He awoke at a late hour in the morning, and after breakfast set out in a carriage with several of his women, accompanied by a troop of courtiers in other carriages, for Peterhof. The gay party were riding at a rapid rate over the beautiful shore road, looking out upon the bay of Kronstadt, when they were met by a messenger from Peterhof, sent to inform them that the empress had suddenly disappeared during the night. Peter, upon receiving this surprising intelligence, turned pale as ashes, and, alighting, conversed for some time anxiously with the messenger. Entering his carriage again, he drove with the utmost speed to Peterhof, and with characteristic silliness began to search the cupboards, closets, and under the bed for the empress. Those of greater penetration foresaw what had happened, but were silent, that they might not add to his alarm. In the meantime, some peasants who had come from St. Petersburg related to a group of servants rumors they had heard of the insurrection in that city. A fearful gloom oppressed all, and Peter was in such a state of terror that he feared to ask any questions. As they were standing thus mute with confusion and dismay, a countryman rode up, and making a profound bow to the Tzar, presented him with a note. Peter ran his eyes hastily over it, and then read it aloud. It communicated the appalling intelligence which we have just recorded. The consternation into which the whole imperial party was thrown no language can describe. The women were in tears. The courtiers could offer not a word of encouragement or counsel. One of the king's chancellor, with the Tsar's consent, set off for St. Petersburg to attempt to rouse the partisans of the Tsar, but he could find none there. The wretched Peter was now continually receiving corroborative intelligence of the insurrection, and he strode up and down the walks of the garden, forming innumerable plans and adhering to none. The Tzar had a guard of 3,000 troops at his palace of Oranienbaum. At noon these approached Peterhof, led by their veteran commander Munich. This energetic officer urged an immediate march upon St. Petersburg. "Believe me," said Munich, "you have many friends in the city. The royal guard will rally around your standard when they see it approaching, and if we are forced to fight, the rebels will make but a short resistance." While he was urging this energetic measure, and the women and the courtiers were trying to dissuade him from the step, and were entreating him to go back to Oranienbaum, news arrived that the troops of the empress, 20,000 in number, were on the march to arrest him. "Well," said Munich to the Tzar, "if you wish to decline a battle, it is not wise at any rate to remain here, where you have no means of defense. Neither Oranienbaum nor Peterhof can withstand a siege, but Kronstadt offers you a safe retreat. Kronstadt is still under your command. You have there a formidable fleet and a numerous garrison. From Kronstadt you will find it easy to bring Petersburg back to duty." The fortresses of Kronstadt are situated on an island of the same name, at the mouth of a bay which presents the only approach to St. Petersburg. This fortress, distant about 30 miles west of St. Petersburg, may be said to be impregnable. In the late war with Russia, it bade defiance to the combined fleets of France and England, and, as we have before mentioned, Peterhof and Oranienbaum were pleasure palaces, situated on the eastern shore of the Bay of Kronstadt, but a few miles from the fortress and but a few miles from each other. The gardens of these palaces extend to the waters of the bay, where there are ever riding at anchor a fleet of pleasure boats and royal yachts. The advice of Munich was instantly adopted. A boat was sent off conveying an officer to take command of the fortress, while in the meantime 2 yachts were got ready for the departure of the Tzar and his party. Peter and his affrighted court hastened on board, continually looking over their shoulders, fearing to catch a sight of the troops of the queen, whose appearance they every moment apprehended. But the energetic Catharine had anticipated this movement, and her emissaries had already gained the soldiers of the garrison, and were in possession of Kronstadt. As the 2 yachts which conveyed Peter and his party entered the harbor, they found the garrison under arms lining the coast. The cannons were leveled, the matches lighted, and the moment the foremost yacht, which contained the emperor, cast anchor, a sentinel cried out, "Who comes there?" "The emperor," was the answer from the yacht. "There is no emperor," the sentinel replied. Peter III started forward upon the deck, and throwing back his cloak, exhibited the badges of his order, exclaiming, "What, you do not know me?" "No," cried 1,000 voices. "We know of no emperor. Long live the Empress, Catharine II." Then they threatened immediately to sink the yacht unless the Tzar retired. The heroic Munich urged the Tzar to an act of courage of which he was totally incapable. "Let us leap on shore," said he. "None will dare fire on you, and Kronstadt will still be your Majesty's." But Peter, in dismay, fled into the cabin, hid himself among his women, and ordered the cable instantly to be cut and the yacht to be pulled out to sea by the oars. They were soon beyond the reach of the guns. It was now night, serene and beautiful. The sea was smooth as glass, and the stars shone with unusual splendor in the clear sky. The poltroon monarch of all the Russians had not yet ventured upon deck, but was trembling in his cabin, surrounded by his dismayed mistresses, when the helmsman entered the cabin and said to the Tzar, "Sire, to what port is your Majesty's pleasure that I should take the vessel?" Peter gazed for a moment in consternation and bewilderment, and then sent for Munich. "Field Marshal," said he, "I perceive that I was too late in following your advice. You see to what extremities I am reduced. Tell me, I beseech you, what I ought to do." About 200 miles from where they were, directly down the Gulf of Finland, was the city of Revel, one of the naval depots of Russia. A large squadron of ships of war was riding at anchor there. Munich, as prompt in counsel as he was energetic in action, replied, "Proceed immediately to join the squadron at Revel. There take a ship and go to Pomerania. Put yourself at the head of your army, return to Russia, and I promise you that in 6 weeks Petersburg and all the rest of the empire will be in subjection to you." The women and the courtiers, with characteristic timidity, remonstrated against a measure so decisive, and believing that the empress would not be very implacable, entreated the Tzar to negotiate rather than fight. Peter yielded to their senseless solicitations, and ordered them to make immediately for Oranienbaum. They reached the dock at 4 o'clock in the morning. Peter hastened to his apartment, and wrote a letter to the empress, which he dispatched by a courier. In this letter he made a humble confession of his faults, and promised to share the sovereign authority with Catharine if she would consent to reconciliation. The empress was at this time at the head of her army within about 20 miles of Oranienbaum. During the night she had slept for a few hours upon some cloaks which the officers of her suite had spread for her bed. Catharine, knowing well that perjury was one of the most trivial of the faults of the Tzar, made no reply, but pressed forward with her troops. Peter, soon receiving information of the advance of the army, ordered one of his fleetest horses to be saddled, and dressed himself in disguise, intending thus to effect his escape to the frontiers of Poland. But with his constitutional irresolution, he soon abandoned this plan, and ordering the fortress of Oranienbaum to be dismantled, to convince Catharine that he intended to make no resistance, he wrote to the empress another letter still more humble and sycophantic than the first. He implored her forgiveness in terms of the most abject humiliation. He assured her that he was ready to resign to her unconditionally the crown of Russia, and that he only asked permission to retire to his native duchy of Holstein, and that the empress would graciously grant him a pension for his support. Catharine read the letter, but deigning no reply, sent back the chamberlain who brought it, with a verbal message to her husband that she could enter into no negotiations with him, and could only accept his unconditional submission. The chamberlain, Ismailov, returned to Oranienbaum. The Tzar had with him there only his Holstein guard, consisting of 600 men. Ismailov urged the Tzar, as the only measure of safety which now remained, to abandon his troops, who could render him no defense, and repair to the empress, throwing himself upon her mercy. For a short time the impotent mind of the degraded prince was in great turmoil, but, as was to be expected, he surrendered himself to the humiliation, Entering his carriage, he rode towards Peterhof to meet the empress. Soon he encountered the battalions on the march for his capture. Silently they opened their ranks and allowed him to enter, and then, closing around him, they stunned him with shouts of "Long live Catharine!" The miserable man had had the effrontery to take with him, in his carriage, one of his mistresses. As she alighted at the palace of Peterhof, some of the soldiers tore the ribbons from her dress. The Tzar was led up the grand staircase, stripped of the insignia of imperial power, and was shut up and carefully guarded in one of the chambers of the palace. Count Panion then visited him by order of the empress, and demanded of him the abdication of the crown, informing him that having thus abdicated, he would be sent back to his native duchy, and would enjoy the dignity of Duke of Holstein for the remainder of his days. Peter was now pliant as wax. Aided by the count, he wrote and signed the following declaration: During the short space of my absolute reign over the Empire of Russia, I became sensible that I was not able to support so great a burden, and that my abilities were not equal to the task of governing so great an empire, either as a sovereign or in any other capacity whatever. I also foresaw the great troubles which must thence have arisen, and have been followed with the total ruin of the empire, and my own eternal disgrace, and having therefore seriously reflected thereon, I declare, without constraint, and in the most solemn manner, to the Russian Empire and to the whole universe, that I forever renounce the government of said empire, never desiring hereafter to reign therein, either as an absolute sovereign or under any other form of government, never wishing to aspire thereto or to use any means of any sort for that purpose, as a pledge of which I swear sincerely before God and all the world to this present renunciation, written and signed this 29th day of June, O.S. 16. Peter III, having placed this abdication in the hands of Count Panion, seemed quite sincere, fancying himself safe at least from bodily harm. In the evening, however, an officer with a strong escort came and conveyed him, a prisoner, to Ropscha, a small imperial palace about 15 miles from Peterhof. Peter, after his disgraceful reign of 6 months, was now imprisoned in a palace, and his wife, whom he had intended to repudiate and probably to behead, was now sovereign empress of Russia. In the evening, the thunderings of the cannon upon the ramparts of St. Petersburg announced the victory of Catharine. She, however, slept that night at Peterhof, and in the morning received the homage of the nobility, who from all quarters flocked around her to give in their adhesion to her reign. Field Marshal Munich, who with true fealty had stood by Peter III to the last, urging him to unfurl the banner of the Tzar and fight heroically for his crown, appeared with the rest. The old noble man, with an unblushing brow, entered the presence of Catharine, and as soon as she perceived him, she called aloud, "Field Marshal, it was you, then, who wanted to fight me?" "Yes, madam," Munich answered, in a manly tone. "Could I do less for the prince who delivered me from captivity? But it is henceforth my duty to fight for you, and you will find in me a fidelity equal to that with which I had devoted my services to him." In the afternoon the empress returned to St. Petersburg. She entered the city on horseback, accompanied by a brilliant retinue of nobles, and followed by her large army of 15,000 troops. All the soldiers wore garlands of oak leaves. The immense crowds in the city formed lines for the passage of the empress, scattered flowers in her path, and greeted her with constant bursts of acclaim. All the streets through which she passed were garlanded and spanned with triumphal arches. The bells rang their merriest peals, and military salutes bellowed from all the ramparts. As the high ecclesiastics crowded to meet her, they kissed her hand, while she, in accordance with Russian courtesy, kissed their cheeks. Catharine summoned the Senate, and presided over its deliberations with wonderful dignity and grace. The foreign ministers, confident in the stability of her reign, hastened to present their congratulations. Peter found even a few hours in the solitude of the palace of Ropscha exceedingly oppressive, he accordingly sent to the empress soliciting the presence of a negro servant, to whom he was much attached, and also asking for his dog, his violin, a Bible, and a few novels. "I am disgusted," he wrote, "with the wickedness of mankind, and am resolved henceforth to devote myself to a philosophical life." After Peter had been 6 days at Ropscha, one morning 2 nobles, who had been most active in the revolution which had dethroned the Tzar, entered his apartment, and after conversing for a time, brandy was brought in. The cup of which the Tzar drank was poisoned. He was soon seized with violent colic pains. The assassins then threw him upon the floor, tied a napkin round his neck, and strangled him. Count Orloff, the most intimate friend of the empress, and who was reputed to be her paramour, was one of these murderers. He immediately mounted his horse and rode to St. Petersburg to inform the empress that Peter was dead. Whether Catharine was a party to this assassination, or whether it was perpetrated entirely without her knowledge, is a question which now can probably never be decided. It is very certain that the grief she manifested was all feigned, and that the assassins were rewarded for their devotion to her interests. She shut herself up for a few days, assuming the aspect of a mourner, and issued to her subjects a declaration announcing the death of the late Tzar. When one enters upon the declivity of crime, the descent is ever rapid. The innocent girl, who but a few years before had entered the Russian court, from her secluded ancestral castle, a spotless child of 15, was now most deeply involved in intrigues and sins. It is probable, indeed, that she had not intended the death of her husband, but had designed sending him to Holstein and providing for him abundantly for the rest of his days with dogs and wine, and leaving him to his own indulgences. It is certain, however, that the empress did not punish or even dismiss from her favor the murderers of Peter. She announced to the nation his death in the following terms: "By the grace of God, Catharine II., Empress of all the Russians, to our loving subjects, greeting. The 7th day after our accession to the throne of all the Russians, we received information that the late Emperor Peter III. Was attacked with a most violent colic. That we might not be wanting in Christian duty, or disobedient to the divine command by which we are enjoined to preserve the life of our neighbor, we immediately ordered that the said Peter should be furnished with everything that might be judged necessary to restore his health by the aids of medicine. But, to our great regret and affliction, we were yesterday evening apprised that, by the permission of the Almighty, the late emperor departed this life. We have therefore ordered his body to be conveyed to the monastery of Nevsky in order to its interment in that place. At the same time, with our imperial and maternal voice, we exhort our faithful subjects to forgive and forget what is past, to pay the last duties to his body, and to pray to God sincerely for the repose of his soul, wishing them, however, to consider this unexpected and sudden death as an especial effect of the providence of God, whose impenetrable decrees are working for us, for our throne, and for our country things known only to his holy will. Done at St. Petersburg, July 7th, N.S., July 18th, 1762. The news of the revolution soon spread throughout Russia, and the nobles generally acquiesced in it without a murmur. The masses of the people no more thought of expressing or having an opinion than did the sheep. One of the first acts of the empress was to send an embassy to Frederick of Prussia, announcing that she was resolved to observe inviolably the peace recently concluded with Prussia, but that nevertheless she had decided to bring back to Russia all her troops in Silesia, Prussia, and Pomerania. All the sovereigns of Europe acknowledged the title of Catharine II., and some sent especial congratulations on her accession to the throne. Maria Theresa of Austria was at first quite delighted, hoping that Catharine would again unite the Russian troops with hers in hostility to her great rival, Frederick. But in this expectation she was doomed to bitter disappointment. The King of Prussia, in a confidential note to Count Finkenstein, wrote of Catharine and the new reign as follows: The Emperor of Russia has been dethroned by his consort. It was to be expected. That princess has much good sense, and the same friendly relations towards us as the deceased. She has no religion, but acts the devotee. The Chancellor Bestuchev is her strongest favorite, and as he has a strong propensity to guineas, I flatter myself that I shall be able to retain the friendship of the court. The poor emperor wanted to imitate Peter I., but he had not the capacity for it. The empress, taking with her her son Paul, and a very brilliant and numerous suite of the nobles, repaired to Moscow, where she was crowned with unusual splendor. By marked attention to the soldiers, providing most liberally for their comfort, she soon secured the enthusiastic attachment of the army. By the most scrupulous observance of all the external rites of religion, she won the confidence of the clergy. In every movement Catharine exhibited wonderful sagacity and energy. It was not to be supposed that the partisans of Peter III. Would be rejected from their places to give room for others, without making desperate efforts to regain what they had lost. A very formidable conspiracy was soon organized, and the friends of Catharine were thrown into the greatest state of alarm. But her courage did not for one moment forsake her. "Why are you alarmed?" said she. "Think you that I fear to face this danger, or rather do you apprehend that I know not how to overcome it? Recollect that you have seen me in moments far more terrible than these, in full possession of all the vigor of my mind, and that I can support the most cruel reverses of fortune with as much serenity as I have supported her favors. Think you that a few mutinous soldiers are to deprive me of a crown that I accepted with reluctance, and only as the means of delivering the Russian nation from their miseries? They cause me no alarm. That Providence which has called me to reign will preserve me for the glory and the happiness of the empire. That almighty arm which has hitherto been my defense will now confound my foes." The revolt was speedily quelled. The celebrity of her administration soon resounded from one end of Europe to the other. She presided over the Senate, assisted at all the deliberations of the council, read the dispatches of the ambassadors, wrote with her own hand or dictated the answers, and watched carefully to see all her orders were faithfully executed. She studied the lives of the most distinguished men, and was emulous of the renown of those who had been friends and benefactors of the human race. There has seldom been a sovereign on any throne more assiduously devoted to the cares of empire than was Catharine II. In one of her first manifestoes, issued the 10th of August of this year, she uttered the words which her conduct proved to be essentially true: "Not only all that we have or may have, but also our life itself, we have devoted to our dear country. We value nothing on our own account. We serve not ourselves, but we labor with all pains, with all diligence and care for the glory and happiness of our people." Catharine found corruption and bribery everywhere, and she engaged in the work of reform with the energies of Hercules in cleansing the Augean stables. She abolished indignantly the custom which had existed for ages of attempting to extort confession of crime by torture. It is one of the marvels of human depravity that intelligent minds could have been so imbruted as to tolerate for a day so fiend-like a wrong. The whole system of inquisitorial investigations in both the church and state was utterly abrogated. Foreigners were invited to settle in the empire. The lands were carefully explored, that the best districts might be pointed out for tillage, for forest, and for pasture. The following proclamation, inviting foreigners to settle in Russia, shows the liberality and the comprehensive views which animated the empress. "Any one who is destitute shall receive money for the expenses of his journey, and shall be forwarded to these free lands at the expense of the crown. On his arrival he shall receive a competent assistance, and even an advance of capital, free of interest, for 10 years. The stranger is exempted from all service, either military or civil, and from all taxes for a certain time. In these new tracts of land the colonists may live, according to their own good will, under their own jurisdiction for 30 years, All religions are tolerated. Thus encouraged, thousands flocked from Germany to the fresh and fertile acres on the banks of the Volga and the Samara. The emigration became so great that several of the petty German princes issued prohibitions. In the rush of adventurers, of the indolent, the improvident, and the vicious, great suffering ensued. Desert wilds were, however, peopled, and the children of the emigrants succeeded to homes of comparative comfort. Settlers crowded to these lands even from France, Poland, and Sweden. 10,000 families emigrated to the district of Saratov alone. "The world," said Catharine one day to the French minister, "will not be able properly to judge of my administration till after 5 years. It will require at least so much time to reduce the empire to order. In the meantime, I shall behave with all the princes of Europe like a finished coquette. I have the finest army in the world. I have a greater taste for war than for peace. But I am restrained from war by humanity, justice, and reason. I shall not allow myself, like Elizabeth, to be pressed into a war. I shall enter upon it when it will prove advantageous to me, but never from complaisance to others." A large number of nobles, led by the chancellor of the empire, now presented a petition to Catharine, urging her again to marry. After a glowing eulogium on all the empress had done for the renown and prosperity of Russia, they reminded her of the feeble constitution of her son Paul, of the terrible calamity a disputed succession might impose upon Russia, and entreated her to give an additional proof of her devotion to the good of her subjects, by sacrificing her own liberty to their welfare in taking a spouse. This advice was quite in harmony with the inclinations of the empress. Count Orloff, one of the most conspicuous nobles of the court, and the prime actor in the conspiracy which had overthrown and assassinated Peter III., was the recognized favorite of Catharine. But Count Orloff had assumed such haughty airs regarding Catharine as indebted to him for her crown, that he had rendered himself extremely unpopular, and so much discontent was manifested in view of his elevation to the throne, that Catharine did not dare to proceed with the measure. It is generally supposed, however, that there was a sort of private marriage instituted, of no real validity, between Catharine and Orloff, by which the count became virtually the husband of the empress. Catharine was now firmly established on the throne. The beneficial effects of her administration were daily becoming more apparent in all parts of Russia. Nothing which could be promotive of the prosperity of the empire escaped her observation. With questions of commerce, finance, and politics she seemed equally familiar. On the 11th of August, 1673, she issued an imperial edict written by her own hand, in which it is said, "On the whole surface of the earth there is no country better adapted for commerce than our empire. Russia has spacious harbors in Europe, and overland the way is open through Poland to every region. Siberia extends on one side over all Asia, and India is not very remote from Orenburg. On the other side, Russia seems to touch on America. Across the Euxine is a passage, though as yet unexplored, to Egypt and Africa, and bountiful Providence has blessed the extensive provinces of our empire with such gifts of nature as can rarely be found in all the 4 quarters of the world." End of chapter 24. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com